So what's happening? Yeah, I'm good now. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh, you want to do it? There's yeah. All right. Did you guys get it? I did. Some did. Yeah. We went to the happy hour to see it. All right, we're good. We're ready? We're all ready. All right, apparently we're ready. All right. Okay, he goes, sorry.
Gehl, can you hear us?
You want to start? Yeah. We said they were.
He goes asked me if we can see him. Can you make the little window?
Yes.
Okay. Hugo, can you hear us? We can't see you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. We don't see you though.
My camera is on.
Yeah, we can just imagine how innocent of the, you know.
We're gonna get a sneak peek of the
I see you, and I see the screen. So I think I'm good. But you don't see me, is that right?
So Hugo, do you want to give a little introduction or should I?
I think you should go ahead, Laura, because you're there with everybody else.
Okay, great. So this studio is based in the Richmond district in San Francisco. We're just talking a little bit about some of the opportunities in that district. It's primarily a residential, mostly single family neighborhood. So it's going through a transition right now with new California laws, with the pressure on housing development. And so we focused on really two pieces of the district. One is on Ocean Beach and the transformation of the waterfront. And the second is on Fury Boulevard, which right now is a major artery that's very vehicular focused that brings people to and from the Richmond district. So some students focus their projects on on the waterfront. Others focused more on Geary Boulevard. I'll let them talk about that. But some of the big themes of the studio that we really tried to look at were densification with the human scale always in mind, and transforming some of these very big focused roadways into more people.
Sounds worthy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all an interesting process to get to this point, right?
So, yeah, I mean, basically, I'm technically the instructor of record, and I basically get desk consulting on Mondays and Thursdays. And then Reason did with all the students on Fridays. And then we also set up some lectures from San Francisco on Wednesdays, all this guys in. And then we spend a week out there in San Francisco, also with them, touring around and looking and talking to some experts and this and that.
That's too bad you guys got to go to San Francisco. Hard work.
And it was right before spring break, so some of them stayed a little longer. Okay, are we ready?
So does each student do their own project or their team projects or what?
It's a mix,
It's
so
a mix,
some of them
depending
have
on the site.
some of them have taken on more of the framework approach.
Okay.
So the framework of Geary Boulevard, of the overall neighborhood and the Ocean Beach. And then others did smaller
Tactical.
tactical.
Okay.
So what basically the framework scale things are what we're going to see this morning. And the tactical scale things are what we're going to see here.
Rachel did a survey.
We actually did the social survey.
It said that in.
I know it did. That was even, we did that. We did that last time. Yeah.
We will-
Well,
California.
Yeah.
Yeah, the previous
But they
scale
just
studio,
do,
we did.
they just do,
We didn't.
on-site analysis, so we try to get very strong multi-site analysis.
So can I at least introduce our jurors for you all? Some of whom you know and some of whom you may not know. We have Diego Di Tommaso, who's zooming in from Copenhagen, who is the managing partner of the Gehl San Francisco office. Laura, you all know. Chris Rice, who is, I believe, Vice President of Planning and Development at HKS. Correct. Jana McCann from McCann Adams, many of you know already. Sam Whitney, who many of you also know already, who's from TPG in San Antonio. And Matt Bell, who's a professor at the University of Maryland. Okay. Speak up.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We start off the presentation today with the Pechakucha style of presenting. And this is just to introduce you all to the history of San Francisco. And this was done in the initial part of the studio where we were divided into groups. And we conducted some basic research on San Francisco. And the first presentation will be on the cultural history, demographics, and the economic pattern, where we go into understanding of how San Francisco developed initially, and that is the population influx from the east and the west moving into San Francisco because of the gold rush happening in 1848. And because of also because of World War II, this region that is marked in green, known as the Presidio Farm, became the military grounds and started protecting the edges of San Francisco. And along the edges were also what you see today. This part is known as the Soma. This is the Market Street, and this is Pier 39, and where you'll find the Italian settlement and a little bit of the Chinatown here. later, later on, there was a massive earthquake and fire, due to which a lot of people became homeless, and the population had to be housed, and that is how Richmond district came into existence in the beginning. And also at the same time, the Fillmore district was undergoing urban renewal, and a lot of delineation in terms of race was happening, and even that population was being moved to Richmond district. Some of the cultural aspects that we touched upon as a group is we figured out what the event spaces and what kind of culture actually exists in San Francisco in terms of what are the races and what are the festivals that happen. Are there any streets, or are there any particular zones that are really vibrant throughout the year? This is just showing you the basic grid of Richmond district, majorly gridded pattern. It's low-rise, low density with a lot of single-family homes. And as Laura mentioned earlier, this is Erie Boulevard, which is the main artery that connects from the downtown to the Richmond district. And we also studied a little bit of what the commercial corridors will look like. And I personally have worked on the framework plan for the overall Richmond district, so I will be touching upon this in the future slides. We also understood what the commerce and industry would be, and this is the existing condition of where the commercial districts are and what kind of employers are to be found in Richmond district, and how it is being influenced from history and what it is today. Some of the public realm that we thought would be like a nice executable projects. And this is all a consolidation of like 2 months of work, and we crammed it up into like a small presentation.
Yeah.
Moving on to the vision for our Richmond district.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So as a group, we started to work on the vision for the culture group, and our vision was to make Richmond a socially connected neighborhood. And the process was, first the vision was developed, then we kind of developed certain key objectives, and we developed sort of some design strategies for those objectives and some performance metrics to understand how those strategies would be applied for our framework. So our key objectives were creating a social heart that would basically increase civic amenities and improve inclusive and create inclusive and diverse spaces. The second one was celebrate healthy living, and the third one was build a productive future that would stimulate the microeconomies, which were shown in the previous slide. So talking about the design strategies, some of the strategies will be explained in the presentations, but for creating a social heart, we would look at sort of creating social nodes around Erie Boulevard. For creating healthy living, we would look at kind of creating safe spaces for walking and biking and improving green streets. And finally, for improving the for creating a productive future, we would kind of look at expanding the neighborhood commercial zones and creating opportunity zones within the Richmond district. So we started looking at schools and institutions as community hubs, as which can act as social hearts within the Richmond district, and started mapping where the existing sort of schools and community hubs are. And we sort of noticed that the George Washington High School, the Presidio Middle School, and some of the other Catholic schools act as major community hubs currently, and that are along the Gehl Boulevard.
Hold on, what's the difference? There's blue and red and dark blue. What are each of those?
Yeah, so the blue ones are all the schools, and the red ones are all the community centers. So there's some there are some neighborhood centers that exist, and we sort of started mapping how they are in relation with each other for within a 15-minute.
The three dark blue things.
Yeah, so the three dark blue things were initial ideas and concepts of where existing community centers, proposed community centers could happen.
Oh.
So we were just sort of making these diagrams to understand how these work.
And is there a differentiation between elementary and junior high school, middle school, high school?
Yes, we were studying that. We haven't put that in the slide, but we were studying that as part of our framework plan. That will become later. Yeah.
So there are those walk sheds around schools, centers of schools.
Yes, those are walk sheds around schools. So currently there is no. So these are currently the 15-minute walking radiuses along these schools. So that's what the radius signifies.
You said 3?
Sorry,
15.
15
Oh,
minutes.
15.
Yeah.
15-minute radius.
Yes. Mhm. Yeah, so we started studying like certain case studies on how community centers have been existing within such neighborhoods with low rise, low density, and yeah, these were some of the case studies for that. And yeah, moving on to the second objective, this was about celebrating healthy living, and we started kind of mapping the existing amenities that are there. So there are some public schools, private schools, as I mentioned, and there are some public libraries that also exist. And this is these are the existing kind of green streets which are part of the which are part of the Richmond district as well. So we have the central Presidio Park Boulevard, which is sort of connecting the Golden Gate Bridge to the Presidio Park.
That's the big green.
Yes, that's the big green tree. And the major kind of commercial corridors are Dairy Boulevard, Clement Street, and Balboa Street that kind of go through horizontally beside. Yeah, and we started also looking at the open spaces within the district and started mapping what kind of activities happen over there. So there are some dog parks and children's playground, a lot of tennis courts and basketball courts that happen within the district. And there's a traffic calming project that's undergoing currently within the central district, Richmond district, that also helps reduce kind of traffic injuries, and it also aids to the Vision Zero project, which is there in the central Richmond district. And moving on to some of the case studies regarding this. So we were looking at how street typologies would be happening within the framework, and this would be taken up in detail as individual projects again. So these were some of the case studies that we were studying. And kind of like moving towards the third objective, which was about the productive future, talking about neighborhood commercials. So currently, the three kind of neighborhood commercials that exist are the Gary Boulevard, Clement Street, and Balboa Street that have some sort of commercial activity happening. And we were thinking of connecting these through vertically through proposed neighborhood commercial streets. And again, this would be amplified more in the framework plan and how that would actually happen. So this was just sort of initial analysis to understand how these corridors are happening within the street. Again,
If you guys drill down, can you back up one slide?
yeah.
When you say commercial corridors, is there any variety there? Is there tolerance of some kind of commercial activity
Yeah.
compared to
So
others between those three areas? Some are you make a differentiation between like neighborhood shopping versus other things.
yes. So currently, as you said, like we kind of identified early on in slides, we showed like the microeconomies that exist on these three corridors, and we were trying to understand like what's the mix of economies that are happening over there. So we saw that these microeconomies include like various kind of small scale businesses that are sprouting up within these corridors, and we thought that because as in the morphology group we'll be talking about the densification. So we were looking at how these vertical corridors could actually help add more amenities to the center of the neighborhood rather than one just going towards those corridors. So those were talking about those activities.
So the red is proposed.
Yes, the red is proposed. And these are actually just initial ideas of where it could be. So the framework plan kind of makes the matrix of how that could actually happen. Yeah. And yeah, that's it. The green structure. Yes.
Hey all, my name's Dan.
I'm Aubrey.
So we're going to talk about the ecology aspect. Similarly to this is a sort of a summary of a lot of research we've done, and then some vision and objectives that we came to after doing all of this. Just want to let it start a timer. Cool. Okay, so there's a lot of regional implications of climate change in this area. Unsurprisingly, it's very dry, but one thing that's really interesting is the way that San Francisco gets its water. It gets it from the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, which is in Yosemite, if y'all have ever been there. It gets about 85% of its water from there, and 60% of California's rainfall falls in that area. And these are things that are going to be decreasing in the future with climate change. So snowpack melt, which is what feeds that, is slowly decreasing. Looking at the water flow and the hydrology of the neighborhood, you can see that there's a ridge line that runs through it, and you'll kind of get to know this a little bit more as people start to present, but along that watershed ridge is Washington High School. But you can see how things generally drain down to the ocean. And what's important about this is that there's the West Side Transport Box, which is a giant piece of infrastructure. When I say giant, it is really big. It's like 40 feet wide by 20 feet tall. It's basically the culmination of San Francisco combined water system. So it takes all the sewage and runoff and runs it under the Great Highway. And another problem is that there, when it rains a lot, there are overflows. There's 8 per year. And the only reason there's 8 is because 8 is the maximum allowable amount. So they're just so if it was different, yeah, okay. It's kind of on time. Another big aspect of the ecology and the environment and the microclimate is the fog. It's a really big thing, especially in the Richmond district. So the Pacific Ocean is huge. There's a lot of air that goes and goes through where the Golden Gate Bridge is. And a lot of that fog overlaps onto the Richmond neighborhood. So it's foggy the majority of the time. Oddly enough, when we were there, it was like as sunny as it possibly could be and really, really nice. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see this firsthand.
Well, is that changing now, the whole fog
It
phenomenon?
is.
It is, but not as drastically as things like snowpack melt, because the ocean is just so big that there's still like quite a bit of
Yeah, there's not a noticeable
capacity.
decline, but there have been cities
Yeah.
that are kind of realizing this along pieces of the coast.
Yeah, so not even within like a 100-year time frame is the fog going to go away. Unfortunately, for folks who don't like the fog. There's not a lot of green space in the Richmond, although it is surrounded by some very large parks. But internally, there's only like 6 acres or there's only these couple of different spots, and some of them are tied to schools and things like that. Oh, sorry. There we go. So taking into account some of this research, our vision is to develop resilient human scale ecologies, which create neighborly streets and activate vibrant public spaces. And so our 3 sort of objectives and strategies are to create a water resilient neighborhood. So to prepare for that future water scarcity, improve and create an actual experience that suggests that, water exists and that there is a hydrological system in this space, and then also to reduce the sewage overflows because those are terrible for the ocean. The second is to flip the backyard to the front. So the backyards are very parceled off. They're not community facing at all. So we're trying to flip that to the front yard because that's the allowable space that you could create this neighborly feel. And then the third thing is providing more means of comfort in this foggy microclimate. So creating access to warmth outside the home, giving people a reason to stay and linger outdoors. No, I'll do these 2 and then you're back. I'm sorry.
No worries.
And so looking at the street hydrology, when you're thinking of sheet flow along the streets, these are sort of the vectors that show which streets are collecting a lot of water. So this large one is Geary. This is Balboa, Fulton. So you can see there's smaller residential streets collecting less, the larger streets are collecting much more. And so one of the things we developed is a street typology of basically understanding that people use these streets in different ways. So we could use, so the red streets are sort of these thoroughfares, these yellow streets are like neighborhood thoroughfares where there's, less cars. And basically it just decreases the amount of cars from each one, all the way to where the black lines are neighborhood, pedestrian, shared streets. And so this provides sort of like this plaid framework of understanding how to go about redesigning the streets.
So all of those one-way green streets are one-way traffic wise, there's one lane of traffic and then you're transforming.
Yes, yeah. So that was one of the suggested ways that we thought of reducing the amount of lanes so that there's more like pedestrian area.
Yeah, and we'll go into this a lot more in the harness framework plan as well. This was kind of the beginnings of that diagram. So to get a little bit more into some of the strategies for this vision, we've looked at creating different types of streets and different ways that are sort of different strategies can be used on this street scale. So different ways to collect, slow down water, and also to create places to bring people outdoors. And one thing that we've kind of explored as well is the possibility of fog collection. This is actually would be a pretty significant way to capture water in Richmond because it is so foggy. And here's an idea sort of looking at that backyard to front yard flip with the possibility of, as the blocks of the Richmond possibly densify, actually allowing green space, these frontages to spill out onto the street and allow people to have, small front gardens, porches at different sort of scales on these different residential streets. And again, here we're seeing different ways that sunlight can really be utilized on the street, kind of emphasizing pedestrian public spaces in places that won't be shaded by buildings. And
some questions, is that, so where's the property line? Is that right at the building face? I'd like to just understand the existing to there.
I can't go back a slide.
There's no going back.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'm assuming it's.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, so the property lines here, it depends a lot on the street.
Building on the property.
It's a building line.
We have a
Basically,
setback.
yeah.
There's,
Certain streets do have small setbacks.
most of the buildings are a little bit back of the actual pool line.
But the key question for me there is that the green strips that you have in terms of quote unquote flipping yards to the front, they're actually part of the public right of way because they're in the sidewalk and all the curb cuts and everything. So they're actually not part of the private property.
Means it has to be maintained publicly.
That's right. And maybe one thing to just point out that I think you guys didn't go over is that those sidewalks are car length driveways that interrupt the sidewalks.
On every
The
single piece of
sidewalks are extremely.
Do we have
long.
pictures of that? Do you guys talk about those?
Not in this section of slides.
But we do have.
Yes.
But and then is what you're proposing here, new buildings to be put up in the front yard? Is that what this is? Are those new
You'll
buildings or
see
existing
some stuff
buildings?
later.
Yeah, this was very kind of initial research at the beginning of the studio. We were really trying to dig into some of the basic
It's
strategies
fair to say
here.
that
Yeah.
this is still in a way research and not.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, all right, fair enough, fair enough.
But
Okay.
it's a
Yeah.
response to something
It's
existing.
something.
It's hard for
It
us to
is.
grasp. right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's just sort of guiding, it's almost like a design principle more than it is anything. It's not something that's a
Correct.
specific place where we will find this, but it'll be mine.
We're hungry for more context.
Yeah, I'll try and move through these slides quicker so we can get some of the
Oh, yeah.
full
That starts to make
presentations.
sense. So we looked at 3 case studies, kind of analyzing what our vision could look like across the neighborhood. So the first one is Ocean Beach. And basically there's some key information here is that the highway is extremely oversized. It's basically twice as big as it needs to be, if not even bigger. But then also understanding that oddly enough, this beach is actually growing because of a very complicated littoral cell, which is how sand moves in the ocean. So there actually is plenty of sand in this area, and the beach is enormous. It's 300 feet wide. And so there's a lot of implications still for midterm and long-term climate change and how that beach gets consumed. And so there's some strategies of potentially of retreating from the beach, activating that seawall, reducing that Great Highway, and activating the neighborhood edge along it, which are things that are not happening right now.
So are those blue sail structures with fog harvesters?
Yes.
Might let us know.
It's
I know.
you'll sort of start to see it. It's like the picture will slowly, I guess, come into focus. Is like,
If I don't learn anything else today, the fog harvest is worth the trip. That's fabulous. I love it.
Yeah, we love countries that have that condition of mountains.
and then we were just looking at some precedents of different places, how they've activated the edge of different waterfronts, as far as sort of a boardwalk with something underneath it, temporary planning for, in 100 years of actual submersion, different ways to interact with this coastal front.
Yeah, and then my project is actually on Geary, so I'll talk a ton more about Geary later, but this was sort of the beginnings of how I started to look at this street. The right of way is 120 feet. And I found this precedent in France where they were able to turn this car street that was sort of had like 4 lanes of traffic, kind of mid-century era car infrastructure, and turned it into this really lovely street with a park strip down the center. And here's a look at what a street of this scale could possibly look like, with integrating different sort of layers of mobility besides just cars. And here's a look at what a very small street could look like. 23rd Avenue is actually currently a slow street within the district. So they're already starting to take the cars off of it. So here's a precedent that kind of looks at how you could really slow the traffic on a small residential street like this one. And again, here's sort of what a small residential street like 23rd Avenue could look like, with some of the different strategies for water collection and fog collection that could potentially happen here. All right, we'll turn it over to Marcelo.
Schwartz, yeah. Schwartz plan.
I downloaded all the reports. All the reports.
So we began our investigation by looking into a very differently dense area than the rest of the city. So we looked at.
There's just there on the previous slide. Okay, so units per acre, Richmond 10, citywide 12, but yet there's more people.
There's more people, but the area is, yeah.
There's also more people because the size of households in Richmond, at least historically when it started in, which we'll get into the history, there were larger families that were staying here. So even though the number of units per acre would be comparable to the city, the number of people are more. Because
So children count as people.
the
That's good.
size,
It
yeah.
didn't happen in Fragonese's metrics. So I'm just curious.
So is this more, is this largely owned or rented? What's that proportion?
Owned largely, but we did get some information on the site visit from someone that some lots might be pulled together and owned by a single owner, like at least recently. But majority it's by owned,
Yeah.
individually owned lots.
We will quickly run into how the city kind of developed into Richmond. The city was basically concentrated near the Columbus Avenue, which was the old shoreline, with the gold rush and the World War. It started. The military came up, and the gold rush sort of helped to help formation of different neighborhoods around San Francisco. The South Market came up. To respond to that, they began planning Golden Gate Park. the other neighborhoods sort of came beside it, the Richmond district and the Sunset district. There was the earthquake that happened in 1906, which led to a quick formation, quick layout of grid around the Richmond area, which does not follow the contours. And this is how Richmond is today.
See, one question, where does the word Richmond come from?
So technically, there was a man who was from Australia, Richmond, was staying there, and he was sort of in power there, and he wanted it to be named Richmond, and so it's called Richmond.
No, good.
Australia.
These are the different neighborhoods around. These are different neighborhoods around Richmond. The central Richmond is more commercially active region, with the outer Richmond sort of like waning in terms of commerce.
Is the phase of growth almost exclusively post-earthquake?
Yes.
Okay.
It kind of
And up
accelerated.
until World War II, or does it grow after? World War II?
Both factors did contribute in a way. Like there are these different neighborhoods, like Russian neighborhood, which, the mini Chinatown in Richmond itself. That was as a result of like probably like the World War and the earthquake and all. But yeah, mostly like the major push for the development of the neighborhood was the earthquake.
So the earthquake prompted laying of the grid for Richmond and starting that whole conversation with the land. But so 1940s to 1980s is when the technical full build out of Richmond happened, where it reached to what you can see most of it today.
Yeah,
With-
post World War II.
Yes, that's correct. 1940 to 1980, that should be.
So you may be talking about this, the two things I think are important. One is that Richmond didn't get built out kind of monolithically, right? Like the part that's to the north and the Presidio was the first zone that got built out, right? And then the part that's to the south, closer to Golden Gate Park and outer Richmond was later. And the result of that was, or the impact of that was that the original trolley line that used to go out there was actually served that original north district.
We get to that. We have that.
That's a really important thing. It's
Yeah.
not here.
That's actually, yeah.
We're
That's-
gonna come to that.
Okay.
So. So majorly, the current land use is that it's mostly single houses with a few schools and schools scattered around the neighborhood, with major commercial corridors being the Gehl and the Clement Street, and little bit about Wilbur. And as you can see, the current neighborhood, the commercial and the multi-family housing and single family housing, and that is because the cable car was on the Clement Street then, the California Street, which kind of, and to respond to that, they started having these commercial corridors. There was one around the area as well.
So Gary was the edge of our original, right? Southern edge of the original.
Yeah. Can you go to the next slide?
Building the trolley was not only to serve this Virginia neighborhood, but also was it?
Yes, so the trolley line, so it kind of went across till the Sutrabats. It went there. There was a very crazy part where it actually went around like the cliff sort of that existed too, but they removed it. So this is the old streetcar network.
So, okay, so this is primarily the reason why the zoning looked the way it did. So as she mentioned, like so the major streets that were the Gary and the two above, and then Balboa and Fulton, where the streetcars were in around 1940s, up there. But then they started getting in more bus networks, and then the streetcar and tram was sort of redundant after a point. But then that is why you see what's happening over here was a result of the streetcar being there, and the density along those was commercial corridors, so that's ease of access. And then Majorly, there's two kinds of housing, and what's important to notice is that 92% of all of these lots are allocated to residential lots. But the two kinds being the light yellow is the most, the single family, the least number of units, and then the dark sort of yellows start responding to the commercial districts and a little more dense than the single family. That's not.
So did these neighborhood commercial districts, the same regime, something that has happened more recently or?
No, this has always been this way, and it's one of the things that I sort of look at in my project. But yeah, we can come to that later. No.
I assume you guys are gonna get into building type and block size and orientation and stuff. like that.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. So that's how these are the commercial districts, and 8% of them are like that, and then these are always the way they work. Gary is the most allowed to be the most dense in terms of building height for commerce, but other than that, everything else is the same. And that gets us to this slide, which is the height regulations across the district. It's so entirely 40 feet or 4 stories currently. So most of the lots right now except a few where there's a university over here, everything is supposed to be 40 feet. And even though that regulation as it is less, and you can see this sort of bed of flat sort of landscape across the Richmond, and even though that is less as it is, only 9% of the buildings right now even get close to satisfying that height regulation of 40 feet. Like reach to build out completely, which is around 3 to 4 stories. But other than that, around 91%, and you can see most are like 1 story and 2 stories, like 58, 42%, so 28%. So it's pretty less dense in terms of what it is at least allowed to be right now. In terms of the blocks, the whole block typology starts with that small block right there. Everything is a multiple of that. So that's the one residential block, and then it multiplies 4 times to become like a high school, and twice maybe to become like a middle school and something like that. And then this is the Festival Boulevard. That's again a multiple of the same. And looking into the DNA of that a little bit, each of these lots are around an average of 250 to 270 feet in terms of width, and
Say
600.
that again, how much?
250 feet in terms of width, and the 600 in terms of length. And
Individual width, that is what?
Yeah.
The individual lot width,
no, the individual lot width is 25 feet.
20.
And yeah, I'll come to that.
So
later.
it'd be 25 by 125.
Yeah, 25 or 25. And another thing is that the lots that we see at the edges, these are the key lots, and another small are around 100 feet deep. So there are some places where the situation is not like this, and all of them are facing the street here, but regardless, it's 100 feet deep key.
So it's 4 of the regular.
For the regular lot, yes. And then
No alleys.
no alleys, because so the current planning ordinance basically says that every house on an east lot has to leave a rear yard space behind, and that's what makes majority of that green that you see in the plan, but it's all private courts and they're all gated and walled.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Looking at the typologies, and it's mostly single family housing, and along the main boulevard streets and boulevards and avenues, we can find some sparsely scattered multi-family houses and commercial. And along this Gehl Boulevard, it's like the street to building height ratio is almost 1:6, which is kind of more than what kind of a street enclosure experience would be like. And the density is also much lower than what it could be explored.
So that building section on the bottom right is existing condition.
Yes. Yeah.
The red line is what's allowable now, and the black section is what exists.
Can you back up one?
Yeah.
So typically Gary's like 2 to 4 stories.
Yeah, there are some places, but
Yeah. like you see, like in the inner Richmond and the central Richmond, at some places they explore the maximum density, but along the outer Richmond over here, like there is less density and it's mostly single family housing. Maybe it's due to the fog conditions along the ocean from the ocean beach. So that's a reason in terms of livability along the outer Richmond for not exploring the kind of density which is allowed.
Gary has the tallest permissible height.
So Gary has
Actually, right now it's all 40, right?
yeah, it's all 40, but there's exception that allow the commerce to go 45 feet. But I don't know why. I think there's
Worried there. Wow.
I think they're assuming a larger height at the ground, and that's why, but it's more or less the same.
So we did a project a long time ago, Roma Design Group, to restructure Geary Boulevard as a bus transit corridor. But I guess that never happened.
There is a bus. There is a
It's
bus.
like a dedicated bus lane, so it's more of a premium.
Well, it looks like that, yeah, the overhead wires, so electric bus.
We have
This is
more,
nice utility poles.
But it was like a major makeover.
Yeah.
you want to-
I think that's.
So looking at the soft side potential, like the violet ones of the soft side potential, which the SF Planning Commission has kind of identified, where we could add more housing to it, and then the single family units which could be explored in terms of which could be converted into multifamily housing, or the ones which are in yellow.
What is the citywide housing deficit?
I think they are like, there is no deficit in terms of like housing, but
Yes, there is. There's gotta be.
This, yeah.
Yes, there is.
I'd say there's a huge deficit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a deficit.
Would be a good metric to know,
Yeah.
like how much this makes a dent in that deficit.
Well, the other way to look at it is the market is probably so strong, it would absorb all this stuff, probably.
That's an assumption.
that's the hope also.
That's pretty lot.
The California redevelopment laws, are they, part of what you looked at, when you're redeveloping, you're kind of obligated to do X amount of affordable housing at
Mhm.
all these different levels.
Yeah, so
So each city has that kind of statistic about how much housing should we be trying to.
In this neighborhood, as a
Yeah.
percentage of the overall.
Yeah, or maybe more, I don't know if it's city per city or.
Yeah.
In San Mateo, and it's
So-
so interesting to see anything we're redeveloping an office park into housing, and so that's a very key thing that's happening in California.
Hmm.
And that's really evolving, so.
So statistic wise, or at least affordable housing allocation for new development is right now 15% with no bonuses. It's like 15% without bonuses. So if you're just billing as is, you're supposed to, you're required to give 15% to affordable housing.
So
It's the San Francisco inclusionary requirement.
Right,
Oh.
so that's what I'm trying.
But they have for by right development, they have an inclusionary requirement.
The city.
And how much, which is what percentage?
15%
15%.
of
But
units.
is there a minimum amount of units they're
Oh.
requiring you to do for that? Or is that everything?
I don't think there's a
If
minimum.
you build
amount
like
of-
a fourplex. or
So they don't even, no,
For multifamily.
Above a certain size.
and neither do they have a number of beds, like the size of the unit.
Okay.
Allocate, like there's no minimum to that. You can even have a one bed or a studio. So. Yeah, but this is just major potential in already a less dense.
in terms of the vision, like for the studio, what we were envisioning was like more of a human-centric experience with regard to the street level streets, and then kind of a more walkable and bikeable connectivity across the neighborhood. And then in terms of the programs and then land use, even like we thought diversity and multiplicity is a thing which needs to be explored across the neighborhoods. Like maybe in the case of Central and inner Richmond, we could see that diversity happening, but in the case of outer Richmond, we see less variation in terms of the unit typology. So, and then coming back to the context, like how this neighborhood is surrounded by parks along all its edges and doesn't have much of an open space in within the neighborhoods and in the district. So, how that could be envisioned and kind of at the same time connect to the edges is what we kind of had a thought on. So in terms of planning metrics, like we thought analysis should be done in the terms of the block level and kind of explore the density, what could be the achievable quantity. And then with regard to the street level experiences in terms of like measuring collisions and what are the other morphological aspects which could be explored in terms of diversifying the unit typologies and then bringing in the public realm within the district.
So when you have all these planning metrics and you're analyzing this existing conditions, it's actually setting the metrics that you want to achieve.
Yeah, so these are the metrics like which could be explored in the individual or the group projects which we are.
So we might see a project then that uses this kind of planning metrics and says, okay, well, I'm going to do reduce travel time to basic amenities by X, and then we're going to see how that's done.
So this was a part of just the process that helps us kick off all of our individual projects. Some people have chosen something selectively as per what applies to them, and that's how you'll see them address those issues as per.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
But not all of them.
Not all, yeah.
But what I guess I'm missing is I'm like, again, not seeing the clear existing conditions and then the understanding of what is missing, what's wrong with this. Yeah, and then sort of and setting the new metrics by which you're planning, would adhere or try to fix.
Is the next slide not coming up, guys?
No,
No, we actually need to open the next presentation.
who set this up? I don't know where anything is.
We have to
What
stop
needs to
sharing and then.
Why do you have this?
No, this is mine.
Get that out of here. All right, open up the next presentation. Can you do that?
I think you have to stop sharing.
It's not open. Mobility groups.
No, that's separate.
Is this not?
Are you on me or you on here?
Here.
You're on.
But this should not.
You're here.
Oh. Okay, mobility guys. Who's coming? Come on.
I'm hoping.
Just check if people are Zoom to see.
And then sorry. Just to mix water.
But yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, so would you guys like, if we just say, verbalize a little bit of what we understand so far?
Yeah.
Might be helpful for us to do that. So it's obviously a very utilitarian grid that didn't all grow the same way, right? It was laid out, in my understanding, which I think is fascinating, it's laid out to give people someplace to live after the earthquake. Right, and very quick, you can tell it did it very, very pragmatic. one. Number two, the northern part got laid out first, and it tends to tilt where some of the resources go. The grid, like anything, I'm just trying to verbalize what I think I understand. It's not flat, but the grid got laid over it like in many cities, like carpet, and there are bumps in the carpet in various places that cause the water, the stormwater to run off in different ways, right? There is, there's a lot of schools and a lot of community resources, although how they play out in the public life of the community, I'm not sure I understand, and how they're valued. It seems like that's something people touched on. What else am I hearing? The water side where the edge is towards the Pacific Ocean is a major infrastructure piece that also is one of the ugliest places of the whole area, right? Is that right? So far? Yeah.
With the potential.
Or undistinguished.
Yeah, I mean,
Undistinguished.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah. What else? What else do you guys?
There's one other thing that I didn't mention that was important, I think, and that is the geology of sand. And what that means is that in terms of what's called impact development strategies, it's a pixelated strategy, not a systemic strategy. Because everything absorbs.
Right, you don't need gutters.
Yeah, you don't need to make the water.
It percolates like that. So that's a big advantage.
Yeah.
Except if you want to build tall.
I think the one thing that kind of sticks out, the one thing that sticks out to me is that there's no real there.
Well, I don't know if there is or isn't yet. I mean,
There's no heart to it, it's just all.
the undifferentiated.
Well, based on what we've heard so far, as far as I agree with you. As far as density, and we have more evidence that suggests that there are.
And there are no alleys, which has a huge impact on the building services to the street.
And the redevelopment.
Yeah, all of this.
Okay, all right.
I think a big observation too is the lack of parkland.
And the lack of parkland,
And having a hierarchy of different parks.
the kind of parkland you want your kids to play.
Yeah,
not-
instead of-
No, it's the neighborhood park, not the national park.
Yeah. Super parks. Yeah, exactly, yeah, super block parks. Super duper parks. Okay.
Okay, that's all.
Are we good so far? We have one more minute.
One other thing that's important to think about is that in the morphology section, there is a mix of typologies. So there's the opportunity to introduce more of those higher density typologies. But the majority of the neighborhood outside of those corridors is single family. And I just looked it up, and San Francisco's RENA requirement is 82,000 units by 2030. So what I've heard from city planning folks is that they think that by upzoning the Richmond district, they could accommodate like half. So it's a huge opportunity.
Guys, that's the lead.
But it's
That's the
private.
first
Right,
thing you
right,
said.
that's absolutely right.
And
That's the opportunity.
Yeah, it's also one of the last single family zoning districts left in San
And
Francisco.
the reason I asked that question about the deficit is that's what gets the city's attention, and it incentivizes investment and targets it to a district where it can handle the goal faster than anywhere else in the city. Because my head is thinking, how do you pay for any of this? And if it helps solve a crisis, then you can easily, it's an easier argument to direct dollars.
But one of the challenges, it seems to me, is given the relatively small parcel size
Yes.
and on private property, assemblage is a huge issue.
Absolutely.
And right, big single family, and assemblage is a huge issue.
You're relying on individual homeowners to be
Right.
part of that.
Exactly.
densification.
You have to have
We're gonna
very
see
first
some-
We're gonna see some, especially with no access.
Like for
And there's a lot of.
It's a huge area.
It's very. Single family.
They're trying to protect them.
That's good so far.
I mean, I get to-
With Gary Boulevard, I mean, is that the place that the city could
And especially for the scale street, and the street.
All of them. So the relationship with tactics and strategy.
Talk about it.
I have a colleague, who sounds like pretty different food metaphors. Your scheme's a little bit off.
Or proceeding. Overweight.
Just do that.
Okay, we are the group of mobility. I'm Abel.
I'm
So we were working in the mobility aspect in San Francisco. So this is the first slide that we started looking what happened in San Francisco in terms of transportation and highway systems. So we can see that to access to San Francisco, we have two access. One of them is a Golden Bridge, and the other one is the Bay Bridge. You can access by car, and also you can get the ferry to go into San Francisco or move to another places like Oakland and Sausalito and Harbor Bay. So after that, we start to looking at about how is the mobility in the place, how the people use the place in how the people move in the place, and we can see a really interesting cross that is Gehl Street that connects Ocean Beach to downtown, and then we have also Presidio Park Boulevard, that is this avenue that connects north to south.
Yeah, so we started to identify the streets and their purposes and the major zones of connection around them, and and how that connects with the entirety of Richmond district. So this is what we found, and we were thinking about, at this point, we were thinking about a light rail, a new light rail, and a BRT, which is shown in yellow.
So for this, we are proposing a new vision in the terms of mobility. So the new vision is about to create a new standard of people-friendly travel in San Francisco, and we have three objectives. One of them is try to think Richmond that is the link between the city and the ocean that we saw in the first slide that connects Ocean Beach with downtown. Also, Richmond should be, Richmond is the heart of living in San Francisco, that we are proposing more attractive city for people, more friendly, more for human scale. And the last one is Richmond is a multimodal paradise. That we are trying to provide more sustainable mobility system for the place. For this is the map of the transportation, the public transportation in San Francisco. We can see the BART. The BART is the main system that is in the red line. Then we can see the BRT system that are in orange. And then we have the moonless line that is in blue. So the main proposal is start to thinking about the Gehl Street, like an important connection between Ocean Beach and downtown. And also we are proposing a new BRT system that is around the Golden Park, that we can see here. And yeah, I think I can say that, but this Gehl Street is the place that will be the new light rail for San Francisco. So it's like a new extension and
Is this your proposal or the city?
it's our proposal.
It's your proposal.
Still
Yeah.
confusing, because you're not understanding
What's there, what you're
Yeah.
and how you're adding to it. So, it's just simple differentiation, but the dashed lines for what you're proposing
Mhm.
to kind of show the
Yeah.
two at the same time.
And why doesn't the Curie line go to the ocean?
This one?
Topography.
Oh, yeah, it's about topography. Because here we have like a 3 euros, so it will be, yeah. So then we are going to see like another proposal for this
We'll see
place.
some. We'll see some.
Mhm.
These have so it's the second versions. This is like the first draft.
Yeah.
So in the neighborhood scale, we start to think about the connections in east-west direction and also north-south direction. So for the east-west connection, the two major implements we have already talked about is the light rail along the Gehl Boulevard and also this BRT loop around the ocean, around the Golden Gate Park. And the other connections are more like existing minibus line and also the pedestrian streets, which are more for people and bicycles.
But is there a transit line that runs down Geary today? There is. It's an electric bus.
It's the 38, there's a regularly service bus.
Straight down here, right? And then you're proposing an upgrade to what, to BRT or light rail or what?
We are proposing a new light rail along Gallery with because of the heavy traffic, and also the BRT is around the Golden Gate to connect with the existing BRT system in the city to like bring people more conveniently to the state park.
So is it fair to say that the light rail is really about accessibility to the neighborhood and the BRT is really about accessibility to the larger public landscapes for the whole city?
One goes this way, and the other's going that way.
Well, because the BRT is all down here, the programs, the Golden Gate Park and the beach and all of that. The light rail is really the spine for all of this. Right?
And it's going for
Yeah, in the north-south connection, we are proposing a new BRT along the Park Presidio Boulevard. And also we are proposing some micro-mobility connections in a north-south direction based on the existing commercial area and also those schools, playgrounds that could make better connection between the neighborhoods.
Mhm. I will go a little quick because this is not the master plan. The master plan is worked by a partner. This is the main ideas for the place. So finally, this is a proposed connection that we did at the beginning, and we say, okay, we just started thinking about Golden Gate Park, Geary, and also Presidio that are important connection for the place. This is a street hierarchy. This is a new traffic system that is about the light rail and the BRT that we were talking about. And there is some information about Geary, some sections, and what is happening in Geary along this avenue. And this is a strategic multi-modal projects. So also this is a proposal, and this is a previous proposal for a light rail. I think it's more clear than the first map. We can see the light rail is in this area. Then we have the BRT. Then we have the minibus line that is in blue, and in the left you can see some information about proximity and capacity for each system.
So we're showing a light rail that does go down the hill.
Yeah, this dashed line is like an extension. It's a kind of extension, but
That's an old diagram.
yeah.
Because we're not actually proposing a light rail goes down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as I said before, it's a previous
Yes, that's
proposal.
why I think we should go.
Yeah.
Which of the north-south connections lines up with the commercial corridors, the kind of retail corridors we saw earlier? Is it,
25th.
Yeah, 25th would be one of them.
The previous slide had the micro mobility north-south connections.
Yeah.
Those coincide with
Go
those.
back one.
There.
One more, that one. That
Here?
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
those north-south micro mobility, 38, 18, 9, or sorry, 6. Do all of those, are all of those like the red dot lines we saw earlier this morning?
No, there are more potential connections between the huge part that is
I
Golden
think what
Gate.
you're saying is, I think the question is there a land use strategy that aligns with the transportation strategy that this is coordinated with?
In terms of the north-south.
The north-south.
Yeah, the drawing we saw before was the red dots, saying there were important streets. I mean, one of the challenges here, it seems to me, is you have an undifferentiated grid for the most part, so you have to figure out ways to differentiate, right? So one of your earlier classmates had the red dot drawings that showed which of the north-south streets they thought were worthy of greater focus in terms of, I guess, commercial activity. So do these align with that?
That's an interesting question.
All right, we'll see. It's just
I think, yeah, we can.
We'll put a pin in
in the
that.
framework.
Yeah, let's
Come back.
Okay. So finally, this is the one of the multimodal projects is a multimodal station that is a section that should be in Gary Street, and we have a present here that is in Paris, France. Then we have this large curb extension that is placed in Presidio Park Boulevard. This is more a human curb extension that is in Anza Street. It's a proposal for that. So we can see all of these three proposals, and we developed some kind of street codes for the place.
Okay, so we tried to figure out micro mobility zones, but I think all of these have been undertaken by individual projects. So we will be seeing more of these, like within the neighborhood, there are small zones where like some important places and how they connect. But I think this is like very initial. We will see in detail in the individual projects. Yeah, this is just figuring out like what modes of transportation will work for each micro mobility zone. So this is the combined proposal. I think finally the light rail comes and it stops at the Sutro Heights Park, and then it turns and go back this way. This is what we finally thought about, but all of this we will see more in the framework plan. So
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you.
Is the fact that there are these centers, regional, those are kind of centers of different cultural hotspots, and the degree to which those red lines actually form those neighborhoods, and that those neighborhoods are connected by neighborhoods.
Yeah, and then those cultural aspects are different.
I think that's the question.
It's always difficult to do that. Well, I mean, New York is the best example of kind of repetitive grid where you find those kind of things that, you know, with the different neighborhood here, the new year. But if you look at the figure ground, you never see it.
Right, exactly. And that culture is in flux over time.
Yeah.
Well,
That's culture.
yeah, where does one start? And I think it was really hard because even when talking to people who were sort of, let's call it deeply embedded in the culture, no one could actually really give us.
Yeah, well, it's deposit.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
No, it's impossible.
But
We know that there's like an intersection, there's a commercial organization. Yeah. We know there's an intersection.
Well, there's a lot of.
It's really interesting about that, though, there's a different use of public space.
Right.
It's like, yeah, how to use that. Because about the flipping of certain spaces front.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of Chinese restaurants.
Are you ready?
All right,
Hi again.
this better be good.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself in the beginning. I was a bit nervous. I'm Aparna. And I have worked on the overall framework plan for Richmond district. And by now we all know a lot of information about the district, but a lot of smaller aspects have been, paid attention to in the framework plan. Just to give you an overview again of what the important items or important aspects of Richmond district are, there is a population growth that is happening. There is a racial distribution also that is currently existing. You see whites, you see Asian population, you see Hispanics, and you see a little less of Black population. In terms of the landmarks, we see the Ocean Beach, the Land's End, Gary Boulevard, as we already know. Some of the other landmarks within Gary Boulevard, then we have the Golden Gate Park, the Golden Gate Bridge, and the Arguello Boulevard, which sort of terminates the Richmond district. Just to give you a sense of scale of the neighborhood, you see that this is a gridded pattern, and for future references, we will look at a lot of 5-minute, 10-minute, and 15-minute walking radiuses in each of the aspects that we will discuss later on. Coming to the vision and overall vision for the neighborhood, make the Richmond district an ecologically resilient, socially connected, and an economically vibrant neighborhood through strategic and tactical interventions. So far, we have already sort of hinted at what the proposals might look like through the analysis, but in the framework plan, it will become more evident as to how these things are executed in terms of larger strategies as a framework, and then smaller tactical interventions as minor projects. Again, as we had discussed earlier, these have been divided into 4 categories. That is ecology, morphology, accessibility, and culture. These 4 facets have been taken from the previous presentations that we already have seen. Starting with ecology, what the big move would be is developing Ocean Beach as an urban experience through urban ecology and forming attractions and by forming pedestrian connections. In terms of morphology, we will see strategic density increase in residential and retail uses. That is by proposing integrated regulatory framework and using these opportunity sites that we have located in the neighborhood. In terms of accessibility, I would like to mention that we always see transit as just mobility in terms of infrastructure, but here we are talking about the public realm, and we want to look at it more in terms of the human scale, which is why it's termed as accessibility and not just mobility or transit. So that is where we see it is the goal is to increase the accessibility by enhancing public transit through multimodal aspects, and also increasing the pedestrian and bike infrastructure within the neighborhood. Lastly, the cultural aspect is by activating the retail streets and the neighborhood centers. That is by, again, increasing retail, activating the anchor points, also locating newer anchor points, even though there are some anchor points existing already, and then by proposing community shared spaces. Moving into each of these facets now, as a chronological order, we will first see the main analysis of the entire framework, and then in the end, you will see each category is a smaller proposal. And then towards the end of the presentation is where you will see the larger framework as a whole. Some of these slides you might have already seen. This is just a recap of what it would be. Talking about the major slopes in the neighborhood. We are looking at the Ocean Beach and the major highway that is along Ocean Beach, which is currently acting as a barrier between the neighborhood and the ocean.
So the last slide talks about sea level rise, which we haven't really mentioned
Right.
today. 2100.
Where's it going? Where's the city? Where's the light?
That's just at the edge of the highway. That's what it's projected at. So we already know that there are very few neighborhood parks that are existing. And in one of our proposals, we will also see how these parks, pocket parks are being proposed. This is, just to go back, this is the existing green space network that is there right now. That is just maximum of, private gardens behind each of the residences, but very less public parks for children to play. So what the framework plan proposes is having a network of parks by connecting them with tree-lined avenues, again, differentiating them with different kinds of landscape strategies within the neighborhood. And this is the proposed low impact development, what is there, what I'm proposing as a framework, because as we already know, the land here is very permeable. So the water starts seeping in at local points, and the best way to capture water will be to actually identify the steep slopes wherever possible within the neighborhood, because majority is flat land and some of the roads are really steep, and those have been identified, and the ends of these roads have these pixelated low impact developments.
So all of these slopes are, which are the 10%, 10 degrees?
All of them are 10 degrees. The previous one of the maps showed the overall slope that is there, but this is actually going into a finer detail of what each street slope is.
So 10% slopes are pretty good clip.
It's 10 degrees, but it's still.
Was it 10%?
It's
10 degrees.
10 degrees.
Which usually we talk about in terms of percent.
Is this the same? Are you saying it's the same? No.
No,
It's the same.
it's
10 degrees is the angle of inclination.
Yeah.
Not the
Over 90
slope.
degrees.
So what is that in terms of slope? So shallow.
Tiny bit. Still steep.
Well, it gets to the question.
It's steeper than 80.
Oh,
Yeah.
by far.
Yeah.
And so, the question about like, how do you bring the water down and catch it? It's like you're checking it.
That's the question, because in the end, we were trying to figure out, like, even though a pixelated strategy could operate, right, or business thing, whatever, these streets are largely impervious cover, and the water is just gonna go down to the bottom of the streets, and the idea was, do you capture water in a pixelated way at the bottom of each of these sloping streets? And then that's what all those little.
Or intermediate.
Yeah, right.
And this is addressing water quality, but it's still feeding to the combined sewer overflow, so the goal is to improve.
This actually doesn't.
Keeps it out of it.
This actually keeps it out of it.
Yeah.
Right, so it's making it.
Capture and then so.
And hopefully not underlying foundations.
And hopefully.
No.
But it's only gonna be able to capture the
So
first
much.
inch of rain or so.
Unless
That,
you're
you're gonna have to have some overflow. Yeah, it'll have to be some sort of blue, gray, green, whatever. A combination of things, right?
But major storm events is only going to be a certain percentage.
That's my point, yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a scale.
So one question I have is related to this is the slope of these streets a distance center for increased bicycle use?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that question.
Because, we all sit around and point at all these wonderful cities like Copenhagen, with their bicycle flat, I I tried riding home in Washington
Laura's
DC
bicycle
one day. Downhill in the morning was great. You know,
What do you think, Laura? Is it like riding bicycle?
So I think we'll see later a proposal about how bike routes have been integrated into this on a latest contract. And I think what's interesting about the Richmond is that it's, you can see it here, there aren't that many streets that have a severe slope, but the entire neighborhood is sloped along from that ridge line down to the ocean and then backwards. So the existing bicycle routes are lake, kind of towards the north, and that's actually been made a slow street. During the pandemic, it'll live on. But it's quite far to bike from one side of it.
It's Nigeria, like the longest street in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, when we went out and visited the beach, spent the day in the neighborhood, then we went to the beach and then we all went back to the hotel on the bus that went on here. I swear it took like half an hour. It was just.
Oh, yeah.
And so one of the real questions between us is to what degree Gary is one thing or a series of things.
Yeah, right. And it's a very, very long street to maintain it as a commercial corridor.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
It
really
is.
difficult.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Keep commercial stuff that long.
Yeah.
It's like H Street in Washington DC is had a huge revival, but I think a lot of money is going to figure out somewhere. To borrow stuff.
Yeah.
Just to understand what the slope would feel like, I started my walk from Park Presidio Boulevard and I could only do till 34th, and beyond that, it started becoming steeper.
Did you measure your heart rate at that time?
No, I couldn't, but
Apple Watch.
Your iPhone.
It's very well.
Okay.
yeah. So
Yeah, we think.
this is like a consolidated set of diagrams which shows what the three scales of landscape strategies would be, starting from the micro landscape, that is catching water that's the pixelated landscape that I was pixelated micro landscape that I was talking about in the previous slide, then what the urban block would look like, and then what the Pacific edge would look like. This slide was sort of created with the help of Dan, who was trying to tell me what each plant would do in terms of helping the landscape strategy.
So when you say pixelated, are you using that as the same term as distributed?
Yeah.
Is that your fancy term?
Pixelated.
Yeah.
I think I stole that from Stephen Maloney in Arkansas.
Yeah.
It's a strategy. Like,
Distributed.
yeah, to
It's
capture- they're not
to
actually.
capture at local points.
They're not connected to it.
No, they're not. Yeah.
What is, just kind of the question, is your flowering trees there? Do you have a system for what you decide what goes where? Like, would you
So-
say this street's gonna have this kind of tree, and that street's gonna have that kind of tree?
Yeah, so we'll see later on why those streets are actually planted with flowering trees, because they come into the street hierarchy and street typology, that network as well,
And the ecological zones.
and the ecological zones, yes.
Yeah, the problem with most flowering trees is that they're not great for shade, and you can't really limb them up to have that.
To walk
adequate,
underneath.
yeah, clearance. So when we did great street studies for Austin, Austin's better soil wise, for growing trees, most of it is, right?
Yeah.
But it's, choosing, I think we came up with 4 street trees in the downtown that would work, that were native and that were able to cope with urban tree planting conditions. We've come a long way since then, how to plant trees better, but it's one of the biggest things you can do to change the feel of the place.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
But in San Francisco, you don't need shade, right?
Windbreak. Sort of, we need windbreak.
We need wind, which is actually
Yeah.
opposite that when the grid is so kind of pervasive from the Pacific, like
Yeah.
the wind just goes.
Yeah, so I think that's, in a way, similar to what you're saying about Erie Street. It needs to really change up, or you're gonna die of monotony.
Yes, exactly.
Seeing this.
And I do think that is, and I do think that's part of what this is about, right? Like, it's monotony, maybe we could capitalize that.
Well, one of the top three issues here is differentiating the grid. And it would go into one of those things where you say, this neighborhood or district has these kind of trees and it has a certain look to it, you know, and that helps you differentiate.
Russian olives, for example.
Uh-huh.
What was in Russia?
Well, Coral Gables, Florida has its own, every tree has a different tree landscape.
It's a.
And we used to, when I used to live in Washington DC, every spring we would drive around like a Kenwood, see all the cherry trees. in Kenwood. You know,
It becomes a cultural.
exactly,
Yeah,
yeah, so I
right.
think that's part of the idea here.
Yeah, so that's the reason why you see this tree, which leads you into the, you know, the urban development that's happening along the ocean beach, which is why you want that, the urban feel, you want that leading way into the ocean beach. That's part of the experience that is, that the framework plan is proposing. And there are other street hierarchies that show, you know, it's fine if you just have just green trees and you probably don't need color on them.
So right now, I guess I'm not quite seeing like new parks being claimed or staked. Is that because we're working within the constraints of
I'm so sorry.
existing conditions? Or we need.
You mean in terms of
strategy,
proposing new
yeah,
internal parks?
that are of a more diversity of sizes and types of parks?
I would say we're trying to create diversity and types of public spaces and quote unquote parks, but I think that it's typically not by taking private property.
But you can set that if you want, I mean, as an intention.
Yeah.
Like in cap.
Yeah, so we have some strategies later for like how do we break in the block. Sorts of things. Where are we? Right, we need to speed up.
Yeah, moving on to the morphological conditions, we already have seen the sub-districts, that is the outer Richmond, the central Richmond, and the inner Richmond, but there are finer, the fuzzy inner neighborhoods which have the Asian settlements, and you have Little Russia, and then on the outer Richmond also you have a little bit of the Asian population. So all these are overlapping with the existing retail corridors. This is the existing land use, which suggests a lot of, maximum of single family homes, which we will address in 2 other projects that are coming in the future. These are the typologies, residential typologies. This is one of the strategies where we are saying, Gary Boulevard has the potential to maximize in terms of density and in terms of height. And not only Gary Boulevard, here it is divided into 3 different heights, which is some that are less than 45 feet, some that are 45 to 65 feet that you can see on Balboa, Clement, and the Park Presidio Boulevard. And then the 65 to 90 feet is along the Gary Boulevard, where it overlaps with the retail corridor as well. And these are the zones where mixed use developments are possible.
And along the ocean beach.
And along the ocean beach, yeah.
So I see up here with your choice, the ground floor will always remain retail, but maybe just non-residential.
It's non-residential.
Because we haven't heard anything about like, co-working office space or getting jobs to be there.
Or the impact of COVID.
Yeah, just, that you can't sustain whatever this is like a 7-mile. It's a huge street, that much, so you're gonna have nodal retail that hopefully relates to these cool little districts, Russia,
But in theory, if you're like densifying the heck out of the neighborhood, you would assume.
It could take more. It could take more, but I would just leave that little parenthetical completely off the slide. I mean, this is a slide about proposed building heights, right? Just leave that off. That's another issue to talk about. Anyway, good.
Then moving on to the accessibility. Here again, the street typologies that Dan and Aubrey discussed before. But here, what this map also shows is a little finer aspect that, Clement has this neighborhood thoroughfare and neighborhood commercial thoroughfare. And these are the existing bus routes. And this is the proposed bus route and the metro line, which is proposed on Gehl Boulevard. It sort of, it completes the loop of all these bus routes that had this missing lines along the north-south direction. This is the existing pedestrian and the bicycle infrastructure. Like Laura mentioned, this is the Lake Street. These yellow lines are the existing slow streets. And these blue dashed lines are the bicycle friendly streets. And again, completing them as loops, we see that there are some important nodes, which is why more slow streets have been proposed. For example, if you take the school, the street that is opposite to the school has been proposed as a slow street. And then on to the right is again a bicycle friendly street, and Dhruv will be talking more about that a little later. And all these George Washington High School, yes. And all these bicycle lanes sort of terminate at the Golden Gate Park and at the entrances. And these crosses, what you see at the junctions, are the proposed micromobility pickup points, and they're sort of within 5-minute walking radius from the main metro drop-off point. Might be a little confusing, but this is like an overlap of all the modes of transportation. And when we were just discussing this plan a little earlier, Dean mentioned that this looks like a painting, Pete Mondrian's painting. So these fuzzy outlines that you see are the walking radiuses of 5 minutes, and it is fuzzy like this because of considering the slopes of each of the streets. Again, what these street typologies and the hierarchies would look like, as complete street, neighborhood street, and shared street. And there are finer aspects that you see on the right as to what the infrastructural moves would be, like giving bicycle and scooter infrastructure, then dedicated pedestrian zones, and what the sidewalk infrastructure would look like in terms of street furniture and planter boxes and lighting and all of those aspects. Moving on to the cultural. Oh. Did that just pop up?
Yeah, just keep going, keep going.
Next to the cultural districts, these are the existing cultural assets, which is one is the George Washington School, which you've already seen before. And for this neighborhood, we as a studio consider that as a neighborhood heart. And again, these are the retail corridors, the fuzzy internal neighborhoods. And why they have been identified is that a lot of active retail corridor does exist, but less street infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure, and unable to satisfy its demands. And more of it can be seen in with design interventions. A lot of DIY urbanism is seen in places with parklets and other retail spaces, leaving the streets crammed and the sidewalk not very friendly to walk on. So as a framework, there is great potential in utilizing these soft sites, vacant sites by creating anchor points, extended retail corridors, and shared community spaces to enhance the public realm. So the arrow marks that you see along the north-south directions also overlap with the micromobility zones. That was the question that popped up earlier when the mobility team was presenting. So there is an overlap of what these infrastructures will have.
The soft sites analysis, we haven't really seen that, right? So the soft parcels.
Wait, is that the way to look at that is to say, these are the areas you think are the best candidates for transformation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's.
There are existing retails,
That's-
but then
wow.
the spines that jut
Yeah.
out of the existing retail zones are the ones that are potential development zones.
Okay.
Like, for example, on Clement, we already have a little bit of retail, but there is
We got it.
scarcity. So
Sure.
that's what is happening here. As an overall strategy for the entire network, we, as a studio, are proposing that the ground floor of each of these retail corridors be activated and again, overlap with the other networks.
But the key here, if I'm reading the drawing correctly and understand the strategy correctly, is that the ground floor activation, you can see, isn't along all of Gary, for example. It's in certain segments.
It's in certain segments,
I
and
think that's
also
important.
I want to highlight one thing is that Gary at this junction splits into two. It forms a V, and we have a great potential of having a new project here, and Mohan will be further talking about it. And earlier when we were presenting as a group, we did mention that there are some community neighborhood centers, and this zone sort of lacks one of them, and this was an identified zone of a new community center that would cater to the inner Richmond. Again, looking at what the school, activating public school as a social heart, then what the anchors would look like and what the community shared spaces would look like. And on the right, you see again the infrastructure, smaller, finer aspects in terms of lighting, what the parklets would be, and what the street furniture would be in these zones. Coming to the overall framework plan, the framework outlines the ecological resilience with a strategic infrastructural response to microclimate and giving the water's edge its necessary importance to create a renewed urban experience. So these are a set of projects that we will see later on, and all these other maps that we have spoken about is all overlapped onto this image.
So the orange, yellow circles are basically where we're going to see individual tactical projects.
Yeah. And the next is retail and recreational amenities along the important corridors connected by a variety of transport options, making the neighborhood more permeable. So we already have seen that Gary is being, becoming a spine with the metro line, and these are the activated points.
Yep.
This is in terms of the regulatory framework and proposals of increased density and experimentation with ADUs as urban infill housing. Thank you. That's the overall framework for Richmond District.
Well, what do we do now?
I know totally what we're doing now. I'm waiting for the plan, which obviously doesn't exist. So we're going to start with Dan, and then we're going to start with the oceanfront, and then we're going to go to Gary, and then we're going to go to Balboa, and then we'll do sort of background things.
Okay, so just commenting on this slide.
Sorry.
A little bit. Can you just leave that slide?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
So. Okay. Let's stare at this just for a second.
Mhm.
So we're going to increase the building heights there. We're going to amplify the school center. We're going to try and introduce neighborhood parks. Places that don't get greater height get ADUs, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The light rail is on Gary, right?
Yes.
And then what else?
There's BRT down at the bottom edge.
BRT, there's stormwater
Systems.
system somehow integrated along
And
this.
then there's the beachfront. right above.
The beachfront, which is,
And then the severity of Gary is now this sort of three-part jumping strategy that was on the previous slide, right?
Yeah.
based on the cultural aggregations.
Yeah.
So it's based on, yeah, it's in there. You can see
Two,
it.
it's
Yeah,
this-
there,
this-
right
this
there,
one.
right there.
Yeah.
So the bottom left one is Asian, an Asian neighborhood. You're reinforcing Balboa Street there. The middle one is the Russian, Little Russia.
Yeah.
Okay, and the far right one is another Asian.
Again, Asian.
Like
That's
Finns-
outside of the neighborhood, that's towards the downtown.
Finns are Russian. Coming to that.
Once you realize that the Russians were whalers, right? Russians came down, following, is that correct? Way up fishing, I think fishing.
That's not probably true.
Yeah, I think that's how the Russians.
So a lot of this is really geared towards, I mean, it sounds to me like what you guys have had to do with this, which is an immensely large problem and fascinating in a lot of different ways. You have to sort of just try and figure out where to focus your energies with this master plan work.
Yeah.
Where are the real opportunities that one could start to speak about? You can't do a master plan for every square inch of this district.
And you can't spend money in it.
And you can't spend money in every square inch, right? And so what you need to do is you need to combine all these different imperatives, ecological, social, cultural, transportation, and see what picture they give you about if you were to present this to the city, you would go in there and say, you know, you want to do a plan here, here's how we see it based on these things. This is where your money should do most good.
And then sort of, the studio takes on these smaller pocket interventions.
No, I got that.
That's
Yeah.
I mean, even if you're presenting the city, obviously the city is not going to be having the potential to execute everything together. So it's like we take one project after the other and
then
that sort of becomes like an
In
network.
theory, but the framework has to be phased, and at the bare minimum, how can you create the most amount of transformation with the least amount of public investment? Otherwise, the little orange dots don't really matter, they don't coincide.
And like in any plan, where do you start? You know, where do you prioritize activity? Yeah, that's a more rhetorical question. So I'm saying, okay, you understand. I certainly understand it more than I did at 9 o'clock.
Okay,
Okay,
all right, so we're gonna start with Dan, is that correct?
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you can see your audio, like notification, you see a little red thing. Is
Yeah.
there anything to like recognize that?
I think
Can we
we
take
did something.
just-
I'm not
3 minutes or whatever,
Sure.
Mhm.
while you guys are getting ready to go.
Yeah, we can see if we can figure this out.
Can you go to like the one? There's no this way to just.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, can you just?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
So can you just leave it the way it is, but try and go to the more and see if there's a way to like override.
Your architecture feature is supposed to be 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And can you try and like?
I don't think we can get rid of this. We can put it way down here.
So you don't have to explain everything that's on every slide. Just hit the major points and let people look at the pictures.
Yeah, go. Cheers.
I don't know who says that. You're not mine.
So weird.
That's all sitting over there. It's just like, oh, through the outlet.
Is it social distancing or just so that we don't sleep in the corner?
You got these things, we have them in Maryland, they're really useful.
Yes, they are.
You can pull them out.
Yeah, that's how you get power. That's it over there.
You're a little strange. All right.
Figured what out? Yeah, you can hide it.
Right, it's hard to stuff.
I'm not, but escape the pops back up. You just go to here and hide floating moving controls. Oh. Wait. Giga's videos on it.
Giga can see us, but we can't see.
But what if
You know,
You can't hide that bar.
Huh? Yeah, you can. Voila.
I know, they wanted to launch this, so he had to move this. So he had to leave.
I'm here, you guys. I'm listening.
What time is it in Copenhagen right now?
It's like 8 PM or something. I don't know, Vigo, what time is it?
6:15 p.m.
Get kicked out of the office?
I had to leave the office because they were closing. The last person was leaving, so I'm moving quickly to another location where I can continue to follow. But I can see everything while I'm in motion.
So I'll have to see how that all goes.
And there was something that was updated.
Yeah, we're ready to go. All right. So water,
You have to go floor down.
Brittany.
Water. I'm ready, we're the door.
Don't read your stuff. Don't read your stuff. It's not just like speaking themselves. It's already says it on the slide. That's what's clear.
Okay, I'm great at leaving out details.
Yeah, leaving out detail, though, good.
Also a timer too, so that we kind of know when to pick up the pace or whatever. Okay.
All right, are you ready, Dan?
I'm ready.
So Dan, in case I didn't mention to everybody, is our resident landscape architect.
Just me. This is not actually because I'm a landscape architect, it's because this is the coast. I want to set a nice, exactly. Although you'll figure out it's actually not as sunny of a place. Okay, so we're good. Okay, we'll get into it. So my name's Dan. You've already met me. Focusing on the coastline. I'm going to go over some existing conditions, a dilemma, and the vision, and then I'm going to go through the 4-part strategy that I've devised for this neighborhood. So this is a very old photo of the area, and one thing that I want to point out is just how sandy it is. There are dunes going all the way into well into San Francisco. Geary Boulevard was the main road. Sutro Heights and the Cliff House were really the only things out. And this
So
was
Gary predated the planning of this area.
yeah. There were just road houses out here. Like you would drive out here and you'd go to the Cliff House and you'd go to Seal Rock Inn and these other places. You take your horse out on the beach. Looking at it today, so you still have some remnants of like the Cliff House, Sutro Heights. The Sutro baths are now just remnants of an ancient bathhouse. We've already touched on some of this with the Great Highway, the O'Shaughnessy Seawall, and the West Side Transport Box, sort of this three-part infrastructural system that's related to wastewater in the area close to Golden Gate Park. We've looked at these things. So when you're walking around the space, some dilemmas pop out pretty quickly. The first is ecological health and identity. The beach is enormous. It's just flat. It's just sand. Beaches aren't actually like that, but this one is, and it feels very barren. And there's actually just not a lot of things growing in there in general. The lack of public life is extremely noticeable, and that's due in part because of how cold it is and how windy it is. It's very foggy, as I mentioned. When you walk around here, you just see people walking. No one is like congregating really. They're usually just running or on their way to do something like surf or whatever. Sea level rise is affecting all coastal cities, no different here. The storm surge, so the big thing about the sea level rise is the storm surge overwash area, because that is going over the O'Shaughnessy seawall. And so that's an actual threat to like property damage and the functioning roadway. And that's just going to increase as the climate warms and as the ocean water expands and the seas.
So Dan, all of those issues are a result of the intervention of the highway, except for maybe the sea level rise?
Yeah, the ecological health is a little bit different. They just haven't really let like dunes grow there. Sand is so light that it just will naturally form dunes. And so if you just leave it alone, it'll happen. But they have managed it in a way to suppress that. Given these dilemmas, there's some objectives and some opportunities. So developing a resilient integrated connection with nature, infrastructure for everyday life in the neighborhood. And so basically it's ecology, infrastructure, public life. Those are the big opportunities in this area. And the strategies that I'm proposing are connecting, regenerating, activating, and attracting people to the coastline. So connecting life on the coast to life on the neighborhood. So that's through a series of boardwalks and paths and a bike promenade, ways to get around. Regenerate. So this is a big portion of like the reason of how you could make this a livable place, is making like a coastal urban experience that also is resilient to climate change and the sea level rise. And then activating comfortable, flexible outdoor spaces for neighborhood life. So we have to find a way for people to congregate, otherwise no one's going to want to be there, and it's very windy and cold. And then attract. So this is what you'll see more in the afternoon. You'll see the different development plans for some of the neighboring parcels and developments going on.
Did you, where those three circles are, aren't there existing townhouses on that site?
Yes, and we will get to that. In the playland development, there's a big development plan there.
Is that boardwalk then helping to create places where dunes can evolve, or trying to generate dunes?
Yeah, I'll get into it a little bit later, but you can make dunes a couple of different ways. You can use dredge sand, which there's a ton of shipping in this area because of the bay. There's plenty of it. But also it just happens on its own. So once you have grass and starts growing, it's the grass that starts building. The pier doesn't actually, it does affect the dune development in a way, like it will congregate in that area because it's affecting the wind direction, or it's blocking the wind.
People go swimming here.
They do. It's very cold and
Very
it's
cold.
it's a pretty like dangerous.
I swim in
beach.
Maine, so.
Yeah.
No.
There are 3 days a year when San Franciscans go to the beach.
Really?
But it's warm enough that you can
Yeah.
actually go.
Like the people who are going regularly are surfers, basically.
Right.
But outside of that, it's a dangerous beach. Like the waves are like 10 feet high on average. But it's good if you want to surf really big waves. So the connect strategy is looking at so basically 2 main ways to get around, which is a boardwalk and a bike lane, but then also integrating like softer, more intimate ways of getting around, like a dune walk going through these proposed dunes, and a cliff walk going along the cliff. So the cliff house, if you remember from looking at some of the axons, it's very steep towards the upper left
Can you
area.
go back to the last slide? There.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's the original.
Yeah, and it's still steep along those cliffs.
So for bicycle lane on that, that seems pretty tough.
Definitely the future is electric bikes for this area. It's not pleasant to bike up there unless you want to do that and you're like a cyclist, in which case it's an attraction. Looking at the different street types, I'm proposing we get rid of the name of the Great Highway. Like it's not great for one, and also it's not really a highway, and we're transforming it into an avenue. So we call it Ocean Avenue or something else. Reducing lane widths. There's still going to be on-street parking along the beach, which I think, like if you've been to any California beach, is like such a staple of like the person who has their VW van like on the beach. You know, it's like my one thing where I was like, I'm okay with parking here. Like that's a thing in California culturally. Lobos Avenue, on the other hand, is just a 2-way street with the ability to shut down the entire street if you want to turn it into sort of like a large promenade, you have a festival, or you have a parade or something. It's a really beautiful street because you're looking over the cliffs. And then a dune walk and the cliff walk are these more intimate, quieter spaces that allow you to kind of look out either into the dunes or out into the ocean. There's a certain amount of enclosure that you feel when you're there. And so the regenerate strategy is perhaps like the biggest strategy, because what it starts to do is it starts looking at the different layers of the urban ecology and putting them together and letting them like serve both the ecology and the people who are inhabiting the space between like the ocean dune, the dune scrub ecosystem, the woodlands, promenade, street, and building. And so before looking at these considerations, we have to understand, and I think I've mentioned this, the storm surge hazard along this area means that everything has to be floodable, so you can't really develop, actual buildings that you wouldn't want to be flooded. It's just a harsh environment. And during El Nino years, it's even worse. So like every 5 or 7 years. And so that sets up the impetus for these protective dunes, because that's going to start attenuating the wave energy from those storm surges. Because the storm surge is really what damages places. It's not just the sea slowly rising over 100 years. It's really big storms. And so what's interesting is once we do this and once we have these dunes, is that we can start to place the existing ecosystem of the area on top of the boardwalk. So these are the ecosystems I mentioned between dunes, which are mainly grasses, and sort of these small forests, dune scrub, which is more like, you can kind of think of like denser sort of bushes, if you will. And then coastal woodland, which exists on the higher elevations, Land's End is the perfect example, which is nearby. And so you can map this or transpose this onto the proposed boardwalk. So you have your dunes and then your dune scrub, which is closer to the boardwalk and even going on top of the boardwalk in the plantings. And then you have like your woodland, which becomes your tree alley of what I'm proposing are Monterey cypresses, which handle the salt and the wind particularly well. And so these become something that kind of all work together to create like a new ecosystem from an existing ecosystem that creates a sense of place. Because right now it's just a wide open, flat plain. Building upon this, I showed you the fog catchers. So it's extremely foggy. And that means that you can collect that fog. And there are people, so Chile is one area that they've been doing this for a long time, has a very similar climate to California. And so these fog collectors they're taking the water, collecting it in a catchment basement, transporting it into these tree wells. And then we've also added so vertical wind turbines on top, which could power things like site lighting, if not other things on site that are electrical. And so this combines to make sort of this urban ecological system where you have dredge sand being turned into dunes, which is being turned into an environment for people to walk around, but also something that is shoring up the land beyond. And you have this hybrid situation where fog is being collected, and all of this is happening on top of like the West Side transport box. And so the activate layer strategy is about creating, basically creating the opportunity for programs to exist. Because like I mentioned, it's kind of you can't build buildings. Everything has to be flexible, lightweight, movable. So programs are going to happen sort of sporadically. But the biggest barrier to this is wind. So if you look at this wind graph, you can see that for the majority of the time, I mean, you want to be in the sitting zone. You want to be well below 9 miles per hour. It's uncomfortable for most of the time. So you have to figure out a way to break the wind and make it, not so uncomfortable. And so what's nice is that the dunes in this ecological strategy help make that happen. So the dunes create a pleasant area beyond them for people to exist or hang out in these windy days, which is a lot of days. And same with these windrows. Even these fog catchers deflect wind upward. And combined, it's a strategy that allows for multiple different types of edges to exist. So what that means is that you can schedule a program you can adapt to what the climate is like because it changes so often. Like I remember Gehl saying, because he used to live in this area, it's like you always feel overdressed. So everything is just changing all the time. You walk out the door with like your puffy jacket, and then it's like, it's sunny and you're sweating and it's raining, but it's warm. It's just really difficult. So it has to be really flexible and have these different edges to congregate on. And so things like the boardwalk kind of create these zones closer to the pier, and they create sort of this outside beach, inner beach, dune area. And the same goes with the plaza of what, this is called the Crescent. There's an open area, and then you can kind of go more into the tree section, if it's really windy. And the dunes are still going to provide some level of protection as well.
So would you propose in all these cases you would keep the seawall, or does the seawall's function really become sort of?
You would build upon the seawall. You wouldn't. So this is not proposing to do anything with the West Side transport box because it's relatively new, and it's a very important piece of infrastructure that we can't really get rid of. This is roughly in the same place of where it is. So you could either build onto it, or you could. I mean, probably what you do is you would take all of it apart except for the West Side transport box, and then rebuild it that way, because you're going to be changing the roads and stuff as well. Yeah. And so this is how to continue on this on the climate and the microclimate. You can arrange yourself in different ways. Like a volleyball tournament, you're going to be closer inside where it's more sheltered and protected from wind. A Sunday, like a windy Sunday market, you'll be closer to the dunes. On a sunny day, you'll be more out in the open. On a marathon, you'll be, near the LA of trees, and the Corgi Festival, which is real and does happen out here.
Yes, that's a good
It's actually called.
Yeah, it's Corgi. It's a convention. It's not a festival.
So the bigger red dots are fatter corgis.
Those are people.
And these are corgis.
But for something like this, where it's out in the open, that was my 20-minute mark, or that was 16 minutes. You're gonna want to be out, on the outer edge. So you start getting these different zones that allow you to kind of adapt to like the different times of year, because it really does vary a lot.
But those zones, it was on the previous plan, a few slides back, where you see the full graphic. Yeah. Each of those layers, aside from the boardwalk, they're relatively similar to kind of a highway language where they're even strips. There's the exception of the playground is deeper than the what is the reason for kind of keeping it relatively tight to Ocean Ave, right? You remarked earlier about the depth of the beach being 300 feet, it's like really oversized.
Oh, you mean instead of like pulling this out?
Yeah, why not? Is it a paving strip, a dune strip? Like, what are the reasons for the depth of each strip?
Yeah,
The
so
width of it in each strip?
what I would say is that there's two ways you can approach it. And the way that I've approached it is looking at it as a very long-term piece of infrastructure. And so since the O'Shaughnessy seawall, which is roughly in the same place, that's basically the line of where in like 80 years,
And that's the
where the
straight
sea
line.
level will be.
That's the straight line.
Yeah, keeping that in place as opposed to pulling it up, basically allows you to work for longer. Although you could pull it, like what's interesting is you could pull it out and say like, and this is what I decided is that like that time frame was just too long, because I think like let's say something like this gets built and then in 100 years they get rid of it, and then at that point they start to plan and say, okay, the sea level has risen a lot. Now it's actually like this coastal edge thing where it's the boardwalk and then it's water, instead of like it's boardwalk, sand, ocean. So that was the reason for keeping it intact, is just allowing it to be there for a long time.
Is this your last image?
No, there's some more. But the last part is actually really short, because this is just talking about. Yeah.
The attraction.
The silver slide. I don't know about the silver slide.
Yeah.
What is that man doing? Let's get beyond that.
So the attract portion is kind of looking at this broader framework of how the surrounding area is getting developed between Sutro Heights, which is a park, Sutro Baths, which is actually the ruins of Sutro Baths that people still visit, and then this new development in Playland. You'll learn like much more about this, but it used to be this basically like Coney Island type of thing. And so the idea is that you have all these things attracting people to the beach, and the beach is like this piece of like, like a pretty place where people can congregate, unless, like something that feels like an actual place, and is kind of at the service of these other areas, because it's this natural area, it's not a Ferris wheel, it's not.
I mean, one thing I just have to interject one comment right here. So far, we've gone through almost 3 hours of presentation and nobody has mentioned the fact that there's a gondola connection between the top of the hill and the bottom. We haven't seen it on the framework plan, we haven't seen it on the mobility plan, we've seen nothing. And yet it's a critical piece of infrastructure you guys are proposing.
would generate enormous amounts of controversy with the people who run the parks and the neighborhood too. Right? I mean, these are not easy things to put in. So there's a gondola.
There's a gondola. It's gonna be really wonderful.
It's gonna be great.
Why does it go from, it seems a very short gondola.
It's longer than the other.
Oh.
It goes from here
The top of the hill.
to here to connect to the BRT.
Connect the light rail.
Yeah.
And why are people wanting to go up onto Sutro House?
Sutro Heights is the best place to view the entire beach in the neighborhood.
It's actually the end of the Geary line.
Mhm.
So if we're thinking about the
So-
connection with your city.
So your thing is, Playland Pier is another project that you integrated into what you're doing. Somebody else's.
Yeah, so part of the coastline framework is like trying to connect to everything and understand that everything, you know, that these all work as a system together and need to sort of talk to each
I
other.
mean, it would seem to me that what you're really trying to do is deal with two very important facets here. One is sea level rise, number one, and two is the outdoor thermal comfort and the microclimate in the area, right? That you're trying to control the winds and make it a place that people are going to go. They're going to want to go there more because they're not going to freeze their asses off every time they go there, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and then the sea level rise is a series of layers that obviously in the coastal surge thing, you just plan for it, you know it's gonna happen, but you try to minimize its adverse impacts with terracing and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you just have to expect that and what's annoying is that it's like, it's every 5 years, every 7 years, we don't know, but yeah, something bad will happen.
Are there, one thing that I'm missing here is my experience of views of the water. Have you drawn a section through the street and the beach so I can see whether I can see the water? I mean, isn't that sort of important to walk along that boulevard and sort of feel like you can look out to the water, or the dunes block it to views?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've got some. I mean, the short answer is there are sections going the other way. And the dunes are going to block some of the view. And that's going to create, what that's going to do is that's going to create varied situations where you're walking along and you're seeing something different, and then you have a view.
Well, another way to say it is there a strategy to organize view corridors so that as I'm arriving there, I understand the relationship between these different edges and the water? Maybe there's a line of streets and things, and then, you know, other places you just don't get the water because the dune's there, that's okay. But the strategic locations you do have.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they're at the end of
Yeah.
the street, is what I was going to say.
I mean, I would point those out. That's a big urban design thing there, which is people are arriving there for the first time. They want to know what the whole DNA of the thing is. And the water is really the thing. You know, people want to know that they've gotten to the end of the earth here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what is the space around that moment when you do get there? Because a lot of this is linear and it's about passing through it, right? You connect from up above to down to the pier. This is this tissue that you experience, but that view corridor study would really reveal what happens around it. There's a playground, which is deeper than the rest of the striated landscape, but it's hard to understand programmatically. Those are opportunities to build on. That there could be an interpretive center that talked about the history of the coast here, could be, and a lot of things.
If I was to offer one major criticism of your approach is it seems very linear from the left to right direction, but not much telling us about that experience.
Yeah. I think that's a fair critique. The way the dunes are designed is basically so that they're opening at those primary.
Yeah, but they're going to change shape too, as you said, right? So do you try to control them with the wall?
So what you would.
Do you organize the elements to do that? And by the way, was that a picture of somebody at the seawall? Is that actually what's there? Is that the seawall?
Yeah, that's
because it's a little bit like the Malecon in Havana, isn't it? Where the wall is a place that people can hang out on. Do you still allow for that?
Yeah, it's still something that's very possible. There's lots, there's a.
But is that particular wall still there like that?
Oh, no, I mean, not that exact one, because you would have to read.
Because the Malecon in Havana, people sit on, and it has its lunches,
Yeah.
has a certain height to it, it's really wonderful.
Yeah, having that edge where you can like congregate. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is like that you have that on this, because the unfortunate thing is that this is clearly like a sunny, nice day, but that's not.
But you're gonna have, do you have like on nice festival days, you're gonna have like food trucks out there and stuff like that? Because you're not gonna put permanent retail out there, are you?
No, everything has to be flexible. Oh.
Yeah, he's titled.
Yes, he's a storm surge.
It seems like the dunes, I think what y'all are saying is the dunes can help sort of frame this bigger, this activity area that occurs between Geary and Balboa.
Yeah.
And that the sort of destinations.
Yeah, so this is Balboa.
Right.
And you get
this
to
would be
ease through and then that sort of brackets.
Yeah, you have these areas that open up.
It's also like your project is the opposite of everyone else's struggle, where it was, Matt said earlier about trying to disrupt the grid somehow or shake it in a way, and you have this opportunity to be as wiggly as you want to, but then also tie back to the grid signal. And it seems like
I mean,
it's a
I
missed
think-
opportunity.
I think one of the issues that I think Matt is also referring to, which is that sort of transect connection. When I think about this project, I think about I'm on the light rail, I'm coming in down Geary. I get off because it doesn't go any farther. I have,
Okay, now this is the
I
last
have,
stop.
I have three choices, right? I can go rent a bike at the bicycle rental / and 5 miles away down whatever. I can walk, or I can go into the park and get on the run. All three of those choices will give you incredible views of the ocean. And as I get down, I disappear behind the trees, right?
There we go.
But if I'm coming this way, I have to come.
That's what I said, there's a lot of different ways.
Tonight project, the only other question I would have is whether, are you constricted by the actual shape of the edge? In other words, would it have been possible, sort of what you're asking, would it be possible to take your layers and make them more gestural so that they actually create gathering spaces within them?
Yeah, I think that there is definitely room for more like of a formal exploration of how that boardwalk would work.
But that's an understatement, right?
Yeah.
So you can't unsee the highway right now, I guess is what I'm struggling with. I think that that's a huge design exploration. Yes, there's possibility for it, but like really, like seriously, big time.
Yeah.
As
It's
opposed
what
to,
it-
as opposed to accepting the lane width, like you have, like the great highway, right, is gone. What does the ocean have like in, and what is that design language? I think that's what I'm missing, where the diagrams, the stories, they make sense, and you get there, I believe that. But I think the design expression is not timid, but could be bolder to prove out that the reality of the highway no longer is a constraint.
If you said, the other thing I would say is along the lines of that, if you said, well, look, the actual location of highway can change that much. Makes me wonder about actually these, about how you decide on where that stuff goes. These are relatively permanent, right? So, fine, so it makes me wonder, would there have been a way but this kind of pulls the beach closer to this street, which is sort of interesting. I'm wondering if there couldn't have been a larger piece in here that kind of gathering space that are doing and things that would relate to this block, because it doesn't seem like this wall starts to relate to the urban pattern beyond it yet, and I think there's some opportunities there to do that. So as you arrive, instead of, you pull the beach closer when you arrive, so that you get that experience, and then it goes back out again. So there's a little bit more of a gestural sort of complexity to it based on the sort of fact that you're bookended by these two streets and stuff.
I mean, one of the things that I don't think you believe me, but I suggested was that this road here actually could be closed off with bollards and not even have material and see where it becomes type of space. And it isn't about connecting cars that way. Like the cars are really about the grid coming to the front. And disappearing. I don't know, that's a controversial attitude. I think there's a lot of questions about whether that's true.
But do you make an interesting point? Another way to say that would be, what is the philosophical approach between the interface of the sort of grid and the human-made ordering systems and the natural ordering systems? You know, and how do they meet? You know, because you could say maybe you just straighten the ocean drive out there, and the other stuff just is the thing that you experience the edge of the coastline. You could take that as an approach and say, I'm ending Richmond and the city here, and I mark that. And something else does something else.
Yeah,
you know?
it reminds, the thing I keep thinking about are some of the great kind of ocean cities on the East Coast, like Rehoboth and Ocean City, with the boardwalk is literally up against the buildings, and the main road comes in and has a turnaround and go back. So I'm almost thinking, it'd be interesting, as a study to take this drive and push it back here and let the boardwalk be right up against the face of these buildings. And shift the traffic to the backside.
Yeah.
Is there any way to kind of do that, bring it connected and leave all this idea, just push it up against the retail? Because if you think about the Rehoboth Beach or Ocean City, that model, you've got the beautiful boardwalk.
Right.
And you got the hot dogs right there and then the beach.
But I don't know that this is commercial. I think what we're hearing, this is not a big commercial thing. Guys.
But it could.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think it seems like, you have the history of people using this for a really natural experience and getting out of the city. And you get these kind of like, these guys, like takes his dog for a walk. These people are going here. I mean, that my experience of it is for recreation, to get away, to experience a whole different landscape. So I think the boardwalk might lose that, or you do both. But I think, being able to still feel like you're really in this completely different landscape from where you live is part of the most incredible experience about being right on the land's end and kind of being in the face of the rough wind. Is kind of a great thing in some ways, but
You do have a real dynamic between this big cliff kind of natural park and what could be pretty different than that.
so maybe that's just an experience of just between
That's
those.
so good. And then you got a park on the other side, so, there could be just a small section,
It's not
not seeing the bigger picture of the entire beachfront, which goes another. The pier is going to be proposed.
Yeah, we'll see more on that one later.
The group that did the front, they'll talk about.
I think one thing, or two things, I guess, that I'm kind of seeing a little bit of confusion on, and like maybe when you put this in your portfolio, you could clarify a little bit. One is that I actually think your argument might be stronger if you just say, I'm not moving the seawall.
Yeah.
Because that gives you a reason to have that hard line.
Yeah.
And you're saying, look, the seawall serves a purpose. It's going to help protect this new community when the sea level rises. I'm working within that constraint. I'm doing a whole redevelopment of Ocean Boulevard and creating a great place for people between the seawall and the new development. And I'm also redeveloping the beachfront so that there's better ways to kind of pass through this very hard line. So I think that's one way that you could just kind of retroactively think about it and explain it. I think the other thing that you didn't mention at all that I was surprised about is that this dune condition actually exists on the other side of Golden Gate Park. So this dune condition is not new. This is something that exists on Ocean Beach. And the Sunset, which is the neighborhood on the other side of Old Gate Park, I think really benefits from having that dual condition. So there's more retail that kind of spills out into Ocean Beach. Like whenever I go to Ocean Beach, I go to this one fish place, fish taco place, I get a fish taco at Redfish, I walk 2 blocks to the beach and I sit in the dunes. And I think that having just some like reference for this is activity that's already happening 2 miles down, I'm just bringing it here and making this a great place too.
Yeah.
So I think that like actually just 2 little tweaks of your framing gives your proposal a little bit more place to sit in.
The only other thing I would say is the early diagrams you showed that were sort of the street, like little street diagram. Like you showed very early in your presentation for like possible striations for here. I feel like that sort of happens after all this. Because that's sort of like the result of all this analysis is here's the actual physical space of that slot, which we haven't really seen yet, right? The closest we've seen to it, in my opinion, are those earlier diagrams, which aren't fully resolved quite yet. But as diagrams, those earlier diagrams you showed, that are like, here's the street, here's the bus lane, here's the whatever. I feel like at some level, all of these discussions, the real payoff is that transect repeater, right? And what are the dimensions and what is the space?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, especially just engaging with topography. It's yeah, even just thinking about the views as well.
Is that your last slide?
Yeah, it's the last one.
So Aubrey, you're.
I wanna try to jump in. I don't know if you guys hear me well.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Fantastic. I followed very carefully, and I think there were so many very interesting comments. One that particularly resonated with me is Chris's comment on the reference of the Malecón of La Habana de Cuba. I think is certainly very pertinent. The seawall is iconic in its own way here in San Francisco, and it is a place where people sit to watch the water with the city on their back and looking at the horizon. So there is something about preserving that as a piece of the history of this place that matters. That said, I want to commend you, Dan, because I thought that the storytelling of your project is particularly effective. The way you described the lived experience of being at Ocean Beach was very vivid, and I think it is the right way to approach a project of this nature that is all about what happens as you're walking through the landscape. So yes, many things can be iterated and changed, and a project like this probably would see many iterations. But I do want to say that the way you entered into the project, almost like a user journey description of the lived experience, is I think it was particularly successful in that regard.
Nice. Thanks, Peter.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Aubrey. I'll be presenting my project on Geary Boulevard, which as we know is the main east-west corridor of the Richmond district. So this is a historic map from 1864. Section highlighted is our studio site. And you'll see that Geary has kind of always been this means of connecting the city to its Pacific edge. And here's some images of what Geary used to look like in the really early 20th century. It used to have a streetcar which ran its length, which was really important means of tying the city again back to the coast. Unfortunately, though, by mid-century, the streetcar was taken out. And the private automobile dominated the street. And since then, Geary has remained essentially unchanged, but we all know that San Francisco has not stayed the same. We all know about the housing crisis, so clearly it's time for Geary to change. So what's wrong with Geary as it stands right now? We've heard that it's super long, super monotonous. It's really dangerous for pedestrians, but especially for bicyclists. And it's also completely dominated by the car. There's tons of street parking. So to dive into this project, I wanted to understand what are the sort of elements that define Geary. We've seen some of these in some of the previous diagrams, but what are people doing right now? What's sort of the existing building fabric? What institutions are important? And this is really my jumping off point to breaking Geary down into more bite-sized chunks.
Is that drawing on the bottom, a section of the length of Geary?
Correct, yes. So you get a sense of
I wish I had seen that 2 hours ago.
extreme topography on that outer portion.
That is really, let me just stare at that for a second. So the low points in Little Russia.
Correct.
There, and it's relatively flat until you start leaving Little Russia, and then you start returning to Swiss Village.
Yeah, which is part of this argument that there are really all these different sections of Geary, which I've kind of tried to identify here. So these are all the different chunks that I've defined for myself. This was really like my roadmap that I set for myself going into this project. So I have these 4 sections, which I'm calling territories. And as they currently exist, they have their own unique characters and unique problems. And the second layer here is the nodes, which are these sort of unique conditions that happen a little bit independently of the territories. The first one is this, what I'm calling the gateway to Geary, which is the intersection with Arguello. That's really the introduction to the rest of Geary. The second biggest intersection on Geary is the intersection with Presidio. And then the third is that 3-block interface where the high school and the middle school abut Geary. So to get a sense of what these territories look like at the ground level, you can see that the first 2 are fairly similar. You know, you have this sort of commercial strip on the bottom with residences above. But by the time you get to the 3rd territory, which is out past the high school, you can see that it's entirely residential. The ground floor is pretty much entirely garages, and there's a ton of curb cuts in the sidewalk. And out in the 4th territory, it's like suburbia. It's a ton of detached single-family homes, setbacks, that sort of thing. And then here are the nodes. You can see that none of these, as they exist right now, are particularly inviting. They're kind of these weird no man's land spaces. So what is the vision now for Geary? I think it really needs to be revived as the social heart of the Richmond neighborhood. It has a ton of potential, but it's kind of being held back by a number of factors. It's also essential to consider Geary as a place that in future will be cleaner, both kind of in the literal sense of the term and also the environmental sense, but also denser. This is a disclaimer. I'm not going to be explicit about densification strategies in this project. That's not really what my project is about, but that's kind of very foundational to everything that I am proposing on Geary. I think we'll hear 2 projects later on that go a little bit more into those densification strategies. And then finally, the entire vision for Geary is really based on creating new patterns of mobility. I think it's really essential to any success in this neighborhood. So what this might look like more specifically, in terms of strategies for the whole street, I'm taking all of the parking off Geary and I'm reducing the number of traffic lanes, but I'm also introducing the light rails we've seen in the framework plan, protected bike lanes, you know, really lovely pedestrian spaces, and keeping and accommodating the existing bus line. I'm trying to reduce impervious cover, green the street, and then kind of carefully inject a mix of programs into some of the exclusively residential zones at an appropriate scale. And here's kind of the physical manifestation of all that. We'll get into each of these territories much more in depth. But first I'll break down this systems map at the bottom. So you can see here, there's the main systems that are working and kind of interweaving themselves through Geary, bike, green. One thing I'll note about the green spaces is I really tried to kind of bring them up and amplify them at these transition points to signal a sort of threshold that or you're entering a new sub-territory. You can see the road is greatly reduced, and here the transit strategy is really centered on the light rail and the existing bus. So to get into the first node, this is the intersection with Arguello, the entry to Geary. You can see here there's a light rail station, protected bike lane, and I tried to create these very large coniferous trees kind of as almost sentries as to this gateway. And here you can see kind of a before and after look and how much space for the car has been reclaimed, and how these two corners, which are currently a gas station, a parking lot, could potentially take on kind of greater public value. So after you pass through sort of node 1, you get into the first territory. And this is just a look at the existing condition. So you can see the building fabric is at a fairly large scale, but it's not very high. And there's also sort of these missing teeth that are really right now occupied by parking lots, car dealerships, that sort of thing. So there's a huge potential for densification, especially in this territory. And here's a look at what I sort of imagine this territory to be like. One of the things I want to note is you can see how the street is asymmetrical with the cars being pushed to the bottom and the pedestrian spaces to the north. This is to allow the pedestrian spaces to be on the sunny side of the street, because we know how valuable that is. And I really want this territory to be about recreation. It's the furthest from the coast. There aren't that many, neighborhood scale parks. The idea is that there could be moments of play and recreation sort of tucked into the street here. So here's a street section where a tennis court pops up next to the light rail station. And here's an example of a dog park tucked into the street. This is kind of where I would want to go with my dog, 15-minute lunch break. And again, you can see how much space is being reclaimed from the car. Another intersection, and then we see node 2. This is Park Presidio, so the huge parkway that runs north to Marin County and south to Daly City. This is currently a very intimidating intersection for pedestrians. And so what I've tried to do is significantly reduce the size of the two avenues on either side to kind of break the intersection down into two small ones and one large one. Another thing I've tried to do is, because this is a transition between two territories, to let the landscape language of that parkway kind of bleed into Geary and the adjacent blocks to signal the movement from territory 1 into territory 2.
Presidio, did you think about biasing the road infrastructure to one side to give you more green infrastructure on the
Along Park Presidio? I didn't. It wasn't something I was kind of ready to tackle, to take on that street as well, because it takes this form through the entirety of the Richmond, but it could be an interesting connection.
Yeah, that's always, on Geary, it's such a hard thing to do, that all the traffic on one side and the rail on the other, just from an access point of view to all the buildings that you've got to serve. And so that we're working on the light rail system here, and it's just, I don't think we've done that anywhere, because of
Done what?
actually put all of the roadway on one side, so a two-way roadway system on the side of the rail, because it sets up all these difficult conditions for all the buildings.
This is
and
two-way.
intersections. Yeah. It's a very narrow, it looks like you have 2 lanes for either one each way,
Yeah, 1 lane each way.
which probably is unrealistic.
So you're talking about having light around the center, having one way in one direction.
Yeah.
Strapping.
So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're doing different strategies in different locations along here, correct? Sometimes it is in the center and sometimes it's not, is that correct?
Yeah, there are different
So
sort of
you
forms.
want to at least say why you're doing that?
Here?
Well, just along here, like sometimes it's in the middle, sometimes it's on one side, like what
Right.
is the agenda about that?
Yeah, so the first 2 territories, like I said earlier, I'm focusing the public spaces to the north to utilize the sunny side of the street. in the last two territories, the street isn't necessarily a place that people are going to be lingering because it's a more residential fabric. There's not so much like outdoor patio seating or like for the cafes or that sort of thing. So there, I felt like it was appropriate to split the street a little more evenly as opposed to being so focused on utilizing the sunlight. So that was the reasoning behind, this kind of form versus the ones that will come later.
But it's not, I mean, it's not just the sunlight though, right? I mean, you mentioned it already. It's about getting the programs at the ground floor of those consolidated retail zones to have the ability to kind of go out and occupy.
Yeah.
I think you could still do by putting the rail in the center and having both sides. It's just that the street does give you some activity when it's on both sides. And so I think there's, even on the sunny side of the street with the road there, I think it's still potentially more valuable. And you can still try to push it all down to the south edge, south curve line to get the sort of the pour out zone. But you'll also have a problem with like inequity of business owners
Yes, of
who
course.
will feel very like,
How come they got the?
I got the rough road side, those guys got the nice sunny side. But that's what we did on Second Street, was do 32-foot sidewalk on the sunny side.
Yeah.
You have more slides to show us?
Yes.
I did have one quick question. You mentioned in the beginning, you took all the parking off here, so it's really easy to do. Where's it go? Is there kind of solution? So
There is not a specific solution to putting extra parking elsewhere, but in every other street in the Richmond district, without exception, there's street parking. So the idea is that we have to move away from cars. We're introducing all of these new kind of mobility options. The parking isn't really getting moved elsewhere.
because along the same lines, talking about, the accessibility to, if I was the owner of a coffee shop on the north side, or somebody had to drive a block and a half away around the corner to park, are they gonna come to my shop? Or are they gonna go somewhere?
Just having that, what do you call it? Teaser parking. And that can be co-opted later to say, we'll turn this into a parklet or cafes. But in the immediate term, while we're in this transition, getting rid of so much parking in automobiles, I think it'd be interesting to call it a flex zone.
Yeah,
So
I
that
think a
you
sort of
can-
transition phased out.
There is
parking
one
plan would be-
complication though, if you only have one lane each direction and you don't have alleys, how do deliveries get made? Do trucks block the road?
You're gonna have to deliver.
I know,
It would be something more
You need to
to
figure that out,
Yeah.
or they pull up on the sidewalk or something.
Or you build
That's not-
alleys.
That's not nothing.
That's a.
I mean, one of the things,
Trust.
one of the things that I think could be also important on the street is it actually also provides a border between traffic and maybe pedestrians. Yeah, cafe zones. So it is possible to use it and it's flexible, it can be used for other things. Well, yeah, think about fire truck access. So, and there's a really interesting diagram that West State did when they studied the light rail in Toronto along the front market, which is, here's the light rail dimensions and the fire truck dimensions. The fire truck goes over tracks to the light rail goes. So they're trying to find a way to consolidate these.
A retail consultant told me once that a parking space in front of a retail outfit is worth $1 million a year in sales. Now, maybe that was pre-COVID.
And where you are.
And retail streets,
Dairy Queen, absolutely.
unless this is extremely high density, most people are walking. Parking will be-
All right, so to move on to the second territory, this one's pretty similar to the first territory. The building fabric grain is a little bit small, at a little bit of a smaller scale. This is also the sort of area that's called Little Russia. So with the assumption that sort of this injection of density will enable these businesses to thrive, I want the streetscape here to really support the existing character of this territory, which is a lot of small shops, restaurants. I would love to have a kind of restaurant row through the center of the street, maybe even a bit of nightlife, but it really creates this sort of like village downtown. And the street really allows these businesses to kind of open up to all this outdoor seating. Here's a section through that kind of showing how those retail spaces could potentially spill out onto the street. And here is a look at that sort of street type, again, the asymmetrical type. And here a look at the intersection. I'm trying to be intentional about how both pedestrians and cars cross the light rail and how that's orchestrated. And to move on to node 3, this is the interface with the high school, which is here, in the middle school here. And Duke's project is focused on the high school, so we'll hear a lot more about that later. But really, the street is just trying to open up to this new community building that's going to be on the north side of the high school. And you can see kind of in the before that there used to just be this very thick layer of plantings that totally closed the high school off from the street. So I'm trying to sort of really have the street open up a little more to this new community space. So for the third territory, this is where it shifts to being primarily residential. You can see that there's very few commercial activities along Geary here. This is the high school and the middle school. So my solution here is maybe a little bit radical, but I here again have split the street to one side being car and one side being light rail, and to run a strip down the middle, which is most often kind of this park strip, but also at certain points can become a place for new interjection of new buildings, new programs. As this neighborhood starts to densify, you can start to get corner stores, live work spaces along this strip. And so here's a section through what those that kind of duality of light rail, car, the park in the middle could be. An intersection before and after. Okay, so finally get to this final territory. This is the very low density sort of detached single family home section. And it abuts Land's End here, that green strip at the end of the axon. And so what I'm really imagining here is to have Land's End sort of start to eat into this central strip. So as you're kind of journeying from the city out to the ocean, walking along Geary through this section, the landscape starts to suddenly become a little bit like wilder the closer you get to the ocean, and the buildings kind of fall away and you see the Pacific. So that's kind of what I'm imagining for this section, having the landscape sort of start to eat away into the neighborhood here. I'll look at a street, what a street could look like before and after. Same thing with the intersection. Before I wrap up, I just want to get into a slightly smaller scale to look at sort of systems that are used in different ways across the site. So you can see the planting strategy, sort of consideration of lighting at different scales, and then the light rail tracks, which I have kind of chosen a system which allows emergency vehicles to use these like concrete strips that are the foundations for the tracks. And then a small materiality study looking at how materiality kind of designate borders, transitions, crossings of the light rail. So today, your experience of Geary is probably going to look like this. This is a picture I took, actually. You can see the guy like running for his life across the intersection. So I hope you're the person behind the wheel.
He was in the car, yeah.
But I mean, this project is all about imagining new experiences and more people-focused movement through Geary. So the idea is that one day maybe your experience of Geary could look something like this on a bike, or like this, maybe taking the light rail to work, or maybe doing your final weekend trip out to the beach, because Geary, I think, should really become the social heart of the neighborhood. It should sort of try to inject some of the green space that's missing from the heart of the Richmond back into the neighborhood, and really become the strong link from the city to the coast that was really always intended to be. Thank you.
previous image that really is powerful, right? Because it feels like life and it's very different than the windshield shot. There's a couple of slides prior to this, the section that has like program in that center of the.
The corner store.
Yeah, like go back.
Putting program in the middle of the street.
Putting program in the middle of the street, maybe it's even the one with
The section?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, this one. So we talked earlier about how much retail can Geary absorb. And we also saw that really cool slide that feels like 6 days ago, but the one with the community assets and all the map of the dots. There's an opportunity here, corner store, you know, maybe as a placeholder for something more social life, like I'm thinking about the different histories of the communities here in Russia. Maybe like could there be an even deeper social meaning to those programs that kind of like Dan's project, like what's the payoff? You re-territorize this whole right of way, like what do you really get, you know? Is it just more retail? Or is it a way of living here? Like what needs to support a way of life here that's gone or was never here? And how do those pieces get reframed as social assets and community centers themselves? And maybe there's plenty of community centers and we don't need it, but this really stood out to me as like the heart of your project, right? Where I know there's a diagram of it's not all Geary can't do it all, and it's this sort of like 3-step thing, but you're sort of saying you still need the entire spine to function as a social life. And I find it fascinating that there's this both and. But I guess I'm hungry for more specificity with those social assets. The jobs and museums, like what else could they be beyond that?
Yeah, I really like that idea.
But it's very impressive amount of work and really just to look at the sheer length of the street as comprehensively as you've done. It's very nice, very, very nice set of observations. And certainly, you know, the idea that what's the building face across Geary?
120 feet.
120 feet. Okay, so that's pretty wide. Given that, it strikes me that if the street were narrower, maybe if the street were narrower, maybe you would be obliged to put the light rail down the center, and that would make more sense. Because then, well, maybe not. I don't know. I'm going back and forth about whether I think this asymmetrical street is a good idea or not. Because if on one hand, you know, the areas where you have retail, you would need some teaser parking, like people have mentioned, which I think is probably something you would accommodate. On the other hand, you know, the merchants on either side, some of the pictures you showed, the public environment on the side without the light rail, and the side with the light rail. I wonder what would be considered the advantageous side. You know, so for example, I know that there are a lot of merchants that don't want bus stops in front of their stores because people hang out and, you know, it blocks the view of what's in the store from the street, things like that. And with a more benign approach be to put it in the center, you know, and particularly in the retail areas, you know, where the sort of business of transit and mobility can be kind of, you know, front and center of it, and then the store owner has more flexibility in the space in front of their store. Maybe it's big enough to be able to do that. It's just, or split it and make that so it's just putting the cars all on one side and the rail all on the other is it's kind of a funny proposition. It's a hard one to make work, I think.
Established areas where you've got party walls, like the service things. But anyway, I mean, I think the idea that you have about trying to grab space in the middle and make that help be, kind of what I call social linkage and creating little nodes of, like, I think Santa Monica and Third Street tried to do that in an 80-foot right of way, where you have little kiosks of mostly, I think, cafes and sculpture, and green spaces. It's
Why is the
pretty
round box? How wide is the round box?
way more.
I love it. It's wild. I mean, I have to say, I've seen examples of both. I'm aware of all of these. Issues that have to be considered. So the three things that I'll just say. First of all, the drawings are gorgeous. I mean, really, really, you've done just a beautiful set of drawings for the project. So kudos for that. A. B, I love the idea of the neighborhoods are really too dense. We can't get in the middle of the blocks. We can't erase pieces of property. But what we can do is we can take the width of Gary, which is monotonous and long, and we can start to create socially significant places, whether they're hard or soft or whatever the case may be, in different segments along Gary, so that Gary has different character sites. I really like that. And I also then really like the idea of, in the residential area, we're not going to start putting retail in the ground floors, walls, and turning buildings, and yet they still need stuff. So we're going to create a kind of median strip down the middle that's going to have both of those situations. Like, I think the basic framework, I'm totally on board. The specific technical issues or psychological issues about retail, parking, this and that, yeah, all of that, I think, still needs to be sort of.
A lovely problem.
But I still think it's a great test to put it out there and say, hey, this is what it looked like, and then we can react to it and say, well, it might work, it might not, but until you actually draw it, you don't think about it at that level. So I think that's.
Can you just go to the isometric of the residential area?
So here's the sort of middle residential piece, not the furthest one.
Okay, just page 3. So that's one of the residential pieces.
Mhm.
I think probably in that one, I would expect probably more green.
Yeah.
And less hardscape.
Mhm.
It would be more of a linear garden. More like Commonwealth Avenue in Boston with light rail, rather than, right now you're kind of hedging your bets a little bit. And what the beauty of Commonwealth Avenue is that there's a pathway down, there's 4 trees in the center, and the garden pathway goes down the 4 trees.
Mhm.
And so you walk down the other way.
And then I agree with the thing about the trees, we already had that discussion earlier, right? Like, the trees are not things, they're actually, in a way, almost like a roof. Yeah, they're space defining. The example that I'm always pulling up, I think, is Paseo de la Castellana in Madrid, in which the median strip in a 12-lane highway actually has little glass cafes. And it's under a linear canopy of trees, and everyone just sits there in the middle of the damn boulevard and drinks, what I used to do, like Coke and Fanta. But and it's just like a big social line all the way through the city.
How wide do you think that right of way is?
The one in Paseo de la Castellana, it's in the middle.
Commonwealth Avenue is 200 feet building face to building face, and the park space in the center, 9 feet wide.
Okay, wow.
It's big, it's
Yeah.
substantially bigger than what you're doing here. You're right at the cusp of sort of a dimension where you could do it all with traffic and parking. If you had 10 more feet, probably you could do that.
It's also a question of, is this the right place for light rail? Because what if you just did bus rapid transit, used your buses and in the regular, travel lanes that are pulled apart and created that central space. But the fact that you're, creating redundant and what in effect, transport systems between the roadway and the railway, which takes a lot of space, is it worth it? If you're trying to really create a sort of a rich network of public space along it, could buses do the same thing?
You know, I always wonder whether, this may sound stupid, but I always say to my students, this may not be a good idea, but I'm gonna say it anyhow. Whether there's a possibility that the thing could be too level. You know, the light rail does that. You know, one's doing this way, the other's going above it, so you have more room for stuff on the side.
Yeah.
Do that. It may be an eyesore.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, but like I said, I didn't say it was necessarily good. It just makes me wonder what are the ways you could have it all.
Well, I'm thinking like Sinclair has this thing about like rail, right? It doesn't, both directions don't need to go on the same street, you should come 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
Because they may have these weird feedback.
Yeah, this also has a dead end, right? Could it just be a shuttle on one track that's going from one to the other?
I think one other thing that I think you define these territories in such a nice way. And I think actually one way that you could strengthen your argument for Urie's kind of decrease in lanes and changes in programs is by actually changing the width of the roadway throughout those territories. Like, I could actually see like a scenario where the territory 1 and 2 that are primarily commercial, there is a flex parking lane on both sides of the street. Because I actually think that your Sunnyside kind of proposal, I think that's too big. Like, I actually think that that kind of the distance between the back of the bike lane and the front of the building is quite large. And I actually think if it was smaller, those spaces would feel more enclosed, they'd feel a little bit more intimate. You might get better windbreak if you planted it in the right way. And I think you really could accommodate 4 or maybe three lanes within that section. And so you solve some of these access, loading, like temporary parking issues. And I actually think that it would make the public realm stronger. And then I completely agree with you that when you get out here, you're actually trying to fit physical program in this center space or wherever it is that doesn't exist in the current buildings. So this to me makes more sense that you would decrease the number of lanes. And it actually would work with the narrative of the way the Richmond district is too. You get lower density, fewer cars, fewer people as you go towards the ocean. Whereas the primary, your zone 1 and territory 1 and 2, you have more cars, more people, more traffic, and you need a little bit more roadway to accommodate that. Because I think actually, like, I know that you're trying to just say like, I'm rethinking all of Erie, so I'm gonna get rid of all the cars. But I think something that just deals with a little bit of the reality of the Richmond district, that it is more car centric. And those businesses might really struggle if they don't have any temporary parking in front, could actually strengthen it.
Can you go back to earlier about?
But before you leave, let's just make one of the comments. Is that in this one, somebody had a picture earlier of a beautiful light rail gliding on grass. You know, and the green one, and I don't know where it was, but I wonder here if the character ought to change here, light rail ought to be on grass. Whereas in the residential area, it's much more of a park. And the light rails, you think of it as going through a park rather than on Front Street.
Yeah.
Is that the implication?
Yeah, the implication here is, the tracks run through grass. But I do have it
it's
along.
fragmented, though. See, I think you're gonna get, it's gonna be much better if it's part of the park idea and have some engagement with it somehow.
Well, I think sometimes it comes down to these are diagrams, we get the next level is good, you gotta have the next layer of detail, landscaping and all that. I do love the idea. In fact, I think at this point, you're the only one who's kind of pulled out those heritage kind of sites along the way, being in school, addressing the school front is very different. But in each one of these zones, it seems like there are opportunities, instead of just throwing some tables out there, that I can see a central city kind of open space that you could have a concert, for bigger venues versus smaller, more intimate. I'm imagining you got 3 these are these central kind of retail spaces in here. Maybe you took 2 of the center ones out, you could have a bigger space where you have a big
open public, it could be a festival or it could be, or a smaller event that was.
I think I would leave the retail pavilions on opposite corners and get rid of the ones.
In the middle, right?
Yeah,
So that
so
there's
the
kind
two,
of-
like at the end there, you would keep those two.
You're finding.
Well, they're framing the street and
Framing
and
the-
they're looking at each other, which is what you want. Whereas the one in the middle there, that's probably not a good retail one there. Maybe that's something else.
Well, I did see some thinking about food truck, it looked like. So I mean, I think designing spaces like that where they can pull up, plug in, and then leave, that's again, that next layer of detail that starts making places like this, successful. The only other question I have, go back to the section that has the retail, like the retail piece. Let's see.
Towards the beginning?
Could be
Like
one
one
of
of
those, but one of these plans, keep in that, sorry, earlier. Keyboard, yeah, like these. Right. The point, it's not exactly this one, but maybe it doesn't matter. So I was trying to sort of think about your strategy when you are creating this quote unquote sunny side zone that is presumably related in District 1 or 2 to retail on the north side of the street. And the idea is to somehow allow the opportunity for exterior tables and all that sort of stuff. The second street strategy, those tables are the next layer right attached to the building. And there's spatial definition in between each one, right? Like whether they're planter boxes, trees, or whatever they are, they're not.
So it's a double row of trees.
There's the double row trees part of the streets, right? But then each individual restaurant may or may not have established its own territory, right? In your case, the territory against the retail is the pedestrian realm, looks like. And the table sort of stuff actually jumps across it to the other side, if I read your drawing correctly.
I kind of imagine it to be both, but
No.
yeah.
I mean, I've seen them both, and we know in San Francisco with the parklets, there was that tendency to kind of use the parklets as outdoor tables over the open and whatever. But these are two really different strategies. So actually, that's great, right? So we can put restaurants in the middle of a median strip of little pavilions at either end of the block, or cultural programs, whatever. We can put restaurants on the ground floor, some existing stuff, and they spill out by claiming territory on the sidewalk. And people are then walking the next layer out, Second Street. Or we do the parklet thing where the restaurants here, and then we jump over a public space and claim territory out at the edge of the street. All three of those things are kind of going on in your project.
Yeah.
And that may be okay. I think when you have the ability to either jump out or create a parklet, you also have the ability, not with the kind of street tree infrastructure for Erie, but with the sort of individual properties to go out and find a way to sort of mark kind of corral territory, right? And I think that would also help kind of scale the street down.
Yeah.
Yeah, to this 25 foot.
Yeah. Exactly.
But one of the things that makes it so great.
This diagram is the one I'm talking about.
Well,
Yeah.
you could probably get away with traffic calming for good pedestrian environment by adding parallel parking on one side of the street.
Well, like a front.
Because you have 45 feet
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
From the back
You
of
could
the
easily
bike
get
lane
that.
to the front of the building.
Yeah.
right?
Just
That's
having one is
35,
enough.
that might be better.
Make this,
Yeah.
because this is, I mean, like that in a way, like this is probably the thing I'm gonna complain about.
So maybe that the city is not going to intend.
Yeah.
It's in the
Well,
middle
because it's
and it
such a
doesn't
divider, right?
Speak to your strategy of
Exactly.
spilling out from the businesses. You're just
Right, it's really
separate.
like, I think, and so what I think is really interesting about that strategy is the ability to translate scale between individual pieces of property and then the street as an overall.
When I see a drawing like this, I really believe that it would be easy to have one more travel lane and parking in here. You could accommodate that.
And you've got the room for it.
Yeah.
And it's the block circulation, right? So this is like getting from one end to the other.
Yeah.
They become like local.
Maybe you have a slow road where the grid
Yeah.
connects, and it's different. And then, well, that's the boulevard strategy, right? The boulevard strategy is the slow road. The slow road connects all the streets. The fast road only connects like every third street or something.
it's really well done and developed. I mean, I think we can all pick apart these little things, like, is it 45 or 55? Because you felt special. Yeah.
But it's absolutely, in my opinion, a gorgeous project. And it's a project that my guess is you've never had to deal with anything like this before.
Absolutely.
And in that sense, you did a fantastic job. I really feel that.
Appreciate it.
Aubrey, you can certainly.
Let's listen to Diego. What do you have to say, Diego?
Sorry, it's hard to jump in. Does it sound super awkward? My voice coming from afar.
No, you're good.
No, you're good.
I just wanted to say that you can easily say how good a project is by the kind of conversation that it generates, and it was a real pleasure to hear how many ideas and comments your project has generated in these final reviews. I also agree this is a very, very strong project, and it's great to see how your work becomes the beginning of a conversation on how to refine it. So I just want to congratulate you on your work.
Thank you so much, Giga.
Okay, so it's actually past 12:30, which is technically the lunch break. So I know we have one more to go, but I'm going to bump you to the afternoon. Is that okay? Okay, that's fine. All right. So we actually have lunches in Wilson Hall. We'll see what the lunches are. Well, it's just because we're in this building, right? So we're going to take like an hour break, and we're going to, if you want to, are going to go down and grab some lunch and whatever. We'll start again around, let's say 1:30, folks, and we're going to start with at 1:30. Are we good? We need to go over a lot of the same stuff. We will do that. 3.5 hours. That's like 20 minutes
Like a little parallel. That's the same.
Let's try and get 25 minutes. Right, it's a little longer, but we may go a little longer.
We could just tell the person.
We'll do that. But the key is not to dwell on the sentence that we move detail. These issues, they can read the book, don't even read the graphs, just hit your major points. Okay? And spend the time on the drawing. That's the drawing, that's your proposal. Don't spend all your time on the analysis. Sure. Yes.
Yeah, I'm heading out. Let's get this today. One period. So we're gonna right?
Presentation, 3 minutes question answer, it should be done in 5 minutes. Abel, 2 minutes presentation. I mean, I thought so, yes, 1 minute. Don't talk, just like. Yeah. I won't even talk. I think it's good. So what we do right now, it makes sense, like the drawings say, you don't, they have experience of 20 years with them also reviewing and working. They know what you have done. So you just go to the point and what they also. No. Next. How do you yeah. So you need to not explain. You do next. I think it's yeah.
What is that? No, it's only the.
Oh, yeah, audio, video, one. This is live streaming.
Okay, you're on.
Okay.
Is Vigo joining or it's too late for him?
I know he needed to eat, so you should get started.
You know, Dean, there's a climate change imperative to underground utilities because when the storms come, they have utilities.
Wow, yeah.
No.
That's why Texas.
I think you can invite them.
Yeah,
I think it's under more.
We had a storm in DC.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
So much nicer.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do, I can do. My favorite thing to work is the United States is like, don't fix that. You gotta stick to the whole. Okay.
Okay. So today I'm going to talk about.
So this is Abel de Pete.
I am sorry. My name is
And you are
Abel Del Pino from Peru. So I'm interested in mobility issues in the cities. So this is why I started working in streetscape design in Balboa Street. That is, Balboa is another important street or avenue in the Richmond district. So first of all, I would like to introduce about the history in the place. And on the top of the slide, we can see which kind of transportation, public transportation was placed in Richmond, in Balboa. So we can see the horse-drawn vehicle that was one of the first transit in the place, and how they changed over time for the streetcar, for the metropolitan buses, BRT, and now the bike sharing, that is an interesting option to move in Richmond district. And in the bottom, we can see a kind of landscape, a historic landscape of Balboa. So we can see how the use of the public space was in this time and how it's right now, that they are creating like these new urban interventions that I can say this is a parklet. So they are replaced the parking for this new station for people. So Balboa is a part of the huge system of San Francisco. We can see here the old transit system, the public transportation system in San Francisco. Balboa has 5 miles. And we can see that this important urban node that happens in this intersection between Balboa and north and south connections. And also one interesting thing for Balboa is that Balboa connects also the ocean beach, that is a natural system with infrastructure system that is in downtown. So this is existing network of mobility in Balboa. We can see the BRT system that is in the orange lines, and the blue lines are the minibuses line, and the green lines are the bicycles. So all of these lines are related to the important buildings or the important landmarks in the place. We can see the San Francisco Medical Center, museums, universities, and schools that are here. So the proposal for Richmond is to provide more sustainable transportation, that is a light rail is in Balboa, in Gehl. Then we're proposing this BRT system around Golden Gate Park, and then I'm proposing also a kind of tactical intervention that we can see over here. I have some multimodal rails that are in place intentionally in critical intersections like these ones. So To have a more idea of that, we can see in 3D what happened. This is a multimodal station that is a curb extension in the place in a street that people can shift different kind of transportation modes. Then we have a large curb extension that is in Balboa with Presidio Park. We have another section here. And the last one, and really important, is the human curb extension that is this kind of tactical intervention that happens in Balboa. So I would like to focus more in this human curb extension and what is happening over there. So this is the existing section, and this is the proposal. The proposal has this, basically has this curb extension that gives more space for people, more space for social interaction, more space for the human. And in this diagram, we can see also the kind of systems that are part in the place. We can see, for example, that we have some space that should be in relationship between the transportation system, the community or local business. And also we can see the bicycle that is also part of the project. So according to all of this information, that was the first part of the project, I start to think, okay, what principles do I need for design these new cities, for this new streetscape design? So I choose three concepts: community, micromobility, and ecology. Community refers to creating more social interaction in the place, and also that should be related with local business. Micromobility is to provide more safer and equitable and efficient ways to move in the place. And ecology, that we saw like many steep streets in the place, that we need some kind of infrastructure, green infrastructure that can manage these issues in the city. So also we can see, or you can see an ideal scheme that is how should we work the new Balboa street, that we have this curb extension that is creating more space for people. Then we have this kind of parking that is the urban interventions, and then we have this blue-green infrastructure that manage the storm water and water in general in the place. So this is the analysis. Just to summarize very quick, we have some interesting urban connections. I can say this is these areas. So these areas is like a space that can connect amenities, that is in the yellow. We can connect also buildings, landmarks, playgrounds, public spaces, and also this human curb extension. So finally, the proposal for Balboa is this one. I divide Balboa in 6 moments. I think has a different conditions than Balboa. The first one is about the natural hub, that is this connection to Balboa with the ocean beach. And then we have the Cœur de Balboa. This is a vibrant kind of neighborhood. Then we have another kind of local business in this place that are connected more with the micromobility corridors. And then we have the educational node that is more for students and some equipment that is in Balboa. So what I would like to highlight is that I'm proposing micromobility corridors that we can see that connection from north to south, and there is different kind of micromobility corridors. To be more clear, this is a 3 systems that are working in the place. The first one is about the Munibus line that is in Balboa. We can see the stations, each 4 or 5 blocks, depends on the situation. And also we can see the bicycle line that is a proposal for Cabrillo, that is this street. And also we have another proposal for Anza. So we can see how the bicycle line is starting to enter, to access to Balboa, and then get out again, just to have more interaction with the people. Then we have these important urban nodes that are connected with amenities, existing and proposed amenities. And the last one is about the steep street and how I'm proposing new green infrastructure in the place.
So is it fair to say that the reason the bicycle lane doesn't go in a straight line is because of topography?
Exactly. Yeah. So it's insane to think that Balboa could be a bicycle
Just because of.
just for that. Yeah. So after that, I start working in this kind of tactical intervention that I see about the human curb extension. So I'm using these three concepts, or community and micromobility and green infrastructure or ecology. So we can see in the first diagram is more has like a different condition. You need like at least two bicycle lines that are connected or intersect in the place. Also, you need like 4 letter business. Then in the second typology is also a flat topography, a flat area that has this new concept of shared street that people can use the street and the cars as well. The third one is about more the green infrastructure, and we can see that steep street that is over there. And in this case, we have 2 ways of steep streets in this orientation and also in the west to east. So they have like different conditions for each one.
And what do you mean the steep street? Oh, just the.
Oh, I mean the slope, that very high slope, this way. So here are some principles for the micromobility. Just to be clear, I'm thinking about a micromobility corridor, the walkability, to increase the walkability with a curb extension, and then design a new flexible spaces and sharing spaces that people can shift the mode of transportation or mobility. Then we can see how the density increase in the place, like to have more cafes, more offices, more bookstores, more amenities for the place. You have to have more interaction. And also we can see that here is a new space just for the parking space. I'm replacing the parkings that is already over there. And the last one, it's about the green infrastructure, that how I design new biofuel for a place, new green infrastructure to manage the stormwater. And then there's like a kind of a streetscape design, I mean, for the tree canopy. So this is the first moment that I was talking. This is a live beginning because it's a connection between Balboa. This is Balboa, and we have the ocean beach, and we can see how the space started to change for people and not for cars. The second moment, and also is I think the most important, is the heart of Balboa, that we can see how the place start to be more comfortable for pedestrians, has more pathways, has more. We can see also the bicycle line that start to enter to Balboa and then go down to the north bicycle lines. Here is some perspective to understand what's happening over there. So the idea is to extend this space for the parkings, to use that the parking to give more green infrastructure, and also to replace the facades of the existing local business to be more to have a strong relationship. And also we can see how the green infrastructure start working in the place for that. So this is a shared street, and also we see how the material change in the ground floor. The third place, or the third moment, is a vibrant place that is more for a green street. So it's almost the same in the terms that I use the same concept to have these bicycle lines that enter and go outside. I have the green infrastructure, I have the increase the density and uses in the place, and to be more safe for people. This is also another perspective for that. I'm working, for example, in this case, we've seen this is the bicycle protect line, but when the bicycles start to enter to this human core extension, they disappear, right? So it's like everything is part of everything. People can walk, can use a bike and everything. Also, we can see the relationship between a commercial or local business to a street, and also how is that water, the storm water management. Yeah, I think this is a basic idea for that. And yeah, this is all I have to you.
In this sort of zone here that you're dealing with, everybody gets into mixed use in these intersections. There's no relegating different modes to different paths through the intersection. Is that what I'm reading? So you say the bicycle path ends and then everyone sort of mixes.
Exactly.
And then it picks up again. So that's interesting. I hope it's hard. Yeah, I mean, it's a hard thing to get cities to agree to do that.
Yeah.
Like Boston Transportation Department, their bicycle programs, and it is a safety issue. But I like the idea of it, and I just think this is something about American culture that I think is a little too strict, that we tend to say, you must be from here to here, and safety is like must over prioritized to common sense. And so I don't know, it's just an interesting thing, a debate, I guess, in city design is how much you create these single-use pathways through the city. And does that disturb the idea of really, having a more sort of vibrant place? So it's just a question that this brings up.
I mean, the interesting thing, I think, about the design of many shared spaces is that there are little subtle moves that actually start to define the territory.
That cue.
Yeah, in your case, there's circular walls, right? In some
Yeah.
cases, it's a change in the color of the brick or whatever.
Mhm.
I think there is a releasing way to potentially have your cake and eat it too, so to speak. Yeah.
And it's sort of implied that the people on foot and bike have the right of way in this moment, and you're kind of on the honor system in the vehicle.
Like the vehicle actually has to go up 6 inches.
And you're having to go to everyone, that's not.
Yeah.
So the intersection comes to that.
Yeah.
What's with the round bollards?
Which are different.
Yeah, those
Yes.
are round, aren't they? Some look like
The intention is to divide the space for bicycles and the space for the cars, just in this area.
It's large box.
You know what would really be helpful would be is if you could do before and after side by side views of what you're showing, so that we could really see the magnitude of changes and improvements.
Mhm.
And if you ever lay those out as a studio project, or if you guys do a report for your portfolio, we should do that, because I think a lot of these environments, they're better than what's there, and it's hard to wrap my head around exactly what's there. Because you don't really look too hard at it. I mean, this seems like a reasonable strategy. I just don't know what it really means for the place that's there.
There's no overhead travel.
Yeah, in his world, no, they go away. But could you back up a couple, back up to the overall one, the plan one that had,
This one? Or you mean that the huge plan?
Oh, where you had this section, I don't know, we had it in the.
Oh, for example, this different techniques that I show is here. So I'm from here and then
this is a kind of interesting strategy for, maybe this is what you intended, to make retail nodes at four corners where you don't have a continuous retail street.
That's a strategy.
Yeah, and that's a decent strategy, it seems to me, for this neighborhood because, you know, this, in some places, I don't know what the science is on this, but there do seem to be an abundance on the main street of retail. I wonder how all that stuff does or how it will do in the future. And what you were trying to say is your assumption is that that stuff is not as sustainable in the future as it is in the past. And you were still trying to use commercial programming to make nodes. This would clearly be a way to do it. In which case you can punch seating areas up. I'm a little worried a little bit about, maybe it's just the drawing, I'm a little worried about the things labeled patio. Is that just a marking of an area or is it an actual structure?
I'm sorry, which one?
The boxes, the little cereal boxes there on the street.
Here?
Yeah.
So this is a patio, but it's just a
It's a shorthand for those things that have cropped up in San Francisco where you have tables
Right.
outside.
Yeah.
Martlets that get cut out.
Yeah, because of.
Yeah, I mean.
Do you have a section through that street that shows what it's on?
No, I only have this perspective session and.
But the patio, so where's the patio? Yeah, go to the perspective again. Is that the patio? Where's the patio? It's these little seating areas in there.
One of the things that this drawing doesn't do, but could do really well and make your a better story is whenever you're doing streetscape, you know, you've got to understand the uses that are facing into it and how they come into the street.
Okay.
But here you kind of, in a way, blank it out, so we don't really understand how the human activity is going in and out. That's such a wonderful thing to help you reinforce what you're trying to do here. Is if you can see that relationship, where you have that strong idea about concentrating retail and restaurants as a corners. So,
I mean, that would be
Absolutely.
interesting. I mean, one way I think you could do it is you could get grayscale photographs.
Yeah.
Just texture map them on the buildings. And then on these 4 buildings, 1, 2, 3, 4, at the lower corners, you could overlay some diagram that talks about how that would be commercial.
yeah, because otherwise it feels like almost some kind of park where people don't exist in these buildings and can't come.
Yep.
You know, one post-COVID thing that I noticed in my neighborhood, when everybody was dining outside, was a really interesting phenomenon, which was you have the storefront, and then these restaurants in my neighborhood had outdoor dining, and then they built more over here in the parking lot and stuff. But they strung lights across from one side to the other.
Yeah.
The placemaking impact of that was extraordinary. And I'm a little worried that there's some minor critique, but the benches, that you would want to really relate the stuff up against the store to the stuff out in the seating area, the patio area. And maybe if there was a way you could invent a system of light poles. I mean, what I think is a little bit troubling to me about this is when I'm sitting here, I kind of feel like I'm out in the middle of the intersection a little bit. And I'm wondering is if even if you just had some verticals here, that in the nice weather you would string vines on them or something like little garden rooms, it would give me the sense that I was sitting somewhere different than sitting out into the street.
Okay.
And what I've noticed during COVID was a lot of the more successful streeteries did things like that, where they tried to kind of make a kind of sense of enclosure, if not a literal enclosure of the seating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that just following what you just said, I think that might be a good idea. Yet what I do like about this idea is that it is not necessarily linked to the store or to the store, which I think, thinking again about COVID, the way public spaces have been privatized. And I do think that as someone walking through the street, I would feel much more welcome, either if I'm not in front of the street and I'm not buying that, but I can sit there. And it's not just a public space which was privatized for the store.
So now they can operate like some parking lots where you can't park there unless you're going to that store.
Yeah, or sit there.
But
I think
maybe
I
there-
feel welcome there, but if it's
feels like it belongs to that shop or the coffee shop,
Then I
then you
won't
are
sit
not
there.
But you know,
welcome.
I think that's an excellent point, and I'm wondering, is there a way you could design this so you could have both? So you could have places where you feel like they're public and always open to people, and places that are more enclosed that have its designated purpose. So maybe you could have benches on the outside of that, because anyone could walk up to and sit. There's a beautiful lamppost in Kyiv, Ukraine, most beautiful lamppost I've ever seen. It comes down and it has this incredible marble bench on either side of the lamppost. Just sit on, and it's a beautiful piece of streetscape. And in a way, I think what you're saying is you don't want to privatize the street too much, but on the other hand, we like it when the private entity kind of enlivens the street.
Yeah, sure.
And is out there, so we want to have both. We want you to be able to walk by and not feel like that's part of, you have places available to you that are not already designated for that.
Yeah, I think it's not a either or, but rather.
Yeah, both,
It's one of those things that, when you're doing a streetscape project, and for the public sector, you would build some things in that would have that sort of public thing. How would you do that? Would you do some special things just at the corners, and then you would provide guidance to the private sector about what they could build and where?
Yeah.
And, experience some horrible ones like in Portland, where it's like a row of shacks all the way down the
Yeah.
street.
Yeah.
Which is private, it's like you're gonna find something that they don't like there. And it creates this kind of
Right.
awful looking, it looks like people went out to Home Depot
Yeah.
and just.
In Georgetown, they
They
did,
did,
in
yeah.
Georgetown and
They bought
DC,
some
the big painted all the Jersey barriers gray. It actually looks.
But it's something, it's like there's a combination of public and private sector that somehow should be
Yeah.
orchestrated. And that's what, you guys are gonna do, right? Your careers, is help provide that. And this is like streetscape design, it's that incredible interface.
It's an interesting question, like, if you just took on, let's say, that as on Central Park. It might have two faces to it, one side.
Yeah,
this side,
right,
one
yeah.
side. This might be the public side, maybe this is the side for E. It might have integration of lighting, it might have integration of, like, all these things could be actually distilled down to a hybridized architectural thing.
And it might be two parts, right? So you have the patio, you have the rain garden, you have the tree planter, you have the ball bollards, like each one of the pieces of street furniture or elements is serving a purpose for safety and is there for a reason, but also has this other invitation and serves this other need from an urban design perspective. And what's really cool is that in your project, which is almost the opposite of the previous project we saw,
Yeah.
right, where it was all of Geary Street design from one end to the other, this is sort of saying to the intersections, is what you touch and figure out those two parts, and that might change all along that road. But that's the technical approach.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the drawing, the axon you did that shows the connection to Ocean Beach?
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so cool.
I mean, this is the first place that the SkyTrain shows up.
It's a little bit of you have a little bit of a one size fits all approach to these little patios. And I think, if you think about it, you probably need something like benches where people could sit in pairs. Like the patio to me is organized in a way, it's almost like earth proof. It's several, it's like, conversational, it's like the old 10-foot spacing, conversational distances and things. Whereas you also want to be able to, like you were saying, go by yourself and feel like you don't have to be part of the group, you can be there by yourself and sit somewhere and feel experience. The gondola, I think, is great.
Yeah, the gondola is an interesting project because you start to have another streetscape design, it's another atmosphere in the place. And
But I think it's good because it's very low disturbance, right? All you need to do is a whole branches.
absolutely.
So that was something I just realized. Also, I love all of your drawings. I think they're so beautiful. I think they're they give so much life to the place, even though they're these line drawings. So they're really well done. But Something I just realized that, I mean, we've looked at this project a few times, you're actually defining the back of the sidewalk in a way that I think is not quite right, actually. I feel like you want to define the property line, not the back of the sidewalk. Because you're showing this kind of back of walk in the red zone, but then you're very, very intentional about getting rid of all the lines in the intersection. And I think actually what might help you is if you think, or might help your project kind of stand in a different way and blur this line between the public and private even more, is if you get rid of that back of walk line between the face, I'm talking about this, yeah. Like this strip. Like, why do we have this white strip? Why isn't this red just go all the way down faces? Well, this is showing the existing sidewalk and then the extension. Oh, yeah. And I think actually what you're saying when you talk about it is that you're making this expanded space. And I think why we're all kind of gravitating towards that rendering is because that's the only place that it shows up, where you have that expanded space from the front of the building to the actual intersection. And I think actually if you draw that space, you might be able to fit more in it than just these kind of like boxes of parklets. Like maybe sometimes they can turn on their sides and walk through a garden that's publicly maintained. Sometimes you walk through it and it's actually an eating space. Like I think that you have more room in that section than you're showing in the axons.
There's also a phenomenon which probably is not something you could do in San Francisco. That would be in warmer climates like Miami and this town and stuff, there is that zone off the facade that has a kind of potential for inside-outside relationship. People put stools out there to sit at bars and things. It's actually part of the sidewalk and stuff. In warmer climates, you can get that sort of thing, which is great. And I'm not sure San Francisco.
No, we do have that, yeah. I mean, you just have heaters.
Right, well, and post-COVID world, we're used to the heaters now, right? Everybody's got them.
Yeah.
We have radiant sidewalks.
I know. It's good for the environment. I think the other area, the power lines will heat up. Yeah. The other thing that's kind of interesting about this is like some of these parklet things that we're talking about, or the patios. Like actually San Francisco already has rules about that. Like if it's a publicly approved parklet, so pre-COVID, you can serve takeout at a window that can be eaten in the parklet, but you can't serve food in the parklet. You can't sell alcohol to be consumed in the parklet. So it's this like little separation between public and private. And, you know, really this parklet outside of like the mill on Visadero is for that cafe. But anybody can go and sit in it, and it's maintained by the cafe, but it's open to everyone. Even if
But
you're
the
just
cafe
walking
can't
by.
kick you out of it if you're not.
That cafe can't kick you out of it, and they also can't serve you in it. They can serve you a coffee at the counter for you to take out to their very conveniently located parklet, but you can also bring your own from somewhere else. So I feel like that could be really.
Well, Federal Realty redid Bethesda Road. They did an interesting thing. They were the first to put the seating in the east area at the curb. And so the pedestrians walk against the storefronts. The theory was that people could see more easily. It didn't have to do with, the reason they did it was not because of the outdoor seating, it's because they wanted to put people against the storefronts to sell more stuff.
So can I zoom back out to the bigger
For the beginning?
concept plan? Instead of getting into the detail, I think, yeah.
This one or next one? Is that?
That one's.
Yeah. This is the
So for me, you know, I've been waiting for somebody to actually highlight some of the bigger institutions, right? And of course, the university is a big one. I find it fascinating to focus on Balboa versus the typical one that most people are going to be drawn to is fixing, you know, Geary Street, right? But for me, I think this almost has more power in the notion that you've got these major nodes along the way from the beach at 1 a.m. to the university. That is a 6,000 to 8,000 student institution that, you know, there's been no discussion about yet. But the historic front, I mean, they've got the Spanish Steps, it goes up from, from Balboa up to the front of that old main building, which is an amazingly beautiful building and campus. And so in your introduction of that piece alone, in the front quad is the entry into an institution that really is a part of this big spine, right? And so, I'm thinking about all the pieces along the way between that. Presidio Boulevard becomes very different in its character than the university in this kind of formal quad space. And then you get down to the high school, right? And what you showed there is the building, but what's not shown is there's an athletic field that's right up against Balboa. And if you think, yeah, that white spot right there, that's an athletic field, right? So there are athletic events going on there. So how does Balboa and the community engage that? Do they sit there and watch a soccer game for high school because it's right up against the edge of the street? I mean, you kind of, I'll go back to the university. You have the quad just to the left of that, where the other vertical building is, to the south of Balboa. You see it? Can you point to it right there?
To here?
Yeah, to the left, right there. Well, further that way. The big white spot right there, that's a big soccer field, athletic complex, right? They play soccer there. So you've got an event that's happening. Can somebody walk by, sit in a stand and watch a soccer game that the university's playing XYZ? Next to it, is a city park, the green you got under there, right? So there's that piece. There's Presidio's completely different as a space. It's this transition kind of green space north and south. You've got the high school and the soccer stadium, and then you've got, you get down to the sky tram, and then the beach. And so I think each one of these as major nodes are very different. And so maybe there are different solutions on how you treat those based on the activity that's going on the streets versus saying, hey, it's a linear thing, we're going to treat it all the same.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're all very, very different.
Yeah.
And I can imagine some people living in the neighborhood, they're going to walk across the street and watch the university play a soccer game, or they're going to go to the city park, and as their way to connect better the streetscape to that city park, it's a half a block away. So, I think it's a great, there's a lot of details that go into all those things, but each one of those nodes is very different for the social aspects of, who it attracts to go there, would they want to go there? And then two, it'd be interesting to see the volume or the number of people that are attracted to each one of these nodes, right? I'm also thinking about the Veterans Hospital, this is what nobody's really talking about. And the university, I mean, do all students live there? Are there commuter students? And how many people in that node are actually, there on a daily basis?
Yeah.
Probably a lot more than in the center section, and it might be just as much as everybody's attracted out to the beach. I mean, I don't know, as far as sheer number of people and accessibility and attraction, and are there cultural events that happen on the university that, can impact this whole kind of quarter. So I almost, in some ways, find this quarter much more interesting than the Gary quarter, because that seems kind of, it's all kind of the same stuff. This has different pieces along the way that are very, very different.
I completely agree. To me, it's like Balboa is more a community corridor, and I think, it will be interesting to be working in this situation, a specific situation, and consider different conditions, social, economy, and how the people live there. I mean, I think it's that social interaction here is so different from the school, for example, right? But I think I focus more in the west side because we are working with the different projects with all the classmates. So we were focused more on this place to develop. But yeah.
You can make a career, you know how Alan Jacobs wrote the Boulevard book? You could write the intersection book. I'm not making this up.
This is look at the entrance to the university, right? I mean, these steps are insane.
Yeah.
That's the front door to the, if nothing else, you should draw it. Right? Here, right? I mean, that image, right, is this over here. Yeah. So I mean, this whole piece is just
Yeah, I guess it's wonderful what you say, because then rather than a line, you could do like the same map, but with
all the public spaces, you know, including, even if it's not necessarily public, everything, but rather open and that you get, it would give you a different perspective of this street or avenue. I wonder, do you know, like, if we're like, how long would it take to walk, like every 300
Okay, so
feet, like how long it takes?
I think it's over here. Okay, so here we have information about, I mean, which is a distance between 1.5 miles. So if you're walking, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we, I don't know, from Auschwitz to university is like 1 hour and 10 minutes, I think. Walking, biking is less.
I wonder whether there's too much adaptability in your scheme and not enough consistency. Let me present to you an alternative way of seeing the street, which would be to say the character and the uniqueness of this street is marked by a consistent approach to public furnishings at the main intersections. Little street walls, how the lighting's organized, how the banners are, where people sit, how the bulbouts work. That doesn't vary at the 4 intersections. They're pretty much the same thing, you know, as you go along. And then they might adapt to what Chris was talking about these institutions there. Because what I'm a little worried about is it's so site specific. All the buildings around it are going to change. The uses are going to change. Yeah. Right. So, you know, so I'm wondering if maybe there's more of a civic art approach that this should be, rather than something that is something more ideal, more platonic, and not so Aristotelian. You know what I'm saying? Not something that's so adaptable. It's adaptable and usable, but it has certain aspects to it that are consistent throughout the street that make it unique in that street. You know, I don't think I'm explaining myself very well, but go to your, I think your next slide.
Like shoes, red hot.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, it's one way, but yeah, okay, you show how all these different versions here, but what are the things that stay and are always there at these intersections that are sort of a signature about that street, you know? It's like, you know.
Yeah, and I think one of the great moves that could be part of that is this idea of tabletop.
Yeah, that always happens.
Like that happens every time.
And there could be low walls that make seating areas that people could use, whether they're a restaurant or not, that mark the intersection or something. You know, if you had a street name on it, you know, you take it to the next level up, instead of it being adaptable and minimally ideal and largely adaptable, circumstantial. You push the more ideal stuff, so it starts to provide character, define elements to the street more. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of examples like that.
I mean, I think one way is paving pattern.
Paving would do it.
I think like actually developing that little set of languages would be even more powerful than like the couple of perspectives that you developed. If you just develop some ideas of, okay, the paving pattern changes from dark gray to light gray and brick to flagstone or whatever it is at that intersection line. Or maybe it's that these banners that you're putting across between buildings, that those always happen at the start of the intersection. Or instead of having those circular bollards, you say, actually, there's going to be a cement bench at 18 inches that can have planting. I don't know. I feel like you could develop that language for like each intersection.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of civic art problem where you want stuff that's adaptable to changing businesses and how people use it, but you want certain things to occur no matter what happens.
I'm gonna move this on.
Okay,
Okay, thank you for all the comments. Really appreciate it.
Beautiful drawings. Beautiful drawings.
Thank you.
I'm gonna try and keep these to.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Dhruv, and I was looking at the social heart of the Richmond district, which is, as per our framework plan, it was supposed to be the George Washington High School. And I'll try to hurry our presentations because we have more presentations as well. So my study area kind of comprised of a system of schools, which was the Lafayette Elementary School, the George Washington High School, the Presidio Middle School, which is right opposite it, and the Santa Monica Catholic School. And I was trying to understand like how open spaces and the street interfaces are happening along with these schools, and how the school edges are functioning, and how it can become more how it can how it can become more of a social part for the Richmond district. So yeah, so moving on to the land use zoning. Currently, these zones are land uses are zoned as public land uses, while we have the Gehl commercial corridor and the Clement commercial corridor and the Balboa commercial corridor happening through them. So the school offers kind of like a opportunity to kind of connect these two commercial corridors along these edges. And I was looking at this in terms of a 15-minute walking radius. And yeah, so just talking about the school a bit. This is a view of the school kind of looking towards the Golden Gate Bridge from the football field, and it kind of is comprised of these 4 blocks that come together and form, and they it has like these frescoes which are which have some sort of a controversy amongst the public in terms of some racial discrimination that is pointed out over there. Yeah, so I kind of did a SWOT analysis of the neighborhood to understand how currently the system is working. So as you can see, the Gehl Boulevard has amenities over here, and there are some civic amenities missing along the stretch because the edges of the school are kind of not, they are contextual to the neighborhood itself. And we see that the proposed green streets that are planned are also kind of breaking apart because of this block. And again, as you can see, the Balboa Street, similar aspects are happening where civic amenities are missing. There are some unused parking lots that can be used as opportunity zones, similarly over here and over here as well. So moving ahead, I did a SWOT analysis of the Washington School as well. So kind of notice how on the Gehl side, we have the school kind of raised up on a platform, and the tennis courts kind of raised up from the Gehl Boulevard, which kind of made this entire 250 feet stretch contextual and non-active on Gehl Boulevard. And then we have some temporary classrooms which do not align with the school's architectural language that have been added later on. And then moving on to the next slide. And on the Balboa Street, we see that on the Balboa Street, we see that there's a large potential for the soccer field to be kind of contextual to the street as well, as we spoke earlier. And then we also see that the Presidio Middle School also has large opportunity to kind of interact with Gehl Boulevard on that stretch. So yeah, so this is the section from Gehl and Balboa, and looking at how the current school is situated. It's kind of about 40 feet high, 20 feet high above the ground plane. And then you have the tennis courts over here, the George Washington School over there, the soccer field over there. And it not only disconnects the school as a community hub from the streets, but also kind of creates contextual edges for the school. So looking at the history of the school, it was built in 1936, where only the academic section of the school was built earlier, along with some tennis courts and no fields. And then after the fire, a stadium, auditorium, and gymnasium, along with the soccer field and the football field, were added as part of the expansion plan for the school. And the current situation is that there are some temporary classrooms and laboratories that have been added as well on these edges and these edges. So kind of looking at the vision and objectives, my vision was to redesign the school as a social heart and look at the system of the other schools kind of adding into the heart. And the 3 themes that I was focusing on was education, leisure, and health. that I will expand more upon. Yeah, so kind of looking at the civic amenities, we see that there are some existing small businesses and economies happening along Gehl Boulevard over here, and there are some existing economies happening along Balboa. So the idea was to kind of extend those and to make it more contextual to these edges. And these schools, like the unused parking lots and the opportunity zones, can also add into the existing amenities that are happening in Clement and to the proposed light rail station that is over there. Yeah, so now looking at these amenities, I was trying to map like all the community grocery stores, produce markets, and community farming that's happening within the district within the 15-minute radius. And kind of I was thinking maybe this school could offer a great site for a proposed market space along with the greenhouse that could involve it as a part of the school program as well, and that would also make it more contextual to the neighborhood itself. And yeah, and now looking at the existing kind of recreational spaces and amenities, we have soccer fields and school fields, and then we have Balboa Playland Festival that happens once a year along the stretch in Balboa Street, and we have some eateries along these spaces. So the two unused sites would be great spaces for informal eateries with food trucks, and this street, which is connecting the Richmond district, the school, the cultural, the community, the zone, and the proposed light rail station to Presidio School could be activated as well. So looking at the program and the area statement, the existing program of the school is about 200,000 square feet, roughly consisting of an academic building, an auditorium, and library, as I said. And the idea of the project is to propose in two phases a program that will benefit the community and also add into the larger framework plan with academic, community, and cultural functions and working in together, working in collaboration. And I was trying to study the existing like plans of the school, so kind of did a NOLI plan to understand how the circulation of the school works. And you see that the original frescoes and the public aspects are the public circulation section located around this edge, which connects both the 30th Avenue and the 32nd Avenue, which are the vertical streets. And then kind of did a zoning to understand this zone would be a cultural zone, along with the inner zones would be academic and community zones, along with this, again, adding the community zone attached to the soccer field and a park that would help these two edges come in play. And this was kind of a rough like concept kind of zoning map that I had placed. So on the communities, on the cultural side, we will have a black box, exhibition space, cafeterias, and plazas with park area and the existing vegetation. And then over here, we would have a workshop space with a museum that would also enhance, also talk about the existing history of the school because it's a historic landmark as well. And then on the Balboa Street, we have a market that would act as the additional kind of extension of the amenities, but also have a viewing gallery for the soccer field for the people that would get access to this avenue. And yeah, so this was the evolution of massing. Firstly, the temporary classrooms would be removed, and then kind of understanding how the existing retaining walls are happening within the district, so that we can decide where to excavate and what to retain. And then finally, to preserve the view towards the Golden Gate Park, I've restricted maximum potential to the heights of the features that are abutting the football field. And then the masses are sculpted in a way to kind of connect this street within the community and the cultural zone. And kind of the tennis and the basketball courts are just slightly lifted that also act as viewing spaces for the match, let's say, that's happening over here and similarly over here. You would have the market happening underneath, but the seating spaces would be happening at the top. And kind of doing, so this is basically my program. So currently the existing school entries are from here and from here, which is the academic buildings, the auditorium and the gymnasium. The soccer field entries from there, and let's say the football field entries from here. So my proposal tries to kind of add this as an academic extension addition, which would be the removal of temporary classrooms and laboratories kind of situated over here, with some incubation spaces and workshop spaces that would open out into the community courtyard. And the public zone, the cultural zone would be activating this plaza that connects to the transit station that's happening over here with the light rail. And this would act as a nice park area that would abut this as well. So this would be the community entry to the cafe and bookstore. And then this would add in to this sort of a massing in which this court acts as a screening court with the facade of the building acting as well as a screen that would project events, let's say, on Gehl and as well on that screen board. So moving ahead, this was the existing section, and this is how my proposed section tries to integrate Gehl into the building itself, as an activity from Gehl within the building with public, semi-public, and private zones. And I have, I'll be talking about this in detail in my other section as well. And this is where the other school retail section can also add to Gehl. And over here would be the market, the greenhouse, and the viewing spaces for overlooking the
So
soccer
the
field.
football field is just trace the level of the football field.
Yeah, so the football field is over here.
And changed, it's the same, right?
Yeah, I'm not changing the football field or the school. I'm just sort of raising the tennis courts up that can act as the viewing space for football field as well. And yeah, so now coming to the master plan, before I come to the master plan, I developed a set of proposals, a toolkit to kind of help me design the spaces on the edges. So the toolkit would comprise of open public libraries, informal eateries like either food trucks, and then sanitizing stations and some outdoor seating, some open air art galleries, play areas for children, and cycle sharing stands. And I have like 3 legend them that I'll be placing on the map. And so this was the master plan. So I quickly run you through the master plan. So the first zone that I spoke about would be the black box, the cultural zone. So this would be the plaza space that connects vertically to the existing circulation over here. And the museum would happen over here as well. And the black box would have the potential of opening into this plaza and acting as a stage for outdoor performances in that case. And this is the section through that area. So you see how during the screening events, it would have screening happening over there and over there. And this space would be an activated plaza that would help Gehl Boulevard to be connected. I also did one more thing, because there was existing parking, I just proposed the parking to be underground as a garage, as a basement parking. And yeah, this would be when people would be viewing, let's say, when there are the tennis courts are acting as viewing galleries for the football matches in off hours as well, and activating Gehl Plaza or Gehl as a public plaza. And just kind of looking at how services and lighting would be involved to activate this. The next zone would be the zone on Balboa, where this would be the primary zone that would preserve the view of the school from the street coming over here, that would also create an access to reach the soccer field. But then this end would act as a market space that would add to the benefit, add to the existing amenities. And this would be the section through that. Now moving ahead to the academic section of the building. So the academic section connects to the existing kind of circulation plan with the school. And then this space, workshop space, kind of opens up into the community code. And as you can see, I kind of created a matrix of these toolkits along the footpaths and in some of the courtyards to try and understand how those spaces could be activated. And finally, the exhibition spaces and the cafe and the bookstore would be connected with the public circulation that's happening over here as well. And to the shop building that's over here, which is also a semi-public building to the school. And this would help benefit the exhibition space as well. And this exhibition space opens up into the park as well. So this is kind of a before-after situation where this is the current situation where you have a school with its architectural edges, kind of the football field with that court. What my proposal is trying to do is kind of connect this neighborhood back into the school And this acting as the major kind of public zone that would benefit both the school and the community. And these are some of the views. These are some of the views from the screening events, and that's how, along with the Gehl proposal of the light rail and the school, the screening events, and how the spaces will be handled.
To you, that's light rail?
Sorry? No, I
Pretty, that looks pretty heavy for light rail.
yeah. This was just done last night.
Do you have a view of the bridge from up there? Do you see the Golden Gate Bridge from?
I did not have a view, but yeah, so
Rent yourself a lift. Get up there and take-
Well, is there a gondola stop here? Does the gondola fly?
no, the gondola stop.
I
was really looking at.
If you go back.
I'm sorry, which?
Yeah, right, no, yeah, right, just
Yeah.
toggle back and forth between the sites.
Okay.
And the existing, so that's existing.
Yeah, so I
Just go back and forth.
I had a time figuring out the perspective, because Google Earth's perspective and like this wasn't matching, so it might be a bit off, but
Just a little bit.
yeah. So the idea was to still preserve the view from the school and also kind of create this public open gallery that would benefit both the soccer fields and this like connection from there.
Well, you know, just to jump in, your strategy is one that urban schools see, because their land, they're boxed in, so they have to figure out how to get the resources that they want programmatically by going vertically. And so I totally admire the strategy, you know, of trying to do that. And you have smartly figured out that the section provides certain opportunities to tuck things under and things like that that make a lot of sense and a lot of efficiency. Where I get a little bit hinky on this is the relationship of this building to the street in this view. And I'm wondering if the park there and the scale of the ramp going up and things like that could all be adjusted to make them smaller, more intimate. I'm not even sure you need the park, to tell you the truth. I could actually see that lower level with stores and other things. That part there, yeah. It just doesn't seem like it. Well, maybe it's the way it's drawn, but it
Yeah, I think
it seems to me like it's a park. It seems more like landscaping up against the edge of the building than actually parts of the years.
Yeah,
because they can only approach it from the one sidewalk side. I think that's perhaps a little bit problematic. I do like the idea of this ramp that connects the upper levels of, you know, the program stuff down to the street and the station. I think that's really clever, and probably would not make it nearly as wide as you made it. It seems, if I put my rat face real estate developer's hat on for a second and talk about, gee, you really need to ramp that big, I could get so much more square feet of something in there that could pay you some money to be able to afford all this, you know?
Yeah, the idea was that because this street is pretty slow, I wanted to match the slope of the street so that access to be.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that, it's the width.
The width, yeah.
The width of the thing, it seems like an airport runway to me than something I would find in the city necessarily. You know, but I greatly admire the strategy of trying to kind of use the slope to add program and relate the ramp and the walkway to relate down to the transit station to the public amenities. I think that's really nice. It's sort of adjusting the size of things.
Yeah.
And I just think that park is not a park. I think it's lots
so,
of red green shit thrown up against the side of the building. You know, it's kudzu.
Yeah, so the idea was initially to kind of create this as a park.
It's a little more convincing there, but I'm not even sure.
Yeah.
I really seriously look at that because I can see, you ever been to Istanbul?
I'm sorry?
You ever been to Istanbul?
No.
There's a wonderful mosque in Istanbul called the Rustam Pasha Mosque, and it has a market on the ground floor, and the mosque is on the second floor. Oh. It's fantastic. So you have this fantastic market that relates to the street.
Yeah.
And then you go up staircase and it's a beautiful mosque environment. I could actually see retail along there.
Yeah.
Or some of the uses there that open onto the street. It just doesn't seem like a natural place.
Well, but I think in this little corner, actual performance venue there is really smart too, right? Because as we, I do a lot of work with college and universities, and if they're ever going to design or build a performing arts center, we say put it between the campus and the town. Because it's a public venue, and yet you've got these performers at the university that are, studying music, but they're performing, and you can have outside venues there. It becomes this kind of great engagement between town and gown. And in this case, the gown is the high school, right? It's academic. So I think that's a really smart move to put something like that in the corner. Of course, in the corner back could be a cafe, right?
Yeah.
Get coffee. I mean, I think that the comment about whether there should be retail on the street is an absolutely fair one. And I think at some level, you're caught between the desire to quote unquote, is that piece of landscape historic, or can I just like Gehl those trees out?
That was the
And I think you're
discussion.
stuck in there, right?
Yeah,
And, Matt's comment is like, all right, so it was a historic piece of green, but maybe it's not that.
Yeah, so actually the thing is that if I.
Well, actually, you know what, just stay on that for a second.
Yeah.
I actually think, I could go the other way on a step around if you got rid of the kudzu garden. Because why can't this be a terrace garden?
It should be.
That garden becomes this terrace garden, which people can hang out in.
Like a banana or something.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You've seen that before.
No,
I think he was encouraged to look at that precedent.
Yeah.
And that way you wouldn't need the other green space. We made that work.
And when there's this big football game going on, you've got folks there almost watching it on the Jumbotron and it's projected on there. You've got maybe some food and beverage on this
Happening
side.
on that.
Plugging in.
Or- I mean, it's like the place. to-
Just don't schedule a football game with a performance. Say,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Texas, of
Friday night,
course.
Saturday.
yeah, Friday night, I love the fact that the soccer field only fits 10 fans and the football field.
You gotta
Anyway.
Yeah, I guess my idea was that the school is actually like a private language, and I just want to make it more of a social heart by activating the edges. So,
Where?
Yeah.
Where are you talking about?
On Gehl and Melbourne, on both sides.
Is it really that steep there?
Yeah, it is actually.
All the more reason to have a beautiful terrace.
Is that your last image?
Yeah, that is. I think.
One thing I'd like to say is, I mean, I think when you first were showing us your analytics diagrams,
Yeah.
all of a sudden a whole new world opened. I could actually see places and connections. And I wasn't just seeing a street grid.
Right.
With the
Exactly.
grids out. And so, I mean, that's one fantastic.
So you let it go, what are you doing? Just leave it. Let us look at the scheme. Where are you going?
No, I think you're talking about these.
Yeah, we've seen all those. Show us the scheme. That's great.
Steve? Okay.
Eye-opening to me, because I just felt like, wow, okay,
That's
now
very
I'm really feeling this place.
Yeah, and it broke the scale down, right? Because the block.
Stay there.
Just stay there. Yeah.
Step it.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
No, no.
Go to the axon.
Oh, the axon? Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think that the other point of this, to add on what you were saying, is that the potential for this is for something that was very internally focused, to now have all the different diversity of the neighborhood impact its edges, and add to the edges of it, which is really nice.
But also engage with it.
Yeah, that's what other buildings do. I mean, this building was originally conceived of as a kind of Italian villa, pumped up to a high school.
Mussolini.
Yeah, right, but I mean, it's sort of building it, can't get too many things with most. Yeah.
Which is why like there's a historic wall of the road and this historic wall, which were kind of my major key anchor points by designing the facility, kind of still maintaining their importance and within the facility.
By the way, general question, like, was any of this work done in collaboration with the like, does the school know these drawings exist?
I don't think so. Maybe we should show that.
It's a gift.
Well, yeah.
Well, the person you should show them to is the city council member for this area.
Show it to the school first.
Yeah.
But the-
I've had
but
bad
the nice
experiences
about
with
this is
schools.
that you're taking a piece of publicly owned real estate and making it be a workforce for all the things that are missing
Yeah.
in this whole district.
Mm-hmm.
And really creating an opportunity that could happen because of that public ownership. And that's-
Without taking away any amenities of the school.
No, and giving it more.
I'm
really
showing
talking
places
at
where
lunch
it-
about how schools.
And paying for permanent classrooms with the other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a rat-faced developer, I would look at that tennis and basketball thing. There's all my clients. Anyhow, but I would look at that. The deal I would make is, can I build something there that's private development, which would be retail facing out to the light rail or office space or whatever, with tennis and basketball group, and I have a financial deal with the school, and we use some of the proceeds for that to build the academic expansion.
More importantly, the social life of this community is changed by unlocking the school and invite people in.
Yeah.
Really mixing about work together.
And you know, what's the other thing I was gonna say, earlier on, when we were talking about schools, was the last thing I was gonna say. I was thinking, people kept talking about this high school, and I thought, geez, you know, in my experience, the elementary schools are much more the community hubs, because parents are there trying to find their children, you know, and pick them up, and so when my kids were little, I met all the parents of my kids' friends on the playground at the elementary school. Once they got into middle school and high school, I never saw them again, you know? So I was thinking, geez, the high school, it's true, but and the elementary schools function that way, the schoolyard, but the high schools tend not to. But what you've done here by programming the edges, there, you've brought community in different ways. Which I think is
But the high schools do is that through sports and football.
Yeah, but that's when your kids don't want you to show up.
No, we do anyway.
Yeah. Very nice.
That's a great drawing.
Yeah.
Should be here.
I was just hoping you guys.
Thank you all. We're good?
So I want to present my project. I'm looking at the blocks urban structure, and my site is going to be on the edge of Golden Park. Yeah, but I want to start it off by kind of digging into the history of San Francisco's housing crisis, starting from the earthquake when almost 28,000 homes were destroyed, and they started to rebuild the city. However, they were still focusing mostly on this kind of preserving the character, the bay windows, the rigid block structure. So we already touched on the huge amount of single-family houses and the ban of buildings over 40 feet, as well as at some point, yeah, it was even not allowed to have more than 3 units allowed on a lot. And then looking at the new gold rush of tech boom and kind of the recent approaches of San Francisco pushing to regulate ADUs on the single family lots especially. And yeah, and looking at the stats at the moment, the housing shortage is way is very visible in San Francisco compared to the nationwide levels. You can see 30% of housing stock is single family. San Francisco has added 4,000 new units compared to around the same amount of new units last year. And Bay Area as a whole is really lacking affordable houses. So, yeah, and with the current agenda, I'm not sure if they are able to reach the goal of providing more affordable housing. Okay, and then looking at the analysis, because of this rigid structure, it's really hard to define what the individual block is. So I kind of just classified it by the front that they're facing. So because this is the short side on Geary is completely different from the avenue that we're saying, because it's mostly single family houses. Yeah. Then looking at the figure ground, this is the amount of 1 million dwellings, which are more towards the ocean front and obviously less on Geary and land. Right, so this is the, here I wanted to show just how this regular, mostly single family housing block looks like. It's not friendly to work there. It's kind of homogeneous because of the way the kind of you walled off with the garage doors, and there's not a lot happening. So yeah.
Is there a qualitative difference between streets that have predominantly one garage door versus streets that have 2 garage doors?
Not really, but most of the single family houses have 1 garage door, and then the multi-family houses that I will show later, they have multiple garage doors. Yeah. Right, and so I'm choosing this site to look at. It's between 27th and 39th Street on Fulton, and it faces Golden Gate Park. Yeah, I chose it just because everybody kind of stuck on Geary and Oceanfront, and I wanted to move from those areas.
Because you're hating
It's not my word. So yeah, so the first diagram kind of shows the RT stations that we are proposing as a studio that was mentioned in previous presentations. Then I'm looking at the opportunity sites that could be up for redevelopment. Those are non-historic and single family, 1 dwelling units. And yeah, and this is just a speculation how I'm trying to look at the maybe potential public
system.
yeah, public space system. Okay, so this is just to give you an idea of how the block looks like. So yeah, the corner that's closer to Fulton is, yeah, it's the series of garages, also very comfortable to walk on. Just boring to your eye. Yeah, and then towards Cabrillo, it's the same idea, but more single family houses.
So when these houses have these stairways, they're kind of, sticking out from the second floor entry. Do they encroach upon the public space, or do they always start at the property line?
Yes, on the property line, because all the buildings are a bit,
So
there's a little bit of
stairways
set.
are actually set back.
Yes. Okay, so I'm looking at the ADU regulations on this slide. So they have been changing it from 2016. So the regulations becoming more and more not as strict as they used to be. So the first one, I'm just looking at the envelope where we're preserving the 25% of rear yard And here I'm just preserving 15 feet of the setback for the fire purposes. Yeah, and so basically with the current regulations, every single family lot can have one ADU plus junior ADU that is a garage conversion. So essentially, with this strategy, they get one. So yeah, instead of one single family unit, you get 3.
One single family with 2 ADUs on
Yeah.
each property.
Yes.
You can triple the density.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and zooming into the site, those are this potential plots that I will take out. Yeah, those are the overlays of single family and non-historic houses. And so kind of the steps that we are taking is that the opportunity size that will be opening, they can be like sliding in. We just need to negotiate with this owner in order to kind of give them access to provision of like actual units and not just the granny flats that would be accessible through the main unit. And yeah, and as a result, we're creating kind of this new wall parcel structure.
Absolutely, but are you suggesting that in the opportunity parcel you would knock out?
Yes.
But she has to know which one it would be, basically,
Yes.
to get 2 back-to-back landowners.
Yeah, got that.
Yes. And so I'm creating like Lego blocks, building blocks of looking at how like you can be developed 1.0, 1.1. Just a little corner, yeah, it's a part of.
And then
the
that
site.
cluster is point loaded and accessed from that new missing 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first set of ideas, going from softest to like actual change of the back-to-back parcels. Yeah, so in the first option, we're just getting the garage repurposed, then we can get an ADU at the back, or we can really, I was speculating, maybe we could completely like Frankenstein the house and create more units. And what if we rebuild, but still giving some kind of access to the new, to other lots in the center of the block? Yeah.
Typical of analysis.
So so the 3x3 condition. Here, the most important thing for me was looking at kind of the public-private relationship on the ground. So if we are taking the backyards, maybe the front yards that could be more private areas, areas for the main unit, as well as some space at the back. Then in this case, where we don't have an opportunity to kind of extend, we could just take the whole strip of ADUs, and then in this case, yeah, if we just make infills and add just fewer lots in the middle. So yeah, and this is the kind of the tool set of how we combine all those Lego pieces, starting with units, and then thinking of how it's going to infill and organize it for itself. So the garage units could also become just dwelling units with cafes and coffee shops. Yeah, or like a work unit, I believe. And then this in between space could also vary from more public to more private, just depending on how neighbors would like to use it.
And are those commercial uses permissible today?
No, they are zoned as single family. Yes, and this is the catalog of ideas for unit type. So it could serve for multiple demographics, starting from studios, going to 2 bedrooms. And this is kind of the idea of how the alley can be used. Having just the passage for for your children to have a safer way, just kind of skipping Fulton that is White Street or any other street. I'm trying to make it applicable to different areas of Richmond. And then city passageway is something that maybe if it's allowed to zone for non-dwelling units, it could be used as an extra space. A plaza, going to playground, communal yard.
Is the only option the 25 foot wide?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Well, you did 3, right? So you did
Yes.
one that was 1 lot wide and one that was 3 lots.
Yes.
But with the access points, you're basically taking a house out 25 feet.
Or going under the garage.
Yeah, you can also go under the garage, but it's not possible in every, it's like case by case situation, because sometimes you don't have garage going all the way through and sometimes you do. Yeah, but you can also, as an option, you can also open up the garage and avoid demolishing the building. So in the inner alleyway is the alleyway that is between ADUs and could become more private. Yeah, and here is the application on the blog. So here I wanted to show kind of the variety, the new circulation in public space network, as well as the private space, color coding, the backyards that like the main units are still going to have their own space. Yeah. And now moving to Fulton Street that we are introducing BRT line to. I just wanted to give you an idea. It's also, it has mostly garages. I feel like in 9 out of 10, it's the ground floor is just for the garage doors, and it faces this dense wall of redwood. It just the fencing. Park. So looking at Fulton Corner, I was thinking that the heights we could introduce to rezone the heights from 40 feet to going up to 80 on the strategic nodes, just where the BRT stations are. And yeah, and just making it extended curb and making way for 30 lines as well as some on-street parking and 2 lanes of traffic. And this is the potential kind of application and trying to create those 2 5-minute walks to the existing parks from the center of the block. This is just the numbers of how many more units in different kind of variation you can get, but with the bold font is the units that are accessible through the center of the block, and maybe potential grainy units that you would have to obviously access the house to enter. And this is a little axon, just kind of really focusing on creating this in-between public space where you would get more neighborly interactions versus Golden Gate Park that is this iconic citywide public space, and you would definitely not reach the level of services that some other scales of public spaces could provide. Yeah, this is just a perspective of how I see the alleyway, section perspective of. Yes, yes.
So, question for you. Typically, can we go back to the overall, something that shows all the houses existing as part of, yeah, this one here. Are most of these houses built right up to the side party wall? Are they party wall houses or are there side yard? I noticed in some places it looked like they were little small side yards.
I think that's as we go down closer to Ocean Beach.
Some of them touch.
They have light wells. They usually have light wells, like typical is it's party wall with light wells for the bedrooms. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're mostly party walls.
Yes. Yeah, they are all squeezed together.
Well, no, there's another elevation before we go forward. There's another elevation that did show gaps.
It was probably full then.
Yeah, that back up. Yeah, there. Like, looks to me like there's a couple of these have gaps between the buildings.
Yeah, so those are more like,
I wonder if those are the ones facing.
those are technical, because for multi-family buildings, it's probably where they hide the trash.
You can also see right here,
Like, would you go?
these lots turn 90 degrees.
So like right here.
Oh, this is
that a gap?
no, this is the corner.
Oh, that's the corner.
Yeah.
Is that a gap?
Yes, but I think it's the front yard of this house.
Yeah.
But you can see it here, though, like, where these lots are going this way,
Yeah.
and then the middle one
Right,
turns, there's
right.
gaps.
The backyards, it's the
Well,
required
there's
backyard.
clearly a gap here. Well, the reason I'm asking, I was trying to figure out, is there a way to do this without taking an entire 25-foot plate?
You can see it at the end of the block, here, there. There's less so this way here.
So that you would have almost like, you know, how in Venice you have a little archway, you go into the archway, there's a street, and it goes back to a very private courtyard. And I was trying to figure out if there was a way to do that instead of losing an entire house to get to the center of the block.
Yes, but it's an approach that is definitely is taken right now, but I was focusing mostly on creating public space.
Yeah, can you go to your overall plan again? That's what it was.
But the next week, you get one more.
I mean, my instinct would be with those situations tend to occur.
Yeah.
And not so much this.
And, you know, just to give a little bit of context, actually originally Luda did want to go through in the long direction. And I think what I think Luda and I really kind of pushed her to think about is if you go anywhere past this key lot where you have a cut through,
Right.
then you have to get every single one of these neighbors with a jutting lots to agree to that infill.
Yeah, no,
So I
I-
think
yeah.
this was our kind of attempt
Makes
to like
perfect
shift
sense.
it, yeah.
Okay, so this is a very interesting and clever study, and you're to be commended, nice, thorough, you know, analysis there. I wonder though, is the front door to these things here, or is it here?
So I wanted for those in here and little setbacks of every unit so that they would have kind of, it's not directly on the street, but
I
little
think,
bit.
yeah, I think you're missing an opportunity here. I think the front door is here. I think they also have a door here. But I would probably look at putting a unit here that you could walk under, like an archway. They're in a small unit with a gate, a keyed gate, you know, that you would go into the center of this. And it would be like a more private little area. And here, I don't really think it's necessary to make this as public as you've made it. I think these could be, I don't necessarily. Oh, look at that, one way.
Yeah, but I envisioned
Well,
maybe some little fence they could close off and have just their private space.
But the real interesting question, right, in my opinion, on track with where I think you're going, right? Is the degree to which the center of the block becomes semi-private or the degree to which the center of the block is opened up to public passage. That's really the question.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe some of them would be appropriate to be public passages. But I think a lot of them would be much nicer if they were small garden uses. Where you hit a keypad and a door unlocks on the street. And it's still open air. You walk under a building or something, and you go into the center of the block. And it's like a garden thing that you live in the center. You could have a unit on top that would be like a gatehouse. You know, but I think, I don't know that I would see this as a whole public network in the center of these blocks. There may be a couple where that makes some sense, but I actually think, well, yeah, I mean, I think it makes more sense for these things to have a level of privacy in the center of the block that it's, ups their value.
But is it, would you be concerned for safety? It's a totally different social agenda to say
Right.
it's a gated community versus a complete free flowing community where people can move around. I mean, it's sort of like that housing in a way versus. Like,
Yeah, you're right to bring that up, and I think there's not a yes or no answer. I think there's a shades of difference answer actually, because these are like these are a little bit like these small pedestrian ways you find in the roads, you know, where they're not on the streets, when they couldn't find them work out the street to put those things through. I just don't think you need as many of them, and I think some of them. I don't mind a gated community in the larger context of the community that's not gated. I mean, to me, that front door on the street is almost like the front door to an apartment building, except it's just going into a news area that has some small units. And I think I think having a balance of that and then maybe once in a more public open, like playgrounds or public gardens, things like that, would actually be a more nuanced strategy for it. And these exist in San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken. Dan Solomon has made a whole career out of doing these little courtyard. You know Dan's work? Dan Solomon, he's an architect in San Francisco.
No, Method.
But do you know these buildings, the courtyard buildings he does, where you go in one court, and there's another one, and another one?
Yeah,
Things.
I hear you. I mean, I think there's precedent for both in San Francisco, actually.
Yeah.
Because especially in some of the hill areas like Fernal Heights, you actually do get these publicly accessible cut-throughs that are the gaps between lots, where in that case, it's usually topography that limited the ability to build on them. So they create these stepped walk streets.
Right.
And I think in some ways, this is your way of trying to introduce this other level of public life into the Richmond. That's not Golden Gate tourism. It's not the backyard. It's like something in between that actually the Richmond is really lacking, that there isn't a lot of space for neighborhood parks. And I actually think maybe your idea of having these more, this gradient of public to private could still work without putting the front door at the edge of the block. Maybe it's just where you cut in.
It could be that you have a small
And
park,
I think that's.
and then the door's further in or something, you know, I don't know.
Go back to the plan for a second, or one of the.
I just feel like it's such a civic and like public gesture. It would be kind of a
Yeah.
shame for it to.
Like, how do you think that would work? I mean, like, if after you say, okay, we're going to sacrifice 2 houses, 2 lots. So it will, I mean, in terms of, you know, there's, if you are going to turn what was property previously private, so that you imagine that San Francisco will, like the government of the municipality would buy the land for that. And then, I mean, like, how do you envision that in terms of public investment and incentives for the private? Because I do think that sort of a middle way in which you can probably build one part, the second floor, and maybe it's not that, it not always, or it might not always require the investment from the municipality to work. You could provide something like, okay, we are, I don't know, we're a block and we maybe think we can, you know, like we are 50 or 25 neighbors and we can invest in something and decide, and maybe it doesn't require always yeah, what do you think? How do
So
you
I was
envision
thinking-
that could work?
I was thinking about, I do think there's the issue of like, okay, I'm one of the 2 landowners that is agreed to sell.
You have to
To
buy
reinvest on my single.
27 houses you have to buy.
Yeah, what do I get, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
These 2 guys, they're like, okay, we'll play, right? And I'll get rid of my house, but what do I get as part of my kind of
My investment.
investment? I think that's an interesting question. The other one, I was thinking, okay, seaside, right?
Yeah.
Cutting through the block, you only need 5 feet.
Yeah.
So maybe part of the issue is that these are always 25 feet.
Yeah.
And maybe some of these guys start sliding along here.
Yeah.
And you actually like, maybe it's 5 feet, and then you get a bigger space.
Yeah,
Could you
where
have
there's
it-
not built.
Dan, could you have an L-shaped house?
It's more like-
So you went under an arch on the short part of the L and, you know.
It's more like that, it would be like each block, according to its own architecture, would be able to design its own according to its conditions over it.
Right. So I don't normally go to this level right at this point, because I know it's conceptual, but you know, what's the fire department gonna say to this?
So they are
I
requiring.
get, you know, because 25 feet, you can get a fire truck through there, but are they gonna be required to get, I don't know. I don't have. I'm just saying, but if the fire marshal came in and looked at this, what would he say? He'd say all those streets need to be 80 feet wide.
Right. And the size, what's the size of the houses that are in the backyard? Like, they're much smaller than this.
Yeah, so they'll
They
be like
range from
11 by
like-
6.
But they range from like 450 square feet to maybe
You guys are
12.
so uncomfortable because this is such an un-American concept, and I think it's okay in urban design school to radically flip the paradigm to say, this whole neighborhood we've been looking at all day and racking our brains about has been predominantly single-family residential. It is dense, it has the opportunity to triple the density, solve a housing deficit or a crisis in San Francisco. And if you could say 4 units per block go away so that we could add 17, in the grand scheme of things, that's very, very serious.
Yeah, no,
Can
No,
you
I'm
get
not
a
against the
fire truck
strategy.
here? Yes.
I'm not against the strategy, I'm wondering
You're
about.
wearing your scary developer hat.
No, no.
When you're-
No,
It would be like a community outlet,
So crap-based.
and you're saying, this whole thing only works if it's Melrose Place and has a gate on it.
But I don't think that's.
Showing your age, but most people are gonna
Hold on, she's accusing me of something. I want to clarify. My issue is not with strategy, I think it's a great strategy. My issue is with the legibility of publicness and whether it meets the broad brush sense of publicness that this implies across the board.
Right.
And I think a more nuanced taxonomy of things, where some of them might be straight 25 feet wide, some of them might be go under an archway and keep things. And it is a gated community in the middle there, which I think wouldn't be bad. It's a gated community if you put them on these big public streets, but in these little pedestrian ways and stuff through there, I think that should work. I don't think that should be something policy. Or what you might do is say, if this is a public muse on something like that, you could maybe gate that or something if you want another level of privacy. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
I'll totally be tired of it.
I just wondering, do you think, like, how did you, when you think about it, how did you do it? You like, okay, the municipality is providing these new rules, you can do that? Or you could do, okay, you could do it as privately in these buildings, like public commission centers.
You could totally do it as on the private side. I mean, you could question every single project we just saw, how are you gonna pay for any of this infrastructure to make this possible, and what's the right order of events? This one seems completely like you couldn't achieve it on the private.
Yeah, you can choose it like by block, and then just the municipality gives you the portfolio of options that you can work with.
Well, it's all, but I think he's pointed out, well, per block, all I need, for example, these first two, I just need to buy 2 houses. You're right.
Yeah, and they're lucky, they get the best price for
Yeah.
their units worth
No,
more than
I
everybody
totally
else.
agree, I totally agree.
Yeah, maybe it could be just 6 houses or.
But then you gotta buy the backyards of 15.
Well, that's true.
Or you convince those people. that
The ones that you
they're-
could be.
they're-
Yeah, but they will benefit from it.
It could be like,
The 82 for. the-
Exactly.
Yeah, it's they're getting the.
It's all development potential that's been unlocked.
You unlock their
Yes,
potential. to
yeah.
pay for their
You
work.
just.
so they can do that.
You just increase the value of their.
Right, which makes, now you're sounding like a racist.
I'm not- This is, and we're all making money here.
No, but I think that's right, it unlocks the potential.
Yeah. That's the brilliance behind it, and this is probably the most viable project we've seen today.
I think it's a really interesting strategy. Don't mishear me. I love the strategy. I wonder about whether, would you actually try and do it so you really want it to be public? Would you try and line them up more so that there's more of a continuous sense of the sequence?
So then you're talking about shaking up the grid all.
No, if you're trying to make it a public way, would you want it to be so apparently disconnected there?
Ludo
Maybe
was
not.
very deliberate about which ones she chose.
Or is it just
You wanna
like,
talk about
like
it?
if it would be like in an organic way, like neighbors?
But while I'm
wanna-
thinking of it, what you should look at, one city
Or-
you might want to look at, Lula, is Philadelphia. Philadelphia is really super interesting. It had the big Penn super block, but then the blocks got subdivided as a result of Brownfield. And the bigger houses are on the outside of the Penn streets, and then little teeny new streets in the middle. It's the only city I've seen in America that grew by subdivision like that. And this is that sort of idea.
In any case, we're going to move on, but I think it's a fantastic project. I think it's beautifully represented.
Thank you.
Okay. As long as we're talking about density. You guys need it.
Water, if it's easy to get, it's not.
We're really, you're still here.
Water. Yeah, water. You guys want water?
You guys have a real estate program, right?
Well, we have planners that are. Who's actually.
Somebody should take that scheme, look at acquisition, we should do a pro forma.
We got.
That would really be interesting.
And by the way.
Finally, before you start getting wised up, right? But you can.
I mean, the change of the rule is, it unlocks the.
All right, Sanket.
Okay, hi, I'm Sanket. The next project based on densification of the entire Richmond district. So the way I'm looking at this is proposing new zoning /height /everything regulations, and it's not supposed to be for the immediate present, but it's like a build out for the future of how a dense Richmond would look like, and just to set up the premise for it all. And most of the things we've gone over, so I'm just going to skim the important things right now. Like we already know the densities, but one thing that's important is that post full build out in around the 1980s till present, and this was counted in 2012, Richmond has added just about 11% of units more than what it currently has, while San Francisco overall has added much more in relation to that. And in terms of affordable housing, and as we previously discussed, inclusionary units as well, Richmond has the least, like its inclusion is just 1% out of the total amount of units that you can see on the screen right now. And affordable is just 3.2. And this is counting the new development that's happened in the last decade. So most of this population that lives here, this is pretty interesting to me, that 66% of everyone in this entire 91% residential neighborhood are renters and not people who are living there, even though they own the land. And the neighborhood survey, there was an existing condition report of the entire district that was done, and I've sort of picked out the important things that the survey highlighted. And if you see the majority of, on the higher side, the percentage is like 61-71. People think that the rental prices right now are not affordable, and they don't think that it's sufficient housing, and they might move out for their recent housing needs. And in terms of the needs and concerns, all of them align on some basic things, which is addition of bedrooms, more options with the unit types, since the ones that are designed are already for bigger households, so which is why they're not affordable right now to them, hence more variations in them. And then the need for affordable housing. And this is what the current owners have said, and people would consider either adding one or more residential units if permitted to their own. And they do believe that more housing options are required and are open to changes. So the vision that I'm trying to look at is to reimagine the district as a walkable mixed use and mixed density neighborhood, providing increased housing typologies with a focus on inclusivity and affordability. So I've chosen a site, even though the regulations will try and apply to the entire district, I've chosen one area for demonstration of these, of the certain things that I'm trying to propose. So I've chosen a site where it tries to have majority of the things typologically that are prevalent in Richmond, starting from various block scales to a park in the center, it's around Gehl, and an internal street and the avenues as well. And in terms of zoning, this does cover the majority zoning again that Richmond has. So I wanted to just experiment with how do we deal with the current zoning laws, which are right now allowing more density and height in the darker ones and less in the lighter ones. And we have some commercial on the area as well. And the way I'm looking at the strategy for insurgence in this is through the coming years. I started mapping. I assume that buildings that are 100 years or older from today can count under historical buildings because of their importance. But then beyond that, as we go forward, there's a time period between which the plots I feel could be looked at redevelopment. And I'm also looking at a strategy of pooling some plots, and I'll come to that because I believe that because majority of people since are renting their units out, they could be more easily convinced relatively to sort of privately develop the plot further for more opportunities for further revenue and with collaboration as well. And even though all of the things that we saw in terms of variations of the overlays on the site, the entire neighborhood looks similar, even though the zoning is different. The houses are deeper here in terms of height and the variations. In fact, Gehl, you can see right here, the units just as a contrast drop the most, even though it's the widest street in the entire thing. And I'm just gonna quickly cover across this area how the entire thing is. So the blue is mostly the cars. We saw the garage doors and the parking right here. There are some new apartment / multi-family units, but other than that, mostly it is similar height levels and single family as well. This is at Gary, and you can already see the scale has dropped more than what it was inside, even though it was an internal street. There's freestanding retail and some where there is housing above, but other than that, it's fairly something like this. And even the internal avenues, it's a monotonous, like even in the pictures, there's hardly any people seen because there is nothing to, like it's just garage doors and white footpaths and cars right here. So there's not much life in the internal street as well. And looking at the DNA of the block, we've covered this till now, 250 by 600, the lots are 25, and the key lots are deep 100 feet at the smaller streets. And the whole zoning regulation being 40 feet existing. And this is how the current situation is. And within the 40 feet, the units are still underutilized, and these many amount of new units could be added to this, which helps understand the argument that overall district can add up to 5,000 more units. So this is the very basic and schematic proposal of new height volumes. And I'm trying to also address the hierarchy in terms of the 3 levels of streets that we have, the widest being Gary, Andhra, and then the internal avenues. So the darks that you see that I'm proposing would be a 65 to 90 feet volume, and I'll come into detail about how those housing typologies come out to be. The next one is around 45 to 65 feet volume, and what you see internally would be similar to what it currently is right now, which is 40 feet. 40 to 45 feet volume. And trying to also look at the strategy of a green spine running through the center wherever there are these parks, trying to connect the neighborhoods for ease of walkability and public spaces for everyone. And this is just how the volumes would look, not how the design or it would turn out to be. This is just the envelopes at maximum. And in terms of the scale, just how the built fabric interacts with the street. Existing right now, Gary at an average is 1:6, which is extremely not meant for a human to experience or walk into, even though it's a retail corridor. So just working around those new proportions in relation with the height of 1:2 for Gary, and proportionally it keeps on like dialing down for Anza and the internal avenues. In terms of the plots, the current division of the plots looks fairly simple because mostly 25 by 125 plots. But I'm trying to look at how, if we simplify the structure, what opportunities can be to pull some lots together and what variations they can exist, and I'll come to how the housing typologies on these could be. So coming to the housing and building typologies, currently most of it looks like this: single family housing, units, and retail. So in the first category of the typologies are for the higher side of the height, which is the A category, which is A1 being mixed-use residential, and A2 mid-rise residential, and A3 are the stacked homes. And these are just schematically showing where they can be in the plan right here. And then I'll go into further detail of each one.
Back up.
Sorry.
Let's look at this first.
Yes. So mixed use, I'm just going to quickly define the fairly, but mixed use residential at Gary would include retail and some offices and cultural / entertainment on the ground floor and housing units on the top. Mid-rise would be residential, direct and shared access on the street. And the third one would be the stacked row houses, still trying to have the party wall individual housing units possible in here. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly explain what I'm thinking for each, and I've tried to look at some regulations based on the plot size and the FAR, so as to achieve variation on all of these plots and not have this constant 90 feet building across the whole corridor. So currently, the height limit that I've proposed for these, and these are the sort of scenarios that could be with the plot division, is the height being 75 feet and 90 being the roof. But I'm also trying to, and all of this is right now with the 15% inclusionary affordable housing, but I'm suggesting that there could be a 30% with the bonus of adding 2 more floors and going up. And this is just on Gary, because to aid that proportion and because it can retain and actually house so many people. And there are some smaller things because most of the residential is right now in the existing still 40 to 45, and if there is an opportunity to build out a sort of 7 to 8 stories before the smaller ones get built out, some things to follow would be just to have a certain distance to maintain the height, so not overwhelm or overpower the current fabric of the neighborhood. And also in terms of construction, this would be type 1 at the bottom floor, the podium being concrete, and the wooden frame structures being type 5 up above. The next one is mid-rise residential, and similar sort of. The FAR keeps reducing as we go, because the highest one was for the mixed use, and right now it was 4.5, this is 3.5, with the height limit being 65 feet. And this is pure housing, and there can be opportunities for some corner retail on the plots. These are the stacked row houses, something similar, but people here get individual lots and can still have. I'm trying to also experiment of how to get cars off of the streets and how cars can come in when plots are pulled together. Like this is right now 100 feet, which would be 425 feet plots. The end of it could be an alley access with the cars that can come inside, so that to get garages and cars off of the street as well. The second is the medium / low density in the center of the block, trying to retain the current fabric around this. So what I'm proposing are 3 B1, B2, and B3. The first one is plexus triplexes, could be tri/4, and again trying to retain that ownership. The second one are flats plus townhomes, trying to experiment how the ground floor could be a flat and the 2 or 3 floors above could be a townhome with an individual separate access as well. And the third one would be a shared court housing with again the opportunity of pooling some plots together and then trying to create an internal zone. And so, yeah, these are all 45 feet limits, and the variations in the alleyways and drive access as well, with what opportunities are there if we find a situation where we have 4 or 2 plots in the same line or across the length. Similar for the townhomes, and the idea being same, that you get the cars inside from here, so and you have the street for the pedestrians. And similar for the shared co-housing. And just these are just some vignettes that I tried to imagine how this would be when it would develop. So right now this is Anza and the street how it looks right now. But maybe with this would be the A2s coming in along with some row houses or some A3s as well, and how the street could look after that. This is at Anza as well, but just imagining a different scenario where the scale of the street starts interacting and becoming more human for people to experience with the new height regulations. This is at Gehl right now. This is around 15 to 20 feet building right on the most important street in the neighborhood. So how an A1 could look like here, where the ground floor is groceries or retail access, and you could have apartments plus affordable housing up there. This is one of the internal streets and avenues where this is mostly similar height, single family / a few multifamily units with just garages, but with the idea of again looking at the shared courts, penetrating through the block and creating these variations in terms of experience, and then having the other a little more high density housing in the center while still trying to interact and retain with the existing. And yeah, that's it.
Does the construction type, is it 75 feet up to the last floor?
So I think when I did that type 5, I did not add the bonus up because type 5 allows 5 stories of wooden construction.
And it doesn't allow it over type 1, it has to be type 3. So that's wrong.
Oh, the type 1 is concrete.
You can't have the 5 over the 1
Oh,
and do
okay.
that many stories.
I
It has
see.
to be type 3.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And this tells it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sorry, I'll just jump into it, but I think like the affordable housing portion, while it's super relevant to the project, I think it actually muddies the water a little bit because there's state statutes that allow you to build more than that, actually. So I would maybe just take it out completely.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate it.
So the SF, when I studied, it said, so right now it's 12, 18/20, and then 30%, and they have 1 story, 2 story according to that. But the state, I might not have looked at state statutes.
Thresholds that allow you to build more
Right.
than the city.
That's must have missed out.
So
Well, if we kept it. Because assuming your scheme, maybe it triples the density, maybe it doesn't, but if it were to unlock the state permissions or whatever to do more density, is there in California like it is here in Texas where those incentives are super competitive to award? So you almost, it does muddy the waters in that sense. Because on the one hand, my brain is going, you just argue that every single 100% affordable housing, but it's not even probably viable. Probably not.
Yeah, it just gets muddy because like a certain percent gives you a certain bonus. And then it also gives you a certain number of concessions. You build a certain amount of extra height. So I feel like it just starts to get a little bit muddy.
I think the 100% affordable housing thing is something we got clued into last semester with Patrick Cronin up in Vancouver, right? Who basically told the students, most of the same things. He spent the last 20 years in Vancouver trying to provide more and more housing because the problem was a supply and demand problem. And he's like, I'm coming to the decision that that's not the problem. The problem is institutional investment in properties in cities, and not that it's owned by people who have homes. So his sort of thing was like, the only two cities where I've seen anything successful work were, I think, Vienna and Cambridge, right? Which are both cities that suit that any density bonus is 100% affordable housing. That's the only way to get it to work. That's, I mean, I haven't dug into all of his sort of metrics, but that was one of the agendas they got hit with last fall as a strategy. And is that why, in a way, the density bonus is sort of 100% affordable housing in your head in this project, or is that not related?
No, I didn't think about 100% actually. Yeah. Just
Can you go to your overall estimate there? Yeah,
Back to that, yeah.
It's almost like New York. We have the taller buildings that we have.
Absolutely.
Sure, some side streets, which is a great formula. What was all the fuss with putting this green space through these blocks? You didn't seem to impact you at all.
So the idea was that right now in the overall land, let me just give you some context. But yeah, the greens right now exist very sparsely, and there are like around 9 or 10 of them throughout the neighborhood. So the intention was that at a larger scale, they start just extending a little bit into wherever they are, and just bring together a few blocks cohesively, and just trying to extend that public space.
Well, I was going to say the idea of a mid-block park seems okay. You know, why not have a few of those there? Can you go to your solution though? Yeah. What is a little bit odd to me.
No, go back to that. Stay there.
Yeah, right there. What's a little odd to me is, I mean, how many acres is that park? Do you know how big it is?
It's 5 to 25. So it's 125.
Green space. How big is it?
It's 125 by 2.
125 by.
Yeah, and it has a driveway going through it, which is like, it's not for cars, but it's asphalt, and then it has smaller dedicated.
But those are all side walls of houses.
Yes,
right.
These are
yeah. You know where I'm going here.
Is that what you're talking
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Yeah.
Which is, could you put liner buildings on party walls
Mhm.
that face the park? They were like 20 feet deep and 4 stories tall. You know, little Father, Son, Holy Ghost house like they have in Philadelphia. And you make it affordable by making smaller houses, not necessarily trying to get them always to the apartment building. So you get eyes on the park. Right now, this to me looks like there were buildings here, they got demolished. These, I don't know what.
Quite possible at some point.
Yeah, and if these are party walls, could you just put liner buildings along there and a nice wide pathway, and so you get eyes on the park, makes the park safer, and you get small units in there. And,
absolutely,
there's some affordable stuff in that way.
Mhm.
You know, and they did this at Kentlands outside Washington. They did a 20 by 20 tower house. They had some really odd lots, and they did this house. It was like 3 or 4 stories, 20 by 20, or it might have been 24 by 20, because 20 by 20 is the garage dimension for a 2-car garage, which I know we're not worried about that here, but that's what we did. And then maybe it's a little wider, 25, and that was a door with a stair that went up to the main level. Great, you know, it's a real cheap house, very simple to build, and you put them in there. I mean, the other way to attack affordability is by varying unit sizes of different typologies, not just trying to get them into multi-family buildings. So you build smaller houses, you know, you build little ones too.
Is there more opportunity in doing that for the apartments, or like even for standalone?
You could build small. You could do a row of attached little houses on either side of that park. Be perfectly fine.
It would actually be really quite beautiful to have these two. They could be slightly higher because of the space, right?
Or do them as duplexes where you get a lower units. You could do a 2/1 or a 2/2.
2/2, yeah.
Or you can do them right there. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
That's fair, yeah.
I agree.
It would be useful in this graphic to see what in color, what the delta is of what's existing and what's proposed as all the new units that are unlocked by your.
Well, that's the thing, it's not as easy as taking the footprint of the existing buildings and saying, what if they were this high? Like, my tendency is to have them be volumetric the way they are, and then to imply
Yeah, like
the extent.
yeah, I just use these as reference for implication because what would be proposed might be more coverage than what's shown.
Sure.
So that was tricky to like tackle at this scale, but yeah.
Or before now.
Yeah, it's a little far, yeah.
It looks like the rear yard setbacks, right? What are they, like 20 feet or something?
Which ones? Sorry.
Rear yard setbacks.
Rear yard setbacks, so at an average, the 43% of the lot, which is little more than half, is empty for these are smaller units. So this would be, right here would be around 40 feet, but at the units which are a little longer, it would be around 20 to 25.
How did some of them get to be longer? Does that mean there's
So
also a setback?
it's because of the zoning being, yeah, because of this, because these the RM2 units, they allow more units per square footage.
Yeah.
So they
allow for more lot coverage.
They allow for more lot coverage as well.
Also, certain things don't count towards your lot coverage, like a fire stair doesn't count towards your lot coverage. So some of them look longer, but they're actually not longer with the building area.
You know, one of the other problems of affordability that we've experienced is that sometimes the lower down the economic spectrum you go, the more the people who need them want 3-bedroom apartments. Because they have larger families, or poorer people tend to have larger extended families living with them and stuff. And it's a huge dilemma. Developers, they don't want to build 3-bedroom units, And so this whole question about, so one of the things that a friend of mine invented was this unit that it's two units side by side, and the bedroom can flip into either unit, depending on what you're trying to do with it. It's a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom, but the 1-bedroom can become a studio if you put the other bedroom on there, it can be a 3-bedroom. That gives them the flexibility in the marketplace if they don't need it, That's another way you can deal with affordability.
I mean, it is a really interesting question. It certainly happened in Boston. I think the average apartment size being built in this Towerstone 10 was 450 square feet. I mean, they're just like really good. And it brings up real interesting questions about like, well, families can't afford to live in the center of the city anymore. And the result of that is that, Austin School District is putting all their money into schools in the periphery, closing down the schools in the middle, and we're basically decanting the center of the city because we're not sort of building it out in a way that allows families to live there anymore, because now it's about kind of young tech dudes with their laptops, right? And so it's a big, in my opinion, it's a big problem for livability in the center of cities. And I think, Austin is certainly experiencing it. I suspect San Francisco is experiencing it. But the other part that I think is here, which is why this idea of this little park space is so, I think, important in all of this, is like, I know I've had this argument with people here in Austin, right? Like, well, we got plenty of parks, right? What do you mean families can live downtown? There are plenty of parks. And I'm like, I'm not going to let my 3-year-old kid go out the front door and go to Zooker Park, right? Or Town Lake Park. I want these kinds of parks where I know there's some degree of safety and security for people. So I think there's real opportunities for these kind of places, but I do agree.
They need front stuff.
That's a missed.
I mean, Baltimore had the whole west side of Baltimore had all these valley housing. They demolished them and tried to make them parks, but they failed. So that's the household. And there was no positive surveillance. Interesting analysis. I think you're right, though, to take the boulevards and make them taller.
All right, we're going to move on.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have. We have 4 more, is that right? 4 more, and they're all kind of next to each other. You're looking for more coffee? 4 more coffee? These four are all kind of in the same area.
Everybody should do some speed dating.
I'll get some GRA. And one of the corruptions. So now you, I want to finish those two.
Yeah. I actually.
Close ours. It's nice close for that.
I think it would be interesting to see what's.
And you really. So that's fine. Let's take it. If we didn't San Francisco, I think we would have to do studios in San Francisco. I mean, we have. We did talk about three studios. I think it was. Okay, are we ready? All right. Okay.
Hello, all. I'm Mohan. I'm looking at the outer Richmond Gehl Triangle Park. So Gehl Triangle, like from the historic maps, like with the map of 1880s, like that's when we see those grids laid out, and we see this triangles formation because of the streetcars, and that's how it's been at this strategic form, like. And then this land parcel is kind of located with regard to all the main destination zones in the outer Richmond area, like with regard to Sutrobath Heights, and then with regard to the which leads to the Ocean Beach. Yeah, looking at the existing condition of the site, the site is a soft site, which is kind of which I have like SF planning kind of suggests to explore more density in that in the land parcel. And then right now we have a Walgreens retail at the site, and then there's a fire station in front of it, like number 5 is the fire station, which is more kind of surrounded by car parking around it. And I checked on it, like whether it is inactive or like, but it seems to be active. But when we visited the site, we couldn't see any activity associated with the fire station. And then the triangle is more kind of surrounded by the residents parking along the Gehl Boulevard. And this is an view from the 43rd Avenue, where there is a housing unit like where they have kind of explored the density which the Gehl Boulevard want to look at. So before going into the proposal, I kind of went through what was the morphology looking like, and with regard to the land use, like with respect to Gehl Boulevard, like Gehl Boulevard kind of loses its character when it enters into the outer Richmond zone, where after the Washington School, like the commercial character of the boulevard gets lost, and that's how it's mostly single family housing unit around the boulevard. So like in the below map, you can see like it's mostly the single family unit occupancy, and very few multifamily units along the thing. And then with regard to the street type based land use, like the land parcel is not even categorized as a boulevard kind of a land use, which has a high potential of exploring density and as a public space. And similar with the what kind of thoroughfares go through our site, and then what are the livable streets. And
your drawings are very clear.
Yeah.
And well labeled.
Cool.
You do not need to go into these long explanations. It's just gonna take less time from us to give you feedback. Sorry.
Yeah.
But they're nice drawings, very, very legible.
Sure, and I'll pass it. Yeah. So looking at the whole neighborhood, outer Richmond neighborhood, like it's mostly surrounded by the edges. Parks are along the edges, and there is less of open spaces within the neighborhood. And then relating it to the sheep flow direction, and then how the triangle could be a connection or a link between the Lantern and then the Sutra Heights is what I am looking at, and how this could be a access point for the people in the neighborhood to kind of reach out to these destinations, and this could be a small open space within the neighborhood. So looking at the proposed light rail, I'm planning to take the light rail within the land parcel and kind of use the ground as a transit station for the outer Richmond zone. And then while mapping the bus routes along the boulevard, like the 38 minibus kind of runs through the 43rd Avenue, 42nd and the 43rd Avenue, looping around the VM hospital. But I'm planning to take it through this is my proposal of the bus route. Yeah, and being able to witness some collisions along the junction, and so my proposal will be kind of fixing it up. So coming to the proposal part, like mapping around the major institutional buildings around the site within the 15-minute walkability. So there is this Lafayette School and then the Washington School. I'm more thinking of a round-the-clock activity, where like this is a public space along where people commute, to kind of have the lives linked to the where you go to a park and then do a grocery purchase after work or wherever after your commute. So in a way, like your trip isn't a destination, like every trip is part of the like your daily course could be done out of this in this location. I'm imagining this zone as a like leisure space, hangout space for people to come in this age of like work from home, at the same time do their daily course in terms of retail purchase or hanging out.
So you're saying on Washington West, the character gets quieter, the commercial force goes away, but in your proposition, you're saying there needs to be some more intensity in this part of this district, and this proposed programmatic stack, the quietness goes away, right? It totally becomes the mix master of intense program in one spot.
Yeah, so
Yes, okay, what else you
Yes.
got? What else you got?
so I'm thinking to kind of see this as an anchor to kind of bring in that liveliness with this. So the single family units around it are also potential soft sites. So I'm looking at this project as the activation for the neighborhood to kind of explore its more density.
Check.
So looking at the strategies, how I developed the proposal, like I took the sheet flow direction, like this is at the top and the water flow. Yeah. Okay.
You have 10 more minutes.
Sure.
Can I make a suggestion?
So yeah, I
Just tell us the idea.
okay.
That
So-
would be really helpful, just the idea.
So I'm retaining the fire station, and then the central part will be the soft side is going to be explored as the build form with the transit center, and then the triangular part is going to be the park. So this is the integrated bus route and light rail within the site. So the highlight, the green part is going to be the zone which is paved with pavers and which defines the pedestrian zone and more of a and limits the speed of the vehicle movement. So kind of using the park as a space to weave the micro mobility, and then the interchange between the across the boulevard happens over here. And exploring, anchoring the using the building to anchor the trip to other parts of the outer Richmond. So this will be the transit zone at the same time. At a city level, this will be the transit zone and kind of a way leading to the other parts of the Richmond. In a neighborhood level, it is going to be acting as a park space and kind of a corner grocery store where it caters to the neighborhood people. So this is the site plan. I think while exporting few layers missed.
So the existing firehouse is where?
So this is the firehouse. I'm planning to the firehouse route is going to be along this axis, along the Point Lobos Avenue, and it wouldn't cross along the Gehl Boulevard.
So you're making a civic plaza with
Yeah.
lots of public amenities.
Yes, yeah. So
Okay,
the front
yeah.
portion will be the full of a park and skateboard
And you're
activity.
doing that by cutting some of the streets that cut across the
Yeah.
triangle. So
So-
you eliminated them to get more green space and make public space. Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so in this case, like I combine these two blocks together.
Yeah.
So there's no thoroughfare across this, and I'm going to retain, so this is the Corridor Avenue where the 38 bus is going to come along from the VA hospital, which comes along and then stop over here. And there's a drop-off zone which I'm planning to cater to the transit also. There might be, and there's a retail, so there will be a pickup drop zone over there.
Got it. You're going to very, you're
Yeah,
going to
by the way,
very clear.
thank you for doing this, Tony.
So this is how I kind of envision and planning on temporary activities in the park area, and there used to be a cafe, maybe the if the fire station is inactive, that would be a firehouse subs cafe or something along with it. So this is a section across the building, like, I imagine the building. to be
Back
of-
up to the site plan, show us where that is, so the track goes through. So the building goes over top of 3 and 1, there, right?
Yes.
Spans over top of that.
Yeah.
So you're missing a dotted line that would show something above.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I want to integrate the park into the station, so, yeah, that's how the idea of the ground goes.
So the green, I'm really happy you did the drawing, I told you that, because like, that's what we wanted. I have one question though, I mean, all the questions about public programming and all that, and we'll see what happens when that tries to turn into a village and all that sort of stuff, I get it. What about the green space? Like, what's your idea for like saying what that is? Is it just like, I just need to plant a bunch of trees there?
No, I couldn't detail much of it on the plan. I was looking at more of a temporary market space, or where people on weekends could kind of arrange the store, or as a space for like temporary installations, and that's the kind of.
I was actually thinking of maybe something different, right? Which is like, we don't need to make every square inch of this plan public space necessarily, right? But I know we had talked at some point with Dan's sort of ecological striations of the district, that there was some idea about the Monterey oaks that are over here, and could there be ways that those landscapes started to kind of punch into the project a little bit, which to me suggests that there's possibilities for these landscapes to somehow have something to do with the landscape of the edge of the park and all of that. Like, instead of this being just, say, a generic landscape.
Yeah.
It could be, I think, you know, maybe these trees go away, this is a kind of turnaround for the things. But this, I think, could be a landscape that's maybe more, has an ecological role and less of a sort of symbolic.
Why don't you just, can you scroll through your drawings?
Yeah,
Just show
water
us-
retention.
Just show us the rest of your drawings. You don't have to explain them, I think we understand.
Quick question, this is the end of the line, the transit line loops around, right?
Yeah,
So that would be cool to see in this plan.
the whole loop,
Okay.
you mean? Yeah,
And yeah, to see the complete, like it would be satisfying to see the completion of that.
yeah, I should
And
have
then how
done.
far away is the gondola? So I'd be obsessed with you.
I think it should be like half a mile away
So
from
this
there.
Go back to the
drawing-
plan, go
this-
back to the big plan.
This drawing is, so where I thought you were going with the green, before you go to these things.
Yeah.
Right there. I thought you were going like super cool, like.
Yeah,
direction,
right.
where We're not at, the gondola is like the gateway to the beach
Yeah,
experience.
yeah.
This is sort of like you're saying, this is the sleepy part of town, but not anymore. This is this
Yeah.
intense end of the line, fun place to be. In which case, I think you could claim that, not as green. Green is such a placeholder for like, I don't know what it is. If it were hot pink, like the super community could have skate parks and other little micro programs that build on the intensity you're suggesting. Because it's not a passive landscape. You're saying,
Yeah.
there's gonna be a hell of a lot more people here living in the district and coming to the site.
Yeah.
So I say lean into the urban intensity side versus the passive landscape side. That's just.
I think, you know.
Yeah, I was looking at programs to kind of define the landscape pieces, or as a ground level program, what would be maybe kids can engage over here, or elderly people could hang out over here. Yeah, I should have detailed
Because
that.
if you were to really draw this, say, Aubrey's project,
Right.
right? I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that this is the strip that has that new sort of set of little pavilions right here, which means you got little strips of parks. And then this could be a big shared space of the same sort of genre as all of these other pieces.
And it's the last one.
And it's the last one. and
That's
some of
the
them-
best station, right?
Well,
Yeah.
fireplace
Yeah.
becomes.
Yeah.
It becomes a group home.
It's a redefined civic center. Yeah.
What is the big building at the end of the green, the tall building, the tallest building out there? What is that?
So that's the art, that's the art. All right, but what you haven't done is show us your project.
Yeah, I am at the end. So, yeah, so.
So the Gary, I'm Gary.
Well, there is, in Silver Spring, Maryland, there's a new light rail line going in, and there's a library on top of it.
Yeah, which is kind of what he's proposing. I mean, the building looks very monolithic and kind of
Yeah.
solid and all that. Now, they need some incredible Will Ruger cladding. I don't know. Well, how long is the access to downtown San Francisco?
I long.
That's what I'm wondering.
Go back to your section.
At this rate, maybe make it a 50-story.
I think you have an interesting idea here about trying to build housing over the top of important, community amenities like libraries, community centers, and things like that. I probably would have been more inclined to try and push more of the community uses to the bottom there and the housing to the top, like you have a one level community. I'm not quite sure what that, how you have that qualifies as community. But it would make the housing easier to design. Now, a lot of communities where there is pressure on land value and things are finding ways to put affordable housing over the top of publicly held public amenities, which is, I think, what should, it's a project in Chicago that does that quite well.
We're trying to do that at that convention center.
Yeah, we've looked at stuff like this. In DC now, they're building housing over fire stations, libraries, and things like that. They're just running out of land there. I think the clarity of your idea is a little bit challenged by the origami shape of the building and stuff, I think it could be a lot simpler, and in actual fact, the reason why it would have to be simpler is because I don't think this is a high rent district. And I think that the rents that you would get here, unless it's publicly supported housing, would be such that you couldn't afford complex steel and concrete structure. You probably have to build, the first 2 floors would have to be concrete because of the civic amenities there, but above that, you probably have to go wood, and wood loves 90-degree angles and stuff like that. So all that crinkly stuff would be very difficult to. And I don't want to sort of put a means market sort of visual on this, but it is a reality in places like this. You have to figure that out.
One of the projects that I'm a fan of, not necessarily for its architectural articulation, which is as a finish, is the project in the Eastern Docklands. It's called the Gehl. What I think is interesting about that one, the way it sort of does a kind of interesting section thing, is that all the standard middle floors, which are relatively standard 4-to-4 heights, are all more or less social housing. And then when you get to moments like this in the corner or where the roof goes up and you get higher sections, those are market. So what's interesting is that you take the weird sort of fact that the urban walk has done this, which you can like or not, but the result of that was that it created all these special conditions in the building that could then be higher end units and then the generic stuff.
Well, the other way to do this, but that's London. The other way to do this would be simply to say, you make it kind of campus of this little green, and you have housing in one part of it, and the community center libraries in another.
Right, like this could all be the public piece, and this piece back here could all be.
Yeah, there's the building in Copenhagen, the LA building blocks building, where it's all of that articulation is at the ground plane, and you can understand the civic space that it gets you to the building inside, and then you could have just sort of simpler.
Right, once you get into the building. I'll say that if this is at the end of that 4-mile-long street that goes forever, and tall, and then point maybe at the point where the gondola takes you.
That's
Bring the gondola down to the roof of this.
That's a really good point. What is the rule of thumb for project for public space? You need 10 activities to activate the Power 10. You want to, if you could find 10 different activities that were on there.
Someone had the term earlier, multi-mobility paradise, like that would actually be.
That's like a little Disney, like.
Why doesn't there Ferris wheel?
Okay, so I agree totally with what you're saying, but One place, have you been to Savannah in America?
No, I haven't.
You should go. Right now, go. You can walk there. What is really interesting is the way in which the little squares that are part of each court, the sidewalk sort of goes right through the park there. And so you can move through the blocks and then the sidewalk goes to the park, and then you go through the blocks again. It's really a beautiful straight line. I'm sort of wondering why these sidewalks don't sort of do that here, you know, and maybe here, so that the continuity of my, even though you don't have the of the grid is, you know, maintained, even though you're not going to allow cars. It would be a nice way to thread it together.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And Savannah does that beautifully.
And you should share.
Right now.
Savannah plus Super Cody plus the wind.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Sabir, you're right? So Sabir, and then Nidita. Oh, your name. Sabir, okay.
I am.
We have another more or less hour.
Yeah. That's not working.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Sabir. I've been working with the Sutro Heights Park at the edge of Richmond neighborhood. So this is basically my site. Just to note, I have rotated the plan a little bit from my previous colleagues because of the convenience we're working with. Yeah. So this is the Sutro Heights Park in dotted line, and we have the Geary Boulevard hitting it, and the Anza Street and Balboa Street also hitting my site. And you can also see the context here really well. So this is how I started. So I knew that the light rail in the Geary Boulevard was coming to the side, and I will have to have a station here for the light rail. And this is the edge of the neighborhood, so I was kind of thinking about the neighborhood interface, and I was also trying to figure out an approach to the gondola ride that's going to be here. Yeah. So that's basically how I was thinking in terms of the whole site, and there are views from my site as well, and how the Geary Street should end and how the Anza Street should end in. So all this thinking combined with like also this thinking of green spaces, like I'm trying to carve out the green spaces to create a space leading up to the aerial tram station. Okay, so all these decisions, I have another one, I'm sorry. Like I also try to figure out the pedestrian and bicycle pathways throughout the site because that seemed really important to me. This is actually, I have added to it, this is a design decision actually. Like I am trying to cover the whole site in the walk bike kind of format. So this is how I am trying to achieve that thing. So combining all these decisions, I'm sorry, I need to. Okay, so combining all these decisions, this is my master plan. You can see the station here, and you can see the neighborhood interface, which I'm designing as a retail corridor added with a widened pedestrian sidewalk, which ends in a library or reading corner. And also there's this approach which starts with an amphitheater, and it goes right into the aerial tram station. And from here, we can go to another aerial tram station, which is into the site, which my colleagues are working in. Yes, and also I was also showing like this connection. So I'm deciding to build a stairway here into my site, and the pathway shows how all the spaces are, like the pathway is in white, and it shows all the spaces are linked within my site. And it towards the edge of my site, it also is linked to the ruins of the old sutra house. And I'm keeping the existing parking as it is. So this is all pretty much the elements in my master plan. I tried to
Can you tell us what the project changes from number 3 to 6?
Sorry?
Are those 5-foot ladders? What's the grade change between number 3 and number 6?
From here to here?
Yeah, if you're walking up those stairs, how many feet?
It's probably 70 to 80 feet. I'm not sure, but it's going to be that
It's
area.
about 25 contours. So how many feet are each contour?
Uh,
Are they 2 feet or
5 feet
Five
contours.
feet. They're 5 feet, so 25 times 5, that's 125 feet.
Okay,
Okay, just one.
okay, so,
Which is significant. That's cool. In that short a distance. Which is why it's right.
okay, so this is kind of,
Right.
this is kind of the three-dimensional view of my site, which looks like this. So this is the features of the site annotated. Like you can see the light rail station here, the theater here, the sutra house, ruins, and a supporting structure with it built, and the aerial tram station, and also the stairs and the edge of the neighborhood piece. So this is the overview of the site, which you can see here. Then in the section, I have tried to take a section through the gondola station. So this is kind of how it looks like. The trees are actually in the background, and the aerial tram actually goes down into the my site next to it. And this is a section through the station, the light rail station, and yeah, so it gets down into the green as well. So this is actually the larger section across my site, which
Is it historic? Is the Sutro House historic? And is it listed as a historic building or anything?
I'm not sure, but
Okay, that's fine. You don't need to say
okay.
anything else.
Okay, so this is the section right across the neighborhood street to the Sutra House ruins and to the ocean, which shows you like the comparative positions of everything. And like I have blow-ups as well, which shows like from different levels, people can get ocean views. And from the edge of the neighborhood as well, like they have two kinds of interfaces to work from the park and also from the neighborhood. And this is kind of how the widened sidewalk will look like. And this is kind of like the approach to the gondola station. I have tried to include some lighting and some this is a large space where people can come and do all sorts of activities. So I kind of try to capture that. And this is actually the view from the stairway I was talking about. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Go back to the plan, like how far away is the light rail station from the gondola station? It seems like it's a really far walk. Is that like, I don't know, quarter mile or?
Well, the block is what? What's the block?
The block is 250.
Okay, so it's not.
This is 250.
Yes, yes.
What's this?
600.
600, right, that's what I thought. So.
1,200
900, 1,000, 900 feet. Or you walk it out like this. So 11, right, the Sutro Baths. Do we know what those ruins look like?
Actually, I couldn't go inside, like.
But from the outside, it's that curvy wall, right?
Yes, yes.
And so you're keeping all that. And you can,
Yes,
and you can
yes.
walk up on top of those existing ones.
Yes, yes.
And then are you adding a roof? Let you go in.
Is most of it a structure? Is most of it a structure that you share?
Oh,
Resale share.
okay. I'm sorry. I'll just.
At the
Sorry.
baths, is most of what you're proposing a new building, but what's historic is the ground and the baths themselves, right?
I think he's proposing.
Yes,
You're proposing
this, yes.
But this is the historic piece.
Yes,
Like
yes.
you can actually walk here, get up here now, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So you're proposing some sort of canopy.
Yeah, I'm proposing it the pavilion, but this is existing.
You were saying like, okay, this park currently has X, Y, like these conditions, and what I'm doing is, like, what's the main issue that you are trying to address or show us? I wonder is, the net, you are connecting buildings before they weren't connected through a pedestrian, like, what's the main change that you are trying to?
Okay, so what I thought like from the beginning is I first started not into the Sutro Heights Park, but in the edge of the neighborhood, which seemed like a really important place to me to create a recreational precinct for the whole neighborhood, because that's where the neighborhood ends.
So it's like trying to integrate neighborhood with the park? That's
Yes,
what
yes,
I'm-
yes, yes, like making it more accessible, creating more amenities to into it, and like making it more enjoyable.
Do you have the ground one?
Yeah, sure.
Like that? It's 11. So do those connections exist or are they all in the, like the pedestrian? area?
I think that.
There was not actually a pedestrian pathway around the hill. I am proposing this pedestrian pathway actually. That's why I was showing the pedestrian and bicycle diagram. Like I'm trying to like continue the pedestrian pathway around the site.
Well, so basically,
And making it
the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong. The way I understand it is that the purpose of these little black dots here. And
Yes,
these
yes.
little black dots here is to suggest that this whole surface of this road changes.
Could be temporarily closed.
It could be emergency access, it could be buses, it could be all these things, but it's not necessarily meant to be a through street for cars.
Yes.
Is that correct? So maybe that actually this whole street is at some level.
You know, your strategy to organize this site seems to me to be one of adding different program elements. It's working on the site, right?
Yes.
And what I'm missing is a sense of connectivity and the kind of way that you want me to move in terms of the kind of hierarchy of both experience and access. So, like for example, I think that picture you showed of the stairway going up from number 3, there is certainly not much of an incentive to get people to go up that hill. You know, it just looks very intimidating and lonely.
So
not a pleasant
I actually have a cafe at the base here.
Which, if
and
I look at
also-
that staircase, I might never leave.
You're gonna walk up the stair with your crystal.
Maybe, yeah, like if you walk where you're going, or maybe you could have resting moments, you know, like in between, like from, instead of going A, B,
Yeah.
it would be more like, okay, I can stay over here and expand the stairs for but maybe it's like the stair, that there is no program in between.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of it is that this is almost a kind, it seems to me it's almost Acropolis as a site. It's a little bit like the Acropolis, where it has a lower hill and has an upper part in the middle that's higher, right?
Yeah, yes, it's kind of
And
like that.
if you study the way in which you used to go through the Erechtheion and go into the Acropolis and, you know, the way the building, the mountain frames, building of the landscape, this landscape with the building, things, what you probably would not have is a series of things that are counter to the slope. You would probably have a series of terraces or pathways that kind of slid you up sideways up the slope, right? So I can imagine a scheme whereby this stuff is all organized around. If you want me to get here, between here and there, I'm coming up and I'm moving around, and there's kind of a nice kind of pathway that takes me around the site, and that's clear. And that in certain cases, if you want me to move up, I can move up if I want to, or I can stay on the pathway and stuff. But it just, this to me, I think is really not a nice thing.
Well, and like, what's the point? Like, what is the story that you're trying to tell here? Is it about just stringing together some historic artifacts that tell
Oh,
story of how this existed before the neighborhood did? Like, I'm just confused by the whole, there's a sequence of purposeful spaces that don't add up to any kind of bigger narrative, I guess.
yeah, so my thinking was to create a recreational space for the neighborhood, because it's the age of the neighborhood. Like I was showing in my kind of first slide, that the Geary Street ends here. The Anza Street, like people walk so much on Anza Street, will be walking so much on Anza Street because it's a green street. It ends here. So like, if I kind of like can create spectacles at the end of these streets, people can come and enjoy their moment within the spaces of the park. That was my initial idea, and from there it all happened.
I mean, maybe one issue, that path existed, right? At
Yeah.
some point, that's there. But at some point, there's no gondola there, right? So there's a little path here, because actually, if you live up here, you can't actually get down there, right? I mean, because this has been privatized, you know, so you kind of have to go all the way around. My thing with your project, I think that there's some nice pieces in your project. There's probably too many pieces. Like it's sort of like a lot of little smaller things. And I think, sort of picking up on Matt's comment, like one really beautiful retaining wall that finds its way kind of through and kind of tells you where it is you want.
Is Conway with the is that an existing wall there?
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like,
is that existing, or you
there is an existing railing here. So what I'm doing is like continuing the railing into the gondola section.
But the places, so cutting across the slope would be a really weird thing for that wall to do. I could see a solution whereby there was a series of these terraced walls that have pathways associated with them. You know, if you sort of look at the DNA of the site and say, well, it's this outcropping, it has this wall that's threaded through that makes a precinct. You could have lower walls and pathways, and you start to, right now, your project, your scheme is very starchy. It's very brittle and stiff relative to a landscape that is very particular and very dominant, you know?
Yeah.
And so I don't have a strong sense that what you're showing us is really thought out relative to the actual layout or contour of this little rock outcrop.
Yeah, and maybe it would be good, or the project is better to you start like make some like understanding the different layers. So the topographic, like different plans instead of just one. So you have an understanding of the topography, you have an understanding of the of how you want to connect the neighborhood with the park, and in which areas are more important. Some of the aspects I also think, okay, you have four bookshops, or how many bookshops, or why, so you start to go through, okay, activities, okay, like historic areas, and then that could start to give you like an understanding of what is the main idea and what you want to do with or offer the public with this park.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I just want to say that, like, this stairway, we're proposing this only because there were like two existing informal pathways. Number one. Number two is that except this aerial transportation, like the spaces I'm carving out of the green, those spaces actually have less green than other areas of the park. That's why I'm doing that. Otherwise, like, my intention was to protect the natural features of the site. Yeah,
Maybe
that was my.
Exactly. For example, if that existed, if that's there existed previously, or like you're coloring some, would be like a project like an archaeology, like showing, okay, so this is the site, and I'm recovering that, and I want people to move that and connect that. It's more like the way you narrate the project and the way you present the project, like visualization, that maybe was made it harder for us to understand.
Yeah, I understand.
And I would just add, I agree with all of that, and then like, what would bring you there to begin? Right, someone said this morning, and I think there was a diagram, that this is where the city and the sea connect, right? And there's this artifact of the bats.
Number 11.
Just number 11, you just looked at that. You have this design intervention on top of it. It reminds me of like the Alvaro Siza tea house. Like, that's intriguing. It's the end of the neighborhood. It's inviting you to the sea, which connects you to this other world down below. What happens there? Right now, it's like just a roof canopy on top of
And the roof canopy has a form that's.
your whole project can be, how do you get to that? And then how do you move around so that you're able to move in section in all these different ways that are coming together? Light rail, the gondola, the stairs, which either maybe they go away or they become super exaggerated and the most giant staircase in the city. But that you've got all these different ways of getting down to the sea because you've been invited there. Like right now, I think that's the missing like heart of the story is like, what is everyone dying to see when they come here?
Mother Nature. They're dying to see Mother Nature. They get up there on the top of the
And then
hilltop.
sometimes
See
it's
the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
Not bad,
Yeah.
but
Exactly.
you got all this crap in the way. I mean, I'm coming into this, I'm coming from the neighborhood down here, and I want to pick up pathways that get me out to this promontory. I want that stuff to knit it all together. And I got this big thing in the middle here that kind of gets in the way a little bit, I think. And it's almost like you feel that the architecture can compete with the Pacific Ocean. Don't try that.
Okay, but like in the first place, these were, yeah, like I actually started with from these two pieces. So yeah, so eventually.
I think if you got rid of 9 and the little spider thing in the middle there, the spider web in the middle there, the project improves dramatically, actually. I think the amphitheater seems to me doesn't really work in the topo where you have it located. You want to put that in a place where you have, if you took the amphitheater I don't know what view this is. If this is
Put
an
10 or
important view.
12.
Or at least.
Yeah, you could carve it in here where the topo is much more salubrious to that kind of.
Yeah, it's like if you have, like stations, like it's a transition from that part of the neighborhood up to the hill, where you see the ocean. And then you have like resting moments, like different stations, and each has a character according to where you are. But then it's a very, like you thought it before, recognizing the archaeology of the site, what happens before the vegetation, like different layers that we then provide experience of not only just from A to B, but like moving and being able to enjoy the four ways.
I think it's difficult to link all these things. I think it gets better when the experiences are more separated and joined by a path than by structures.
We should move on.
Okay, thank you so much.
So we got two more. You, hey, your first, yes?
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
where are they?
They're, I looked those up.
Are they generating power?
Well, they were built, they just.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, some pictures like that, we saw them here.
Which you feel like you're.
Well, especially if you're standing as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I saw pictures of them. They didn't realize.
And they have tulips at the base of them.
Yeah.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm so I'm looking at the Sutro bus, which used to be the world's largest indoor swimming pool establishment when it opened in 1890s, and now it after the fire in 1960s, the only remains here is just like those concrete stairs and walls and the passageways. So we can see like the picture on the left is what it used to be, and the picture on the right is what it is right now. And what I'm looking at is how to improve this beautiful but somewhat undeveloped area, and considering its historical and cultural value, as well as its recreational characteristics together to develop like a new public space for the west coastline in San Francisco. So the Sutro bus was located north of the Ocean Beach, the Cliff House, Seal Rocks, and west of Sutro House Park. And the concrete remains nowadays have been part of the Golden Gate National Recreation Area since 1973. And the Golden Gate National Recreation Area is nearly like 81,000 acres, and it's been the nation's largest national park unit. So I'd like to have a very brief introduction about the Sutro bus itself. So Adolf Sutro, who was born in Germany and arrived in California in 1850, purchased 22 acres of undeveloped land at the west edge of San Francisco. And in 1881, he purchased the first Cliff House, which was originally constructed in 1863. And after it destroyed by the fire, Sutro just rebuilt and furnished it in 1894. And based on his interest in natural history and marine studies, he developed the idea of create an ocean pool, which turned out to be the Sutro bus that opened in 1894. And it's a huge swimming and bathing facility offering 6 salty water swimming tanks of different sizes, shapes, and water temperatures. And then after the Great Depression, when it opened, it's very popular among the citizens. Lots of people come here to spend their weekends, and not only at Suzhou Bus, but also like in Suzhou Head Parks and also Playhouse. But after the Great Depression, fewer visitors come here, and there are like they cannot make profit. And in 1930s, some part of the bus was converted into an ice skating rink in order to make facility profitable. And also in 1964, developers plan to have a high-rise apartment complex, but because of the big fire that destroyed all the buildings, so the plan just stopped. So look at the site itself. We can see like here is the light rail we are proposing going along the Gehl Boulevard and then turn back, and we have the light rail station there. And the points Lobos Avenue start from the end of 48th Street. Will, as we propose, it may become a different type of street that have a different pavement and more for pedestrian and bicycles. And also there are 3 big parking lots around the remaining ruins. And when we visited the site, we saw a lot of people taking wedding photos there. And this is like a very famous place for young couples to taking wedding photos. So looking at the site, I feel like there are 3 major problems in my opinion. The first one is as we see before, there are a very huge parking lots in the area that takes up a lot of space, which could be like redeveloped or used as green space or a public space for some social activities. And another one is like, I remember when we arrived there, we are already very tired, but there are no place for us to like, no good place for us to have a rest or maybe just have a cup of coffee. So maybe there need to be some place for visitors to like just sit down and chat with each other or have a good view of this ocean. And also along the main street, there are those sharp walls or fences that prevent people to get into or have the access into the Suzhou Bus area. So based on its history and its recent recreational characteristics, I consider the site to like redevelop as a combination of culture and history memories, and also recreational area, and also as it used to be a bath. So I'm thinking like we still can have some activities that's related with the water. So here's my like how I generate this project based on the existing topography and the physical characteristics. I think there are maybe 3 major zones from the bottom to the highest part, which can be defined as water, buildings, and the green spaces. And also I'm proposing to add add stronger connections in north-south directions that connects Sutro Bus with Land's End and also the Ocean Beach, the Sutro Heads Park. And I'm proposing different kind of programs and also like this corridor along the Point Lowe's Avenue that could be like a connection between the street and also the park itself. So that's this is what like all these ideas combined together. We could see like how I'm proposing the Sutro Bus to connect the neighborhoods and the city to the seafront, to the ocean, and also the connection between Land's End and Sutro Heights. So then it comes up like this framework plan, and we can see like we have the light rail goes from here, and here is a light rail station, and I'm proposing here bike rent station that people get off from the light rail and they can rent a bike, go along this more like a shared street. Like we have 2 bicycle lanes along this side and then go to the playland and also Ocean Beach. And also those parts could be like more related with water. Like here is a new floating pool. And in the middle part is like a series of cultural and recreational activities. And we could also see this ground floor plan to like have a better understanding of how the path below the big roof. So like we have a different pavement along the streets. So this corridor could be like a median from the side and the street. So I'm proposing like it has the same pavement as the street, so it could be like some part an extension of the sidewalk to like some small pockets to give pedestrians more activities along the street. And these are some analysis that the circulation and those access and the view that you could have more access into the site, and also you could, as there are several openings, you could have a better view of the sea front and also the bass itself. And as it still be part of the recreational, be part of the Golden Gate recreational area. So we, so I think it's not like fully developed the whole area, but maybe it's just the water part and also the middle part that have a lot of buildings. But the upper part is more like we only create more connections, but we didn't add a lot of programs. And also along this corridor, and proposing some small retail spaces related to the buildings that can give support to the pedestrian and visitors. And here are 2 sections. One is cut from the pool, and another is like a long section from the sea to the street, trying to understand the relationship with the topography, the building, and as those buildings have those different elevations, we can have a good view of the sea that is. And yeah, this is like Excel view to see those different systems, how to like how they combine together to develop this new project. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
So the long brown thing, the shape of the upside down question mark, is that a building?
Sorry?
The squiggly thing, the long squiggly thing,
It's
is that a
not-
building or
It's like a pavilion.
it's like a building?
It's really a piece of extension of the pedestrian infrastructure.
Yeah.
It's not a building.
It's not
It's
really.
not a big.
Does it have any program inside it at any point?
No, actually, I only propose those small retails, and other places are more like flexible public spaces that could be like if we have festivals or big events, maybe the street will be full of people, and then it's like extension of the street.
So just out of curiosity, how do you get down to the, let's say, museum floor under there or under there?
So it's like you enter this building or this building
How do you enter that building? Where do you enter that building?
from.
How do you get down?
So this is this building, the main.
What I'm suggesting is that this is maybe not at the same level sectionally. So there's some moments here that have to happen where connections from this public space down into the various levels of landscape have to happen. I think that's the only part of it. That's the normal. I suspect. I thought it was all paving, but I didn't realize it was a covered canopy, essentially connects pieces together, right? Yeah, right, I think it is.
It's like a pergola or?
Yes.
Okay.
And they connect. In the way buildings, the landscape alone can do whatever it's, this is trying to follow the level of the road. And there's going to be gaps and there's things together. And the question is, do you program that together or not? Yeah. You definitely have to program it in terms of access. Yeah, there's that next level of detail that's going to have to figure out slopes and where steps and slopes are.
Yeah.
Ramping, I mean, that's a whole nother next level of detail.
Yeah.
And some of them seem to line up.
Yeah, some of the topos are probably fairly flat and it meets the covered walkway on the downside. It's the section.
Yeah, like I feel like you place these in a way that they try to line up. They
They
just
line up
don't
with the
always quite line up.
I like maybe a couple sections this way
Yeah.
would be
yeah.
really good.
I struggled a lot of times like to dealing with the topography, the
Until you
relationship.
start doing sections like you mentioned, take, like if each one of, what are these topos, 5 feet?
Yeah, 5 feet.
So, I mean, you've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's 15-foot grade, so this is what? Well, it's not 15 feet, but you're going that far in this dimension, so if you came in flat to get into this building, that's fine. But the question is, what happens between this block and here if you're going up? That's right, that's the issue.
Do you have, can you have the section again? Just that I
Well,
also wonder
this-
like if it's possible even
Yeah, so it's a little
like even too low, or you like the roof should be part of the topography. Wasn't that?
yeah, because if you were to draw on that section, if you were to superimpose another section, right? Which was a section that say went like this. Right? The question is, where would that line be?
Yeah.
Would it start to slope under here like that? Like, how would that as a surface, which is sort of projected off the road to extend it? How is the interface between that surface, which is following one kind of slope, and this sort of situation?
Well, that's just it.
How it is like, you wouldn't want to do this steep piece right in between here and here, no, or there and there. But what you might do is take that floor and fill that and let that be a. Right. Then you go out and become the main roof.
Yeah. I think too, one thing that we had talked about that I still think you have an opportunity of doing is like, you're showing this as like a public space or something in between the retaining wall and the building. Like, I actually think the bigger opportunity would be to bias your buildings at the edge and have them stick into the public realm. So this retail edge is the same building.
Yeah.
It's just the second story and you enter at the second story or you enter at the bottom story and you circulate within the building.
Yeah.
Like, that's how we solve for grade in the real world a lot of the time. We use the building to navigate it because you have that, you have two ways to get there.
So I was up in Arkansas recently, and there's a big grade change between the street levels. It's probably, I don't know, 40 feet. And the buildings, are 5 stories, 2 stories up here, 5 stories down here. You walk between these staircases and you get halfway up and you enter into a door that's at the 3rd floor of the other building. Right, and it's a storefront. It's not a storefront, it's just a door. It says landing. But it's below grade from there and above grade from here.
I mean, even this building, you
Yeah.
enter at level 3
Yeah,
on
yeah.
this side and you are at level 2 on the post office side or something. So I think that there is a huge opportunity, like, I don't think it would take that much time for you to just cut a section through the opposite direction through each of these program moments and just do like a little vignette of like how you would use that building to navigate grade. And I think it becomes a stronger argument for how you're actually integrating the civic and public realm into this very natural sutra baths. You're kind of inviting people in.
Yes, because I think you're like, the way you approach like the pedestrian, like walking is through with the topography, like it's working very well, like you don't have to. It's more like how you integrate the building as part of the topography and the landscape rather than the building.
Yeah, in this
Because
case.
it works really well, just to be sand and then you end
Yeah.
up here, yeah. it's pretty good.
Well, and I think, to the point, that if you're gonna enter this building from below, you enter here and that walk ought to continue over here, say here, that ought to be, like, this strategy works. But it doesn't work here, right? Because the fronts are down here, so this, you'd have a lot of steps between here and here.
Right.
Like way too many. So the point would be maybe the walkway does this and you stay on the low side each time, just like you did here. And forget that walk because.
You're in the side of the hill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, I think your drawings have come a long way since the last time I saw them, and that's great. And so, yeah, we pulled it off. And we got one more to do.
Good job. Thank you.
Definitely need a whole lot of smart. She's a landscape architect. Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah, right. Don't ask me that. It's clean. So we got Dan. Is at the beach. Okay, are you guys presenting together? Is that correct?
Yep.
Just a second.
Sorry. No, just sort of emailing this because Jared. What happens? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's, I've been getting various communications. Let me know after meeting.
Yes, but it's a 5:30.
right there.
I'm gonna say yes.
Oh, look at all those floors. I never knew that. I didn't know that.
That's good, we can have a discussion.
All right.
Other-
Yeah.
So many
we should
people.
have done this with the
So many people.
landscaping stuff.
Go ahead.
You know, all right, Gehl.
Perfect. So, hello, I'm Mudita. This is Anand. We worked on the playland area, which is of the schools.
Or press keyboard now.
I deleted them.
This is a case.
So we worked on this, these 4 blocks at the end of the Richmond district area, which sort of is like, is the only connection at the end of the entire district, which physically connects the entire district to the sea. I keep forgetting, sorry about that. Sorry about this. So looking at the side, on a more closer look, we see that, okay, 4 blocks sitting there, which are forming, sitting at the end of the 2 major roads, one being Balboa, one being Fulton, kind of sharing these sort of bridging these 2 big parks and trails forming from the Golden Gate Park and the Sutro Heights. Also connecting the Ocean Beach through the Great Highway and forming these intimate nodes that that Dean likes to refer to as the charm bracelet. The different moments in the different moments on the seafront, starting from Mohan's project to Yuha's project to Sabir's project, moving on to ours, and then culminating at our site.
One thing I want to just throw in there is not part of your project, but no one's mentioned it or shown it so far. And this is really for you, Hay, to have done. There was an original gondola there.
You saw it.
And so like that. Where was it at?
It was at Sutra Baths.
It was at Sutra Baths, and it actually went over the roof of the historic glass, whatever. Wow.
It was an attraction.
Yeah, okay. Because this was like the Coney Island.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Like,
The bass would accommodate 10,000 people a day.
yeah, no, this was totally Coney Island.
Yeah.
Anyway,
We'll
sorry-
get to it.
Sorry about that.
We'll get to
I thought it was important. I thought it was important to mention,
So looking at the context where it is right now, it's mostly single family housing with a few mixed use housing, with a huge retail, safeway retail, and a lot of parking, which kind of divides the site and the ocean beach. And obviously the hard, very distinct seawall that also kind of separates it from the sea. So when we actually were reading the site through plans, we were actually excited because the 4, like I said, the only 4 blocks, it probably could be something exciting happening there, but when we went there, we were kind of disappointed to look at something, like a series of houses where it seemed like it was a standalone feature there, a plaza which existed but no one really used, or something like the missing of any sort of mixed public activity on the ground.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Next.
And this is what we felt. We had actually seen a lot of sites that day, and we ended our trip at this Ocean Beach edge. And we were standing there, we were looking for a restroom, and we were trying to figure out what it was, how exactly, like, it seemed like there were like mini districts on the road itself, with the parking of its parking making its own district, housing making its own block, another housing making its own block, and the 75 feet wide, huge, confusing road, and no amenities to look at. And this is the same site a couple of years back from the 1940s, when it was sort of a place of destination, a spectacle that kind of was kind of highlighting the beaten number of it was not just a destination for the neighborhood, it was for the entire city as well, and was sort of like a landmark that existed here. We sort of looked into more into details because.
And it's interesting that it was the competitor of Coney Island at the time, and they were the two identities, even though on different coasts of the country, they were battling each other out financially as a tourist destination. And that's why it's really important to look at
This is a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Yes.
And like the use of lights to kind of make an identity out of the seafront, to get people there and kind of also make it really important for people to visit it at night and not just the day, was something that we were looking at.
Was that a pier? Was there a pier?
No. This but it was not part of Playland.
I was gonna ask, was there a pier like there was in Galveston or in Coney Island? There's no pier with a roller coaster and other stuff on it. It was all.
It is in San Francisco, but on the other edge of the water. It's like.
Is that what it looked like up there?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
This
Go ahead.
was
Go ahead.
a 10-acre. This was a 10.
It has like some shoot ride.
Right.
Anyways, we looked into the old Playland to understand what it was about. Although there was a lot of there was this great highway, but look at the flow of people from the site itself to the sea. So the intimate spaces that the programming had with with the nature of programming, such as hotel, to sort of support these small intimate public spaces that happen there, and and like these spaces, which although the entire project, although fit on the four blocks, it's like still created these different moments that you can look at during the day and during the night. As we saw
Is this your plan or is this?
No, this is
the old plan which we have
This is
for
Playland.
All right, got it.
This is the Playland amusement park in the 40s, and
So you want to try and piece it back together.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So we're taking inspiration from the programs that were there.
And after that, we kind of stepped back and we started looking at the fabric of Richmond now and how we can react to the fabric and to some of the actions that the framework plan is taking by having a more sensitive approach over there. One of the things we realized when we were on site is that there is a real lack of retail spaces, no food, no shopping, no kind of neighborhood commercial shop. And that's why we started looking at some of the retail patterns of Richmond and looking at some of the streets that had a lot of retail activities and thought what could happen if the retail activities are pulled to our site. And we started providing shade on our site at these strategic nodes and corners and edges. Then we also studied the green space kind of network plan, which was created for our framework plan in Richmond. And since we are located here in between these two major parts, like I said, how do we connect it? So we use the existing green connection network into our design and kind of integrate it with our plan.
Oh.
Yeah, and one of the other things that was really interesting to us is we started looking at these north-south connections that was used for some of our analysis before. And what it does is basically provides really small kind of neighborhood level retail to the existing neighborhoods over here
and kind of create these really comfortable kind of neighborhood commercial streets where you are living over here. You can just go over here and have like your day-to-day retail stores and get back to your home in a really short time. And we thought of integrating one of those kind of neighborhood commercial streets on our side, which could also be a barrier and which could also be like a threshold between the housing that we propose and between the more public spaces. So it could be the thing that kind of connects and divides both of them. And again, like going back to our analysis of playland, looking at the different layering of activities, we thought it is really important to kind of see how a person would experience as the person moves from the city towards the beach, and how one experiences the site in these multiple slices of different programs. And some of the linear kind of thin programs also help create a balance between the two larger ones. We started looking at the morphological evolution and see how the existing fabric could create these spectacular moments on our side. So we start, and these are really self-explanatory. So we studied the plot boundaries, extended the plot lines. We kind of broke the plot lines here, where there is this aerial tram which runs through the Sutro Bath over here into and ends at the Golden Gate Park. Started to highlight some of the key nodes that are formed, and these are formed historically by playland and also by some of the movements and patterns of people and cars right now. So kind of identified those, created few corridors, created these things and shipping lines which we had according to some of those, and came to this massing diagram which kind of shows what the ground floor plan could look like. And kind of started programming it in a much more nuanced way, where we started looking at open and green public spaces and some of the diagrams and some of the public spaces that also react outwards to the city and to the beach, but also kind of what happens inside. One of the most important things was how do we look at it? How do we look at the morphological diagram section? So we use these three different kind of layers that respond to the context well. So it's the first one is the low rise, which is the existing kind of development. And then we have mid-rise developments, which are rhythmic kind of podiums that rise above the low rise. And then we have these four high-rise distinct towers that create like a sense of iconic buildings, which all together give a formal new identity to the ocean's edge. And that's how we come to this master plan. And kind of, I want to quickly explain you how the master plan works over here. So this is the housing development that we provide, which kind of edges to the current housing development over here. And we have a linear path which can serve both the housing projects and these kind of internal looking housing courtyards that form, and also have this informal and porous kind of relationship to the green park over here while having their own personal spaces. And then we have this central street over here, which is a cut through basically for the aerial tram to pass through, which requires a 50 feet wide kind of street. And this was the neighborhood commercial street that I was talking about earlier, and how that could be used as a buffer between the residential over here and the more public programs over there. And the public programs kind of flow in a separate kind of way, and framing these huge public spaces through that programming. And we have some more things happening over here. So the entire patch over here is a shared street. So essentially, it's more pedestrian friendly and for public transit, and how people can move over very easily over here. And then we have the plaza, which is real out looking into the boardwalk. One view that we wanted to show is how a person would enter our site from the Sutro Bath. So continuing from where you get into it and kind of start moving into the entry of the project. This is the first gondola or the aerial tram station over here, which is on a heightened level above the street, and you can enter into the kind of development over here. And then the kind of station ends over here in the Golden Gate Park. And that is like the destination. So you kind of create two different nodes on our site, which can allow people to choose different destinations and across. And this is the view that you get by entering the site.
So what is the height of the, let's say, what's the maximum height of the housing?
Oh, so the housing goes up to
50.
This,
10,
Oh, this
15.
one, oh, sorry, 50.
that's 50 feet?
Yep.
And then what's the lower top height of this?
That's 60 and 90.
60, so this is always below even the lower part of that.
But there are certain corridors that we can access.
But they sort of still respond to each other. I mean, 50, 60, like sort of
Yeah,
still
we
try to
come
match.
to that in the section that we will be able to see them. Yeah. And then we had morphology and how the site is programming with our kind of different layers. So this is just a diagram to explain that. I think some of it I already explained in the master plan. And we also wanted to program it sectionally and kind of have different programs vertically, which also creates an interesting interaction with the terraces and the ground planes. Public programming, having the linear park at the edge over here, some private courtyards, and then it's basically different levels of public spaces that that we wanted to create. And we have a diagram to show the different nature of public spaces and how this one is a private courtyard because it is owned by the hotel that is situated over here, and we have the more public kind of program over here, semi-public and then semi-private for the resident of this kind of development. And through all those public space diagrams, we come to this kind of public space plan, which shows how the spaces and the corridors react to the massing of the building. So, like we spoke about in the coastal framework, how does the boardwalk kind of actually come into the project? So the boardwalk comes into the project through a different kind of a pattern on the ground and kind of becomes a layer or a corridor or a colonnade that hugs the entire structure over here. And it also provides protection to some of the interior spaces over here, while also giving a nice porch to the entire project as a uniform thing. And yeah, some of the different levels of programming. We have green spaces, we have open spaces, we have community gardens over here, we have plazas where and playgrounds, smaller playgrounds for kids in the community. We have the transit plaza over here because the gondola ends over here, so people kind of come over here. And the BRT, and this one is the BRT and the bus stop. So they kind of like over here. So this becomes like a multimodal hub, and this becomes the plaza that can welcome the people to these programs over here. And we also, one thing I'd like to mention is how we have the field at the edge of the Fulton Street and kind of becomes an extension to it and creates another space in conjunction with the entire boardwalk.
So I think Gehl had a question before you go off this plan.
Choose.
Gehl. Okay, maybe he can't speak. Okay, his question was whether the aerial tram where Sabir, you showed it coming down. Does this line up with that central street?
Yes.
And so
Yes,
there's a
this-
station
Correct.
at the bottom of the aerial tram and then it continues.
Correct, but the station is
Raised.
It's not
is-
around.
it's above. So
Yeah.
So then the cafe that was from that seemed like you would never go there. Actually, in some ways,
you would.
there is a reason to go there. It's the entry to Playland 2.0.
Correct.
Is that all right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also this kind of
Shared space that are.
I think it gives the cafe a better reason to be there. You just needed to show Playland with your drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could use some.
So Laura, this is the station that we are talking about. It's on a height level, and when you enter, you kind of see that.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so you see these.
You're up.
Yeah.
There you go. You're back. Great.
Good.
So is that your board or is that your last one?
So, no, we have
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, board.
We have one.
Okay, keep going.
Why are we going to talk about? So this is how we see like how we were talking about the section, how we still have the housing and we still have this commercial part, but how they visually and physically sort of look at each other and these create like small pockets of public interaction, and also creating this interesting wonderland that goes over your head in a way. So we look at this through a section as we move from Fulton towards the Ocean Beach. This is the housing section that we see, creating like these smaller pockets of community parks and playgrounds for the neighborhood kids and the people living there to kind of engage with each other. We put a before and after kind of a image of the same area where you see on the left there is a Safeway parking lot, which sort of creates this continuous space in front of the housing, but the one that we are proposing sort of still tries to interact with them, creates sort of a smaller community space and a small parkway through. As we further move towards the more commercial part of the project, we see
Fancy.
we see
Yes, there's one inside Congress.
sorry. So this is how we felt, how if there was. We were supporting it with the hotel. So how this space was sort of infinite, not covered, and it's very difficult to walk because of the strong wind rushes. So this creates sort of these small enclosed spaces where people could walk through, also like sort of small pockets to spill into, and all these the sort of thoroughfares are of different nature, between the auditorium and the shopping, or the hotel and the shopping and offices. All of these enclose different public spaces that Ale talked about earlier.
So this is the extension of the boardwalk that goes and has the.
Again.
This was.
Okay. Which eventually culminates on to the boardwalk, the pier in the end, which has this a pool, sort of a spectacle. As Dan had mentioned earlier, the waters are very too strong to sort of engage with. So we thought it would be very interesting to have something that also creates like a smaller space that also kind of continues the experience more towards the beach. So, and now looking at the sections, the spaces longitudinally, we create, although it's a greenway which connects both the parks, but there are also these spaces where people could kind of still like get back and do their own thing, but people can continue to walk on their through from Golden Gate to the Lance Trail in this is and
Yeah, again, you can see here the stepping up of blocks, the layering of program.
Another one of the plazas, the central plaza that we talk about, when no one needs it, we are sort of imagining it to sort of respond with neighborhood commercial, with retail and cafeterias, and again create like a cultural plaza there.
And creating these kind of sections with kind of engage on the ground level, so you walk on this under this kind of shaded coordinate, but then there is a private kind of a bar and a bar right next to a pool. So this is the hotel, right? So this is the hotel plaza that people want to kind of enter. So there's multiple layers that people have to kind of multiple layers of landscape and like urban elements.
So what are the implications of the fact that the first tram stop is up in the air?
So we'll go back to the view.
And we're starting to run out of time. So let's talk about like the big moves, your big project ideas. You don't need to take us through every single section. Tell us what's there. Like,
This is actually the thing, that the identity of the city shoreline and how the ocean or beach edge is kind of acting. So the pier kind of continuing from Fulton, breaking the blocks, breaking the regular kind of block patterns, but in a very contextual way, like we saw in the morphological diagrams, and symbolizing the ocean beach as a highlight of Richmond and also of San Francisco. While we see it in relation to Sutrabhat, we see the cliff house over here, the Golden Gate Bridge, downtown SF,
We got it.
and again, like a callback to the original Playland at Nightview. And this is what is sort of like Playland 2.0, which acts as a similar bead in the necklace of the current ocean beach with iconic projects all lit up and created. Okay.
Well, the obvious question, why did you crank the buildings?
Pardon?
Why did you crank the buildings?
Why did we shape the buildings the way they are?
Yeah.
So,
Why did you crank them?
So this was the process. We extend the lines and then we kind of look at these view corridors and important nodes and junctions, and then we respond to that. And how do we open up to the views?
You go to your overall plan.
Yeah.
Just,
it also sort of,
Go to the figure ground. So, yeah, I mean, I'll just sort of put it. Comments real quick, actually. I've never really been fully convinced about these footprints, because they just seem massive, right? And so I was thinking about, all right, if this is about subdividing this big 2-block zone into kind of 4 buildable, whatever they are, right? I mean, either they're total fun city roller coasters, whatever, in which case there's no morphological antecedent, or these are transformations of some building types of some kind that maybe then go through modifications in order to fit new code programs or whatever. The building that I happen to be really fond of, this is a weird reference out of left field, is Otto Wagner's Post Office Savings. And the reason I like it is because it's got a big footprint like this, but it actually has a big hall in the middle, right? Yeah. Which is actually covered with a glass roof, sutro bass-like. And it lets light down into that big space, and then there's light below. There's housing above it, but the housing looks into an outside space, whereas down below is the post office, which then is protected, but still gets light. I feel like if you were to really do this as a kind of building plan, there's something about like the sort of, yeah, like how that all kind of begins to operate as a building technology. And then the last 2 comments from mine, if you go to a section, like one of these sections, right? My instinct, not this section, because that section is okay, but yeah.
The cross?
The other.
Gosh.
That one, that one's good. So my instinct would be these really tall buildings, of which this is the biggest, probably doesn't need to be that deep. Right? Like I'm wondering what if this was only this deep? And then this had a relationship with that, even if it was a different programmatic thing. Like I feel like this guy right here against this guy is kind of overpowering the character of this space. And all of those tall buildings, which are kind of going all the way back to here. I like the layering of the project, but I feel like, you know, just like this has something to do with this, I feel like this could have something to do with this. And I feel like this stuff has something to do with that, right?
Yeah.
And so I feel like there's a kind of the layering of scale across the layers and how you transition those things in section, probably for me are quite.
Now, the operative premise of your scheme is that the activity that was in the original play lab, which was towards fun games and entertainment, had a certain density of diversity, which made it a destination, right? Okay. So you can't put back the playland. You don't want to put an amusement park back here.
No, no, but we would like to look at it as what it meant to the city more than what it was.
Yeah, so no, I understand that. It seems like what you're trying to do is to compensate for the diversity of entertainment venues that used to be here with density of development. Basically saying, you know, I have office, I'm gonna have residential, I'm gonna have retail here, connected to the tramway and stuff, you know, all that stuff. And I think that's a reasonable supposition. I don't know the California market at all, but I would be I'll say it, I don't want to say too much more about it. I would be very surprised if this was a market that could support an office building. It just doesn't seem like the kind of area where office buildings would occur. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but we tend to, you know, it seems like the value of this area is in residential. But that's okay. I mean, it's not a huge criticism other than to say that if I imagine some of your buildings to be taller residential buildings, it becomes a little bit more believable than office buildings.
I think that's probably true. I'm also inclined to suggest that there could be some of that.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have a hotel here. Now the hotel, the issue of a hotel here is that you could have several hotels.
Right.
And they'd be better if you had different brands, you know, hotels that had catered to different markets like this, you know. And so that's probably something. And then they would want obviously the entertainment plaza for outdoor dining and things like that. I'm a little bit, I think if it was hotels and you had restaurants where you showed them, you could have upper levels of the buildings that could have restaurants and lobbies and things like that. I don't think you would have shopping on the second floor. You would definitely have lobbies and you could have restaurants and bars on the upper level, particularly if they're related to the hotel. You could check in, you know, the slight elevation at the waterfront gives you a better view of the water, right? Because you're up higher.
Maybe the restaurants right there.
Right. That's a better place for it. But I think you could have that. The other thing we'd probably do here, I would be also extremely surprised. This is just being practical, right? I would be very surprised if underground parking was supportable in this part of the world because of the soils. It just seems a little bit sketchy. So when Dean was giving you guys a hard time about those big, massive footprints there, unfortunately, one of the ways you could do that is that would be a parking deck that would be ringed in.
Or just say there's no parking.
Or just say there's no parking.
Light rail and the tram between.
Yeah.
And it's.
Or if you had parking, you had a minimum.
Well, you might have
There are
some.
parking maximums, not
Yeah.
minimums. It's okay.
Even
You can
better.
say there's no parking.
And the last thing I would say is the value of a place like this is in the views to the water, right? And I'm wondering if you haven't gone far enough. Can you go to your big site plan? There. What's it called? And I wonder if, and it could well be that this thing gets in the way, so maybe it's not possible. But one place you should look at is Brighton, England. Because Brighton, England is a very similar shoreline thing, but it has these crescents, it has this waterfront development, and then they have these beautiful crescents that dig back into the fabric, and you get views up and down the coast. But some of them are rectangular, some of them are hemicycles, but I have the coastline here, and if I have a townhouse here, this, I feel like I'm on the waterfront, even though I have a diagonal view, I'm not exactly on the waterfront. And so I wonder if a strategy like this is like these things, maybe they would be better if they carved all the way back more. So that I was creating waterfront value deeper into this big superblock design. And maybe it's okay that the tram cuts through that if you do it, but at least it would give me, these guys are kind of hidden back here, you know, but if I'm here and all of a sudden I have this space here and I can see the water, you know, man, oh man, that's great.
That's why I was wondering about that section. right? You know, where you, and that's why I originally asked you how high those were versus the other thing, because when I was looking at this plan, I was thinking, you know, this was a little bit higher, this thing here. Actually, you know, like maybe there is a mixture of affordable housing and some more market rate housing, or some people that want a little more. And there may actually be moments where we might actually get used through this thing. I don't know, but it's a really tricky sectional problem.
Well, the problem is intuitively, one thing you could do would be make these buildings taller so they look out over these buildings, become shorter. But the problem you get into is you got shorter over here, so maybe you turn it the other way, you do it like that. You know, instead of having, you know, that you have a few corridors that are more like that, you know, that are much more about really trying to connect that block back. And you can still have shorter things and larger things out at the end. You could even have point towers or something along the end if you wanted.
They could be more like 80 by 80 kind of.
Yeah. Instead of big walls of those big towers and stuff that get panoramic.
They could even do other things.
Right. You wouldn't need to line them up. You could stagger them so that they don't look out directly at each other and stuff. It's a fun proposition. I mean, you've done a lot of work and it's an interesting scheme. I think the waterfront though, what is really great about Brighton is that there's a whole bunch of them on the seafront, and they really, and some of them even slope up a little bit so that the green of the terrace part of the terrace kind of slopes up a little bit. So if I have a townhouse here, I'm like a story above where it meets the road and the water. So I might as well have a 5-story building rather, you know, it's really nice. That sort of thing.
It is interesting.
Yeah, it's nice.
All right, I'm gonna jump in and just say it's a great scheme, everything you said, I agree. I take it, if it was me in this, I'd take it to the next level, go to your section for a second. I mean, I think that, I don't know, for me, there's a section that shows the last section. This one. Okay, awful lot of parking under there, but let's say we could do that for a moment. Why can't we just continue this over there and let the street slip in underneath it and make this a plaza all the way out to the beach for that section? So you end up, because we got a big drainage, you know, you but you can still, I mean, I think the notion of if you
if
you
you're
could
already
do
doing
it,
it.
in that section, you know, and topography obviously is dropping away, and you're redeveloping all this, so you can recreate the new ground plane, right? Take it out to that wall. It'd be like 5 Warner Park in Dallas, right? And a little bit wider, but then you could have the boardwalk out here, shown in red, could be, you know, candy shops, all kinds of other stuff that connects to the boardwalk over there. But you know, it's like the big move.
No,
But if you're gonna do it, right?
So we were actually concerned with one point, but then what kind of the discussion we had afterwards was any way we are kind of reducing the number of lanes and the traffic on the great highway. It's going to be just 2 lanes on the highway right now, and that's a shared street.
We gotta. Yeah. The interesting thing to me, and we should kind of wrap up here, have a final discussion. The interesting thing for me is that much of the criticism, not only of this project, but of many projects, have to do with the interface between this project and the adjoining project, right? Like the criticism here beyond your project is your project in relationship to Dan's project, your project in relationship to Samir's project, right? Like I know actually this was in a way to struggle all semester long, right? Yeah. Which is why Luna said, I'm gonna do these 8 blocks from here. That's really bad. But I think that to me, one of the great lessons of this whole sort of semester's project has been trying to negotiate the interface between you as the author of an individual project and all these other authors of individual projects that are all also trying to establish authorship.
Sometimes when we've done that theme in the studio, I can get the students to do a scheme to a certain point and then we rotate.
Yeah.
So you say, no, I think that's really valuable lesson so that other people can elaborate on it. They might have different insights. In a way, that's a little bit how it works in practice. You never kind of hold on to one thing all by yourself.
But it would be interesting to know more about those kind of negotiations, because we thought that we were doing some of it even with dance plan coming in over here and us kind
Of course.
all of that, including the beer and, you know.
Well, I have to admit, I love the idea of the pier and the feeling of that, but I hate having to go across 120 feet of asphalt roads, cars, crap to get there. It's like, take that piece and stretch it across your front. You know, I buried it.
Are those tunnels underneath that road is danced? Are those tunnels underneath that road such that you can't plant on that highway because they're near the surface? In other words, could you alter the section so that you could take a lane or two out and put a green strip in there so less than the parent width of the train?
It's some of that is unknown. It doesn't line up exactly because remember that road is not perfectly straight.
Yeah.
So actually most of it.
Yeah.
I think my thing, just last comment for me, right? I think the pool is a really interesting idea as a saltwater. I think I push it farther away from the road. And one of the reasons is because I think it's really important when you do these pools that more people are using the space around the pool than are in the pool. Right? And so the idea that you have a pool, but it has only like a little 10-foot whatever, right? But if this whole pool were to move up there, this would really be the place where that's why they put my milk in the back of the first. So they put my beach towel out and I hang out, they watch people walk by and do this and that. And all these things. That's like that.
You're basically building a pool out of the ocean and a place, like a way to access the ocean. It's a little bit more contained.
What's on the pier? What are those little boxes on the pier?
So the pier has a lot of retail and entertainment, so it's like they have currently centers going on of their piers and kind of.
But we're gonna ignore your photo.
Yeah.
It's not that long.
I wonder. The thing I wonder about the pier, it seems to have a kind of mobile pier that's really problematic. This is retail here. Oh, that's a lot. Well, it makes me wonder whether there could be ways to make that pier seem closer to all this stuff. So it doesn't seem quite.
All right, we should wrap up because we need to wrap up.
Great job.
The jury has to meet for dinner and we want to have. Ego's probably not on anymore. So I don't know.
I am. Can you guys hear me? I had a little bit of trouble with the technology, but I'm here and I've been following up until the last moment. So can you hear me well?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So I'm using my phone now, and apparently the phone is working. The laptop is not for some reason. This is actually a very nice image to finish off. This kind of night view. It was hard for me to jump into the conversation, but let me see. Let me try to do this. I can draw, I think.
Yes.
Can you see? That's gonna be my revenge. I get to do the last sketch, even if I wasn't able to talk that much during the review. This would be a fabulous image to see all of your project coming together. The nighttime is so boring and deserted on the beach, and it shouldn't be, right? So this could be a fabulous image to show the city what this seawater front could be, ocean front could be, right? And I can imagine Sabir's Park in lights, and maybe even that staircase that really didn't make sense before. Now we know connects with the Paseo that is right here in the center of your project. Everything makes more sense together. I want to thank all of the students for your incredible work, for your dedication, for your passion. It was a fabulous semester. It was a great experience to get to know each and every of you. And I'm looking forward to see the great things that you guys will be doing after this semester and after the completion of this project. So on the behalf of Gehl, thank you so much, you guys. It was fun. It was exciting. It was inspiring. Thank you, Dean. Thank you to our incredible reviewers. I really appreciate your stamina. It was a long day. And thank you, of course, to the university for inviting us to teach and for continuing this collaboration.
You can't stop it.
Well, I'll say a couple of housekeeping things, right, which is on the box folder, I made a set of new folders. And those folders are for your PDF presentations, which you should make subfolders for your InDesign files, which you should package so that they come with all the links, and for your AI files. And the reason for those other ones, and for the 3D model, if you have it. The reason for that is that we may do a little post-processing to try and pull this all together and pull it into a publication. That is the agenda. So it may be we need to tweak a few graphics or a few text sizes or a few whatever in order to try and get it all to work. And that's why I need more than just the PDFs for files. So kind of like vector data that can be manipulated. But I think you guys worked really hard this semester, right? We'll ignore the LI stuff. But I think you guys worked really hard.
Well, at least you won.
And you know, I have to say that from my point of view, it was really enjoyable. But also because we met Laura, we haven't met you.
San Francisco was fine too.
Yes. It's always nice to take my I think you guys, I think to give this problem was slight bit of madness. Because it's a huge area, right? I mean, it's very, very big. But the thing that I think allowed you to wrap your arms around it probably was the fact that the grid was so simple. You know, I mean, if it had a more complex form and stuff, I think it would have been eons more difficult to understand this semester. But in fact, the grid was sort of the data in which you guys understood the landform, building typologies, the civic buildings and stuff, which I think we didn't realize was really a helpful thing. I don't think you could have done what you did for all these projects in a semester if you didn't have something like that. Because there's a huge territory that you're looking at. You know. I think the stuff, this business about understanding the public realm of the street and understanding, you know, the design of the street, how transportation relates to it, how land use relates to it, and things is really key in urban design. You know, and so what you guys should be doing when you go visit other little places, find something you like, draw it and note it and figure it out, because these things kind of, they're not, you know, people tend to take public space kind of for granted in some respects. I think they understand it. You can actually, you know, look at things and how people move in public space and where they go and how it supports communal interaction and stuff. It's a pretty sophisticated thing. The other thing I will say is that the graphics on the whole were quite stunning, really powerful in cases. I think it's hard to get from, what is interesting about some of the stuff you guys did was, and I asked Dean about this a bunch, is that there was sort of a public side, which had to do with the streetscape and the transportation and stuff. And then there was the private side about how you begin to infill buildings and things like that. That's urban design, folks. It's that tension between the public environment and the public regulatory issues and the market and the private buildings. It's that back and forth. It's a dialectical thing. It's good that you did both.
Yeah, well, you know, for me, a lot of my background is diagramming, so I can appreciate the quality of the and we understand, next step, we get it. And if you can get to that point where you flash up a diagram, you don't have to see anything, it's a good diagram. You shouldn't have to tell me what that diagram is. And so we're doing that a lot today. It's like, yeah, we get it, go on, right? So
That's actually a good sign.
it's a great sign. It's a good sign that we don't need your explanation because your diagram is doing all the work, right? And it should. If we're confused by it, then it's not. Oh, we didn't do the screen capture.
Gigo, put your drawing back.
Start over.
Undo.
So I think, so for me, I think the diagram is the whole story, but I think my other takeaway for you guys on this is as big and complex as this was,
Okay, this is
that
not the one.
looking
This is the
at
one.
all the important components of the holistic, don't ignore the big VA hospital, don't ignore a university that's near your site, don't ignore, something with a huge amount of topography and cliffs. I mean, those things are major pieces that have some impact on the entire holistic kind of feel of the area, right? And so try not to get caught up in zooming in on the details, too quickly. Don't forget about those other pieces because they all have impacts, right? But overall, awesome.
The most place you guys struggled with was landscape plans, which is not uncommon for our place. I mean, Dan's fine. We all-
We're trying to use that architecture to get us.
Yeah, but I mean, well, he could probably use a little more formal rigor, and you guys could use more ability in the language of landscape. Probably true.
We're working on all that.
Yeah. I tell you though, the business, this is an interesting problem because if we're gonna have any kind of chance to stop sprawling out of the burbs, trying to mitigate some of the adverse effects of climate change, we have to build where there's already settlement. We can't just walk away from places like this, say, well, that stuff. He goes, he's mad. What's going on?
No, it's great. Yeah, I think you guys all did a great job. I won't take too much time, but all the projects came together, especially in the last week. I mean, you guys probably need to go.
After they stop talking to us.
Yeah, after they stop talking to us. I mean, I feel like it's always this fine line where you're deciding how much of feedback you're gonna take and how much you let it influence the project. You all have really complicated and amazing projects.
We were talking about who in the community gets to see this stuff. And some people will. We have a little this process. Some GRAs. But I think you guys have a great project, visually, collectively, for portfolio. Have fun with signing next semester in London. And, yeah.
Did you guys?
Yes.
Well, I just have one question for you guys. In terms of the jury, did we talk about what we thought we were gonna talk about?
Oh, no, keep it on.
Did we talk about what we thought we were gonna talk about?
Okay, how was this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, yes.
I got it. I'm approved.
Did you detect hesitancy?
It just shows you how much time I spent on it. You're like, oh, here.
We have to have egos flying up there.
We can have Gigo.
Yes.
Laura knows.
Is this not sharing?
This is sharing.
Gigo's not on camera. Gigo's not on camera.
Hide this.
I'm not on camera, guys. It seems that the video is not working for some reason, but I'm not on here.
Where is it? Where is
Also, you don't want to see me because it's 1 a.m. here. My eyes are.
All right, we're doing
So many people should do this. Like, no, like,
Let's eat.
I will be around tomorrow.
Trying to get planted in your drawings.
I will be directing the arrival date. What? Oh.
Yeah. It's like a nice thing.
I've seen, I saw them. They were awesome. All right. All right, we're done. We're done.
Who wants to see Richmond, right? Right.
Guys, I'm gonna sign off as well. Congratulations, everybody. Bye bye. Have a good night. Bye.
Just reiterate. Yeah.